sound right, boy.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Magnus has played, unless it's a 5, because TNT has run at 5 before, and I think with this type of opening from PSG, I think you might want to put the mag into a 5 role.
You want to put Snap 4?
Yeah, like put Snap 4, mag 5, go for like a PA, for example, just because Ench DP will look towards playing together, every ult go for a tower. Mag naturally goes from lane to jungle. He doesn't really want to show up and defend the tower. It kind of ruins his the timings of his farm efficiency early on. And that's why I think PSG were happy to go for a DP so quickly, was because it's like, well, you have this mag, great, but your kind of smooth entry to the game is completely kind of removed.
If they play the mag 5, they absolutely need something that's going to defend their tower.
Yeah, for sure.
Because otherwise you're going to get mega ran out. So I agree with the idea that like the mag jungle is a slow timing for a core, where normally that core would be the one to show up and defend towers. So maybe flex it to a 5 position with some sort of PA type hero. Maybe Juggernaut, because it's a little more early game centric. It's a little bit less risky, but you definitely need something that's like maybe a Lina, you know? Oh, actually, Lina.
Banned.
Lina is very much banned.
Yeah.
But something to long range, like non-committally defend towers. Puck would also be quite good.
Yeah, the RML Puck. We've seen him do that before.
He popped off yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Despite having a really rough early game, he still eventually came back. And I love that he goes Boots of Travels every game. I was trying to figure out like why he went Boots of Travels in that game. And all I could think of is just that I think this team just really values in general Boots of Travel as an item in any game. Okay, so they do go for the puck. I think legitimately bots are in such a place that you should have a bots hero, or at least a hero that has brown boots with the option of going bots in every single game. I think this item is far too good to not go for it. It just gives you the option to clear up all of the dead lane farm that nobody else wants to take. Basically means you get to have one extra mid laner. You know, that level of farm in the game.
Yeah.
Interesting puck from TNC, because it's showing more about their own confidence in what they want to play rather than what PSG is picking. Because naturally DP into puck mid lane is heavily DP favored, because you have to silence, you pressure the tower, and you don't really get annoyed by the puck itself. So yeah, TNC very much drafting for what they need in the game. And I would even argue with the Spectre, Ursa, Void ban, somewhat more elusive carry heroes, that I would gravitate towards saying the mag could easily be a carry in this game, because like the way in which TNC dismantled Nigma was from these clean executions of mag RP's the core, the carry, whatever he does, move on.
Honestly, yeah, the Spectre ban instantly makes me think it's a mag core. Yeah, because otherwise, if it's a mag support, it's like you don't care if the blink is being canceled. Yeah. There's no blink. mag
you're
5
skewing around like, oh!
You're skewering in pathetically to try to hit your RPs. But as a core, it's like you're relying on those blink RPs. So you're definitely right with the carry bans.
Well, let's see. PSG.LGD is taking quite a long time to think of an answer to this. TNC hasn't run puck in any different position other than having our Mel play at mid.
I don't think so.
Death Prophet most likely going to be on the offlane. So is this the place, is it the time where you would search for a hero for nothing to say? No, turns out that's not the case.
This is You ban an AA second phase and you have 3 heroes that have a component of healing. This is going to be a very tanky lineup that can individually potentially survive an RP, but also enable each other to get through it.
It seems like a really good Vessel game, honestly. Like, it may be a Vessel carry or just get it on your puck, because you're totally right. Like, this is way too much healing to just ignore it. And these heroes are very squishy. If you can get through the healing, it's like they're not hard to kill. The one problem for TNC is none of these heroes in LGD, you don't know where any of them are going. Like, this could be a 4 or 5 Wyvern, this could be a 4 or 5 Enchantress, this could be an offlane or a mid-death Prophet.
Exactly, yeah.
So we don't actually know what the lanes are going to be. But then on the flip side, it's the same. We don't know if this is a carry Magnus, we don't know if it's mid, it could be an offline Magnus, who knows?
I guess the key thing here is TNC, their draft so far, it is just robust. And it works, you know? Like, if it is a carry Magnus, like, there's so much damage coming from it in regards to Snapfire and Puck. So the kind of the tankiness of PSG through Cold Embrace and Enchantress, these are heroes that do die to any magic damage. So now they pick up a Pangolier as well. Like, TNC actually has a really nice draft to deal with the flexibility and the kind of the healing components of PSG.
Pango is a tough hero though into the Wyvern. I mean, that's one of the classic
because of the Winter's Burst stopping the Rolling Thunder.
He just balls up and you just curse him and get out, and you know, it's one of the best heroes to disengage against is this Pangolier, and Winter Wyvern's arguably the best disengaging support in the game.
This is why I think TNC they've covered themselves with 3 forms of initiation now. So if the Rolling Thunder, if Pango's getting cursed, the Puck's then jumping and coiling. If the Puck's getting cursed, the Mag's RP and the Rolling, you know, like they have so many ways to kind of get into the fight that it's all about PSG having really good positioning. Like the DP, be it offlane, be it mid, needs to get to like Yule's BKB really quickly so that she can frontline and ensure that the Wyvern is always in the optimal position to get the correct curse out. Like, a methodical game is required.
Okay, there's the...
More tanky.
DK mid, most likely now DP offlane. Unless they want to do DK offlane like Nigma runs, but I don't think they've run that so far in DP.
No, and they've only played DP once for Faith Beyond. But again, the flexibility still there. We know that PSG.LGD is a versatile team, so they probably run in multiple ways. Are we expecting the Pango then being a Tim's Pango, position 4? We saw him play it yesterday as well, and I feel like that would push Mag as the offlaner, leaving us looking for a Gabby hero for them. And that's also what PSG.LGD is thinking, considering they are banning out Terrorblade. We have TNC banning out the Medusa.
Yeah, I think in PSG's position, because they don't have ultimate last pick, they should just ban heroes that are like big win conditions. Because if TNC want to go for a mag carry, it's all about execution and finesse. And of course, PSG, they have the confidence playing into this style because they are very good at kind of turtling up. And that's why they are putting a little bit more emphasis on banning carries and allowing TNC their creativity in their draft.
Yeah, there's like every single carry ban right now.
Loads of them. Juggernaut still in. You mentioned him earlier. PA, obviously still combinations with the mag. But we're definitely getting a smaller pool. Where Wraith King still in? As they want to use usual suspects, I guess.
Wraith King. So Wraith King is like their comfort, but the problem with Wraith King is like Death Prophet, DK. Like, these heroes are so easily able to kill him after the ult. So, like, it's not like you're popping something on the Wraith King and then okay, he comes back alive and then they don't have it up. Like, the Death Prophet ult will still go. The DK stun is going to be on such a low cooldown that you can kill him when it's up. So that's the only thing is, but you know, with the mag, you've got the big crit. Like, that doesn't seem that bad.
Did they just go for like a Morphling or something here? Just go for one more hero that likes playing like healing-esque, enabled by the heal, higher value. There's not a lot of like instant damage, it's more kind of like control and slow ticking damage where Morphling can thrive. And
Radiant team pick.
Bloodseeker.
We'll see.
Bloodseeker.
Oh.
Okay.
Did not see that coming.
Yeah, I'm talking about like some win condition. Like, nope, let's fight, let's go, let's just get out. And now they have Bloodseeker versus Pangolier. Of course, the Pango will have a fun time. As soon as he rolls up, he gets ruptured, he's out of the fight.
But isn't that a good thing if it's a Pango 4? It's like,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's not when you're a support Pango and the enemy picks Bloodseeker, it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
you don't really care that much. But then guaranteed this probably will be a Tim's Pango, which is nice. That means, you know, the lane is easy for Bloodseeker, because what the hell does a Pango 4 do? You're just always going to go even in the lane.
You're always playing on pools anyway, and there's
you go. Yeah. Okay.
The Mag PA combo. I'm just waiting to see who picks up what to get some more clarity. We got a position for Winter Wyvern. Nothing really spectacular other than it's nothing to say on the Death Prophet, and the DK is on the off lane. While on the side of TNC, they are waiting with picking up. Oh, there we go. We got the Mag off lane, the Armel puck mid, yeah, and the Tim's Pango. Nothing too surprising there.
Expect,
then yeah, that's the one that is expected. So, do we have a favorite?
I think this PA pick, it does put a lot of emphasis on early fighting, but it can easily be dismantled by really good positioning of Wyvern, because you're not going to be blowing up like DP once she gets like a plate mail, or you're not really blowing up the DK. So it can be like an awkward game for the PA. But yeah, no, I think they do have good game once they get over that hurdle. A couple more items, they're good.
Yeah, I think TNC, if the game does somehow go late, they obliterate LGD.
Okay.
I think it's not even remotely close
hurdle
to the
they have to
late
get
game.
over.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
But with that being said, LGD with DK Death Prophet, Enchantress, I mean, these are insane pushing heroes. So I would just give the edge to LGD that I think they're a more structured team, and that with this pushing lineup, they will actually be able to close out the game before PA can get any farm.
So for all the TNC fans, as long as TNC can defend their towers, even just a little bit, they'll be okay.
If they're not losing, they're winning.
Yes.
For sure. I think the late game's not even close.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting games where you've got a Bloodseeker lineup with so much healing that it means you can survive long enough that your enemy will go low. Therefore, the value of Bloodseeker Thirst will go up immensely. So I hope to see a couple big drawn-out fights, and maybe Bloodseeker, like an MKB +1, he can actually fight the PA later on as well. Be some high-octane 20-minute fights, really key spell usage. It's gonna be beautiful.
Long drawn out fights, I hear. We saw the kill per minute for both teams pretty high as well, and I know people that are going to be very happy with that. Maybe their voice is not as much, but we'll be entertained for sure with Cap and AUI.
Oh yes, I'm certainly looking forward to this game and this cast, which I'm going to be doing with AUI. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more knowledge than just if they're not losing, they're going to be winning. I'm not quite sure what that means, but Aoi, maybe you have a way to be able to break that down.
The Jenkins statement?
Yeah.
I think he's making stuff up. No, I think it's because, I mean, they have the big PA, right? Typically, like, you don't beat that combo late game.
Yeah.
I think LGD, they're already sort of like an atypical Chinese team. Like, if you look at all 4 Chinese teams at this event, I think LGD are the most special. They have a little bit of the Wings magic, I feel like, when I watch the games. They'll pick stuff like TA, Drow, Slaughter Cores. Very non-Chinese style. Usually Chinese Drow are robust. Team fight can always win the game. LGD make crazy moves and they run at you.
A very high risk, high reward sort of situations, which is a little bit more focused on faster pace, let's say.
Very execution based. Like, I think, as an example, like, I think Team Liquid plays a lot of very high execution lineups, which is why sometimes they're like sink or like they're very polar opposites in their performance. I think LGD has an element of that in them.
Blitz has often told me that the way Liquid approaches lineups is that we believe that we'll be able to play this lineup to like the highest degree.
It's a hard way to play Dota, to be honest.
And you're saying the Chinese style is sort of opposite of that. And that is something what I believe Kyle was kind of talking about whenever he played up against Chinese teams. It felt like they were always situated where they were waiting for you to make a mistake. They always had lineups that had a little bit of give and take. You know, they could take some abuse, but once you slipped up, that's when they would be able to punish you.
Yeah, I think in general, like, no matter how the game's going, the Chinese teams historically could always end up winning the game. You think of like these big like team fight OTs, just pristine team fighting skills.
Is that something that back when you were on Evil Geniuses, did you guys take a bit to that style? Because I do remember EG's style back then was very much having a lot of like a big high ground defense. Those big team fights that could always turn the game.
Honestly, I don't even remember. Like, I feel like I should, but like, I feel like the scene was so much less developed then. That's why we were able to win.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know if we had the same depth of strategy.
The scene was less developed.
No, it's like Dota's gotten better and better each year. Like,
yeah,
absolutely. You know, some of the plays these players make are absolutely mind-blowing.
Now, something that is going to be unique about LGD and unique across this tournament is that Nigma has been doing super well after day 2. They're top of the group stage right now, and they have been the only team so far to employ this offlane DK, and that's something that PSG.LGD is going to be trying out here with Faith Beyond.
Ooh, he's getting gone on though.
He is taking a lot of damage here. Something they got to be careful. This even though he didn't go Little Shredder, I imagine Little Shredder plus the PA is going to be a kind of a deadly laning phase combination.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty high armor, so that's probably why he didn't take Little Shredder. I think the QW, it gives you more options, not necessarily so the 2 of you can kill them, but when Pango wants to rotate, because I don't think he'll end up pressuring a Bloodseeker Enchantress lane.
Right.
When he wants to rotate, you have like more kill threat.
Also, Little Shredder being nerfed, I believe the last match,
that's a
it
big
seems
part of
like
it too.
more people are trending away from that one. We had an interesting conversation during about this Pango 4 position pickup. As do have a bit of training going on back at bottom lane. It looks like they might be able to get the kill here. Shin Q is just setting up for a Splinter Blast. He knows he's dead. He's just trying to do as much damage before he falls. That's going to be first blood for Gabby.
That's a huge kill. And TNT, they've actually done... I mean, they've performed really well this tournament. They started the tournament 0-3. They picked up, they've gone 5-0. They have a lot of momentum. And in particular, they play their PA lanes really well. Like, they won with PA Magnus, which is completely unexpected to me.
Yeah. Okay, why is that unexpected to you?
Well, not in the game, but in the lane. I think Magnus is sort of seen as a more greedy pick. You're not expecting to win the lane, but you know you'll provide enough to the game with your empower, faster farming PA and high damage that's worth it. However, they got the best of both worlds. They just won the lane and they carried the game. They had like a 20-minute rampage on PA or something, just stomped the life out of Liquid.
Yeah. Tim's being pressured right now by Y. It does to get the pull off nonetheless. I have to say, I was a little bit surprised how many people were doubting TNC, and that's purely because of the fact that I got to cast the game where it felt like they turned things around, which was the 1-1 against VG Gaming. And in that game too, I could definitely see that they made adjustments and they turned, like, the way they started playing was different from going from game 1 to game 2. And all of a sudden, game 2 against VG Gaming, they looked fantastic. I was like, oh, this squad is really good. It's funny how these group stages happen, because sometimes if you don't see that like one game where a team turns around, your idea of what they are may not be correct.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even anyone who watched their second game versus EG, like, they lost that game, but they looked really good in that game. A lot of predictions coming to this tournament were 1 second they're going bottom.
Gabby is
they're so aggro. I love it.
So much damage.
Yeah.
And he's like, nah, I'm gonna turn around in this Winter Wyvern now.
It's a good trade, right? Wyvern used all his spells. It's just very its risk was very calculated.
Yeah.
I think a lot of predictions about TNC were coming in with like zero information before they played any games. They looked a bit shaky their first game versus EG, but that second game they should have won. Like, RTZ played really well that game, but TNC, they stepped it up even more since then, and
yeah,
they're looking like one of the best teams to make it out top 2 in the group with their schedule.
Yeah, it's this is probably the toughest opponent that they have left, right?
Yeah, I think so. Of like the top 5 teams, I think they've played all except for LGD right now.
Right.
And I'd like to see the Pangolin make a rotation around the 5-minute catapults this game.
Okay.
I think they have some pretty good timings on TNC. I think they're not afraid of TPing in additional heroes to use it. When I think of TNC, I think of a team that's hyper aggressive, and they want to play like that. Like, I know they could play the lineup defensive, you know, your Mag PA try to hold down the fort.
Yeah, sit on the triangle for 20 minutes and wait for PA to win.
Like, EG would win the game like that.
Sure.
But I don't think TNC should try to emulate that. They should beat themselves, because, I mean, why wouldn't you? They're 5-0 in their last games, and every game has been super aggressive. Like, this PA, he's probably going to go... He has Treads Mask Madness. That's super cool. I thought he was going to go for an Echo Saber, but I am also really down for something like that, like a Mask of Madness, small fighting item type.
Yeah. Yeah, that is an interesting idea. We did watch Tim's fall there as the Pango up against Y. And the Enchantress with the Help Air. Nothing major really coming out of that. You can see a nice aggressive
Honestly,
board leg
I think
down.
they're okay with what they got on top. I mean, LGD are winning the lane really hard, but as and you get some levels, I think this is like sort of expected.
Big rotation from nothing to say. He's gotten on top of Gabby. Gabby, he's going to try. He doesn't have a jump, actually. He's just dead. He jukes as long as he can inside of the trees, but with just a really good rotation from this Death Prophet, they kill the carry of TNC and are setting up to be able to take this tower. And that's why Armel is already rotating in. He wants to make this doesn't actually happen. He's going to try and clear out the creep wave as best as possible, though LGD not wants to back down from this fight, it seems. They're going to now force out the coil from Armel just to be able to save himself. They need more TNC members, though. They're actually going to hop in on Boomy. He's really going to try and do this one. Gabby is now here. He's going to jump onto Faith Beyond. He's so tanky as a Dragon Knight that he may eventually go down, but it's going to cost TNC a lot. In fact, Faith Beyond doesn't even die. Gabby's now going to find a way out of here. Armel jumps to his orb to be able to stop the healing sound of Faith Beyond, but he's already helping it. And Gabby is just going to die a second time. Double kill for Innocent, and Armel may have stopped this push onto the tower, and maybe he'll get the deny, but it was a terrible, terrible trade for them.
Just beautiful execution from LGD. I think in that fight, like they managed to rotate the DP for the kill, but their communication's really good because Enchantress is able to follow it up. You saw that Wildkin, that completely changes the dynamic of that fight. Moreover, like I think we're sort of seeing that TNC, their lanes are a little bit shaky. I think they would have wanted to sort of make the first move. We saw like the difference, like the puck coil was defensive, whereas DP was able to use the aggressive exorcism, and as a result, like this map is looking really good for LGD.
Do you think part of that is this Magnus plus Pango off lane?
That's
right?
a really greedy lane, yeah.
Yeah, neither one of those heroes is going to do anything for you pre-level 6.
Yeah, I was actually hoping for like some crazy move where like you coil the guy mid and you have both supports there and you TP a Magnus in or something.
Yeah,
you skewer him to break the coil. Like I think that's a move that they sort of had to make, but it's really hard to coordinate that in the game. Like you need everything right, and nothing to say. Like he's been playing fantastic this tournament. He actually reads it and he makes a move first.
Yeah, he really has. Armel unable to grab what is a double damage rune, goes to nothing to say and his bottle. Meanwhile, Ame is just kind of chilling out here in the top lane. 4,000 net worth lead for him. He didn't even bother to rotate to that bottom lane fight, which I thought was kind of interesting. Maybe he was just so confident that his team was going to win it. I normally imagine Bloodseekers joining engagements like that, but he has just been very focused on continuing to stay top of the net worth board.
I think he would have TP'd if the fight went a bit towards his tower, but you have to be really careful with those TPs just because Magnus's game was so bad. You don't want to get him back into the game. Staying top, he's actually doing a lot for his team because Magnus doesn't get a game to play. And X is already up. They're X-ing mid. They don't have the DK for him, but there's just so much pressure from LGD, and Ame, he's farming up a storm.
Beyond even just sitting here, Armel, they're going to spot him out. Now Armel is going to be forced to jump into the silence, but he actually does use his silence to be able to get just out of range. Rupture damage is coming in. Armel is just on a sliver here. He's got another orb. He's going to be able to jump away. A beautiful RP from Boke is going to be able to skewer 2 heroes into the tier 2, but the problem is Cold Embrace stop much of the damage, and Tims, who's still just a level 4 Pango, doesn't do a damn thing in this team fight. Another shockwave thrown out, which is going to completely whiff LGD, once again putting pressure on TNC, and TNC failing to have the kind of firepower to respond.
And just such a good, like, how LGD rotates their heroes is just so smart. They've given this Bloodseeker a lot of space. He's gone on free farm. He has a little power spike. It doesn't even have to be something big because you're a carry role. All he has to do is come to his fight and push them off the tower. And just by nature of being there as a carry, he secures his team a tower, and it's like this huge swing.
Yeah, who else is going to kill the creep wave on this lineup of TNC? No, like nobody really does that for you very well. Under level, that is.
And I think the panel is mentioning, like, LGD know that TNC have this late game timing. And LGD, I mean, TNC, they know how TNC like to play, and they're like, how do you fight into a DK DP Bloodseeker core trio?
Yeah,
like that. Yeah, they specific, like, why I like LGD so much is their drafts seem very specifically tailored to their opponents. Like, they don't have like this default that they over-index on, and I think it's like a very Xiao 8 thing. If the enemy picks Lone Druid, we don't need team fight. We're gonna pick Slaughter, Drow, TA. It's very smart. I like how they draft.
So in that case, let's talk about what TNC should do. Like you say, you can't fight into them. Okay, so what does TNC do in response? If you were in their position, how would you approach the rest of this game?
So I think right now, it's very hard to move past the river. What they need to do is they need to overwhelm their opponent in some area. Maybe try to take control of the jungle on the vision. They're going to get gone on the Gabby here, though.
Gabby, they spot him, but the Rupture finally comes out as they manage to break that meld. Now, Gabby is going to be jumping over to this tier 2 area. It looks like LGD are aiming that off bounds. They're not going to go that far to try and pursue. They just keep him out of his triangle, block the ancient camp, make sure it doesn't respawn.
Yeah, I think their best chance, they have a good idea what to do in this game, right? Because they play these 2 jungle... What happened? Sorry.
Sorry, when I say block, I meant body block.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they place these 2 wards in their jungle. I think what they need to do is they need to try to get LGD feel like they can overextend. Maybe they show a bit more top. LGD are like, okay, they're trying to flip the map. Let's go invade their jungle. You already have vision there. You take an overwhelming fight where you bring everyone to the fight and you hit some good spells. Like, that's the only way to can really come back against like a lineup that's ahead and wants to fight you.
Okay, so put like a PA out there and then surprise them with, oh, there's a puck mag behind it and we're gonna get this good combo on you or something.
For example, Y walks into the jungle here. You can imagine if maybe if they had a few more heroes there, like he has for already, you just instantly kill the Enchantress and then all of a sudden you have a disparity in resources on the map because you have one more hero alive.
Right.
Then you can start running at them, maybe think about like snowballing off for kill, taking territory and getting some deep wards. Right now it's like they're a bit split. I don't think they're feeling desperate yet, so this is why they're not doing what I'm saying. Like it's not like what I'm saying is absolutely correct. It's just like my read on the game. But maybe they just wait for timing before doing it. He almost has an Echo Saber on PA.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things they were missing previously was level 6 on the Pango. Like, that support doesn't do anything for you until he has his ultimate. So he's got that now. He's got the Orb of Corrosion as well. Maybe they're going to wait for, like, Blink Dagger on the mag. What is Boke going for? I kind of assume that he needs an early Blink with the puck. But no, he's actually going to sustain items with the mag. They're going to try and catch him out here, but very smart TP. Actually, he Winter's Curse a creep, which was barely in range of the Magnus. Jin Q, you goddamn genius.
That was amazing. That was such a good play from Jin Q. I was just about to say, this Magnus just made the play of the game. He got his team back into it because they wasted Exo, they wasted the DK for him. But Jin Q just stayed of the game.
Mad damage coming in over the Cold Embrace. See if they can burst down this Dragon Knight, and they will. Now they have the Rolling Boulder that's going to be chasing after Nothing to Say. He swiftly does dodge it. Does manage to put a little bit of drain onto Arvel. The cookie actually goes out, gets him out of the drain. Gabby, meanwhile, is unsure if he can commit. Throws out a bit of daggers. Nothing major. TNC probably feeling okay. Just okay, right? We got a good core pickup. Let's not throw this away too much.
And TNC, their read of the game there is really cool because even though LGD killed their offlaner, they committed a lot of resources to do that. They used a curse, they actually used the ultimates. They knew that they could defend this tower simply because their 3 heroes have so much magical damage between the hero and the 2 supports. It's good punish on the DK there.
Yeah. No, they certainly are.
Well, I'm a bit surprised at buying any like a cloak, even just a cloak this game. It seems like TNC's read on the game is we're gonna burst heroes like defensively in order to get back into this game.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. If the Wyvern can't really initiate and there's enough mobility that Rupture doesn't like absolutely hold a person in place, and they do kind of need that initiation. But yeah, like a Hood, just a straight up Hood of Defiance would make him, I think, near invulnerable in these team fights.
I mean, I think Blink is good. He needs to be that frontline initiator for his team, but he's actually going for a Howard after, which is good this game. I mean, you're against Meg, yay. Stopping physical damage is going to be really good. But yeah, I would have liked to see just a casual cloak. I think it's an underrated item right now. And look at Jin Kyo. He's just straight going for the Orchid. That's a cool build. Very strong.
Something that I feel like that's been flavor since Ice was experimenting off lane Winter Wyvern, and he was going like, I think Orchid was his preferred build at that time, and ever since then it seems like these 4-position Wyverns every once in a while we'll see an Orchid from them, since it does pair up so nicely with Winter's Curse. Pretty much you Winter Curse somebody, you put it on them, the duration is about the same, and it's just going to be resulting in a ton of damage.
It's actually a really good defensive item in a lot of ways too, because if you look at Winter Wyvern's game, the game for Winter Wyvern this game, it looks like Puck wants to jump him. If you have an Orchid, he can't really do that because of the threat of the item.
Yeah, that's true. Same kind of goes with Pango, right? He wants to be able to like swashbuckle you and then roll.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing there. The silence on those 2 very mobile heroes that are typically like support assassins. That's sort of their job.
A lot of your job as a support in Dota is not to necessarily live, but to make the enemy course overcommit.
Oh, they had the vision here. They just straight up go, but look at Faith Beyond. He managed to get the stun out. That allows the Winter Curse to be able to go down, keeping Jin Q alive. The shots, oh man, he managed to just dodge so much. Ultimately, Swashbuckle finished him off. Still though, Boke is going to be falling here. Boomy actually gets followed up by Ame, who's running around like a madman right now. He has built up some serious speed, though as people start dying, the speed eventually does wear out. Still, great team fight for LGD, and that's all off of the fact that Faith Beyond's quick reaction with the Blink Dagger stopped the skewer back.
Yeah, then that was really close. unfortunate. Like TNT saw the opportunity, they almost came back into the game there. Armo actually didn't have a TP, so a little bit low to comms. A good reinitiation though.
Yeah, and managed to find the Dragon Knight once again. Faith_Beyond overestimating his tankiness against this magic damage.
He's just not tanky with this Belt of Giant strength compared to a Cloak.
Yeah. He's really so... He's got a Quelling Blade.
He does.
I sell the Quelling Blade. Just buy basic for me, please.
I feel like he might go back for a Cloak, but honestly, like I don't want to harp on it too much. He clearly has some idea with it. Sange is clearly one of the best items of the patch, so not much to say. And I mean, he did save that last team fight. What we say.
Oh, look at this. TNC are really going to try for an early Roshan because they have Pango, one of the best heroes against Roshan, being able to provide that disarm. And then they've also got PA who can sneak into the Roshan pit with them.
Did they have the corrosion?
Oh, man, they got the,
This is clever.
They know this is happening. Even though they didn't have vision, they knew this was going on. And while he silenced this PA, still can't get out of the pit. He's looking to be able to blink away, but Roshan bashed him for a second there. PSG.LGD, though, weren't quite ready to engage, especially since they don't have Exorcism. That's up now. Dragon form coming up in a few more seconds, and then LGD will be back to full fighting shape.
I can't believe LGD read that. Like, it's just such a weird out-of-place move. Like, you just lost a team fight, and you're like, your support and your offlaner start hitting Roshan, and PA joins in later. But LGD, they just knew right away.
Yeah, LGD, or excuse me. Pim, can we see LGD's vision again? It's just this bottom lane, these two very aggressive wards. They saw nothing there. They could have just all been triangle. They could have been maybe playing closer to the top lane farm, but no, they just made the read. Okay, we gotta beware. They can Roshan with this lineup. Boomy is gonna be breaking the smoke here from LGD. They managed to get the stun there. Rolling Thunder is gonna come out though. It's a couple of heroes, but I don't think they want to fight into this Exorcism. Maybe they do. Armel's actually gunning for it. He's gonna go straight for the Dragon Knight. The magic damage isn't quite enough, but now they have the Mortar Risk rating in as well. The Winter's gonna be able to grab Mag and pull him over as the Pango is about to finish up the Wyvern. They do manage to get him with the kisses. Why? He's going to be coming up next. It's Gabby's gunning for him. Nothing to say. The RP pulls him and Ame together. They're putting out some good cleave damage, but it's not quite enough. The Bloodseeker's fighting through it all. If he gets another kill, he keeps on healing himself. Nothing to say with the Exorcism still out as well. TNC were so close to wiping LGD, but Ame was just a bit too strong.
That was really close. I think he had like a 400 HP on Bloodseeker. LGD, they smoked in there before. I think Ame was coming to join the fight late, and the RP barely clipped him. It was just, oh man, one crit and the game changes there, I think.
Yeah, seriously.
And TNC, they have a good idea though. Like, the enemy's coming to your triangle, you're down a lot of gold, but they know they have to stand their ground there. They use 2 buybacks, and that, like, if they win that fight, that's your way back into the game. I like how they're not trying to like, oh, you know, we have the late game, we're gonna split the side lanes, be scared of our opponent, trying to dodge them, because that won't work with LGD. There's no way, not versus these heroes. They have DK Blink, they have Wyvern Catch, even some Bloodseeker. Instead, like, they're taking fights, they're trying to outnumber them with buybacks.
So it's okay if they don't have, if they have less map control than LGD, but they cannot forfeit their triangle. That's like the one fortress that you must hold down.
For sure. I mean, if the enemy's running in, not bringing everyone, or you think you have like even a hint of a good fight, like you should take a risk, seize opportunity. You're behind. And TNC, I like what they're doing. You know, for that Roshan, they tried to hold their high ground. They're taking risks to try to come back in this game, and that's a mark of a good team.
Yeah, they're smoking. They see double damage. Everyone's going to be fighting over that one. Armel's going to be grabbing it, but he already got stunned up, and now he's going to be stunned up as well. Oh, this puck is in trouble. The Rolling Thunder should be able to intercept, but Armel ultimately does die. Now it's Ame. Oh, they managed to get the Winter's Curse on the Rolling Boulder with the PA right next to him, so they're both very likely to fall here. Sure enough, they do, and that low health allowed Ame to be able to chase down Boomy. It's that extra +1 kill. 4 down on the side of TNC, just outside of the Roshan pit.
Jinkyu is just playing these fights like a monster. Perfect silence. He gets a save off with his enchant. You know, sometimes you're scared to save her. She's getting rolled on. Saves her. He gets a perfect curse. He's making Wyvern look like a tier 1 hero.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's very rare to see Wyvern before this tournament. I felt like it was only popping up every once in a while in the DPC matches. Sometimes it'd be 5, occasionally 4, but you're right. Jin Q is making a good argument that this is a top tier support hero.
He's higher farmed than an enemy offlaner. I feel like after this game, I mean, I'm not going to execute as well, but when I say Magnus, I just want to pick this hero and try to play like Jin Q does.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Not in a
Crazy stuff. Look at him. He's going for the Witchblade now, so just even more damage that he can throw out during a Winter's Curse combo. Like, this is very rapidly going to turn into...
He's going for a Shadow Blade.
Oh, is he?
He's going for
sorry.
a Shadow Blade.
I had my phone over and I just saw the
because even so
knuckles.
unexpected.
That's crazy.
The idea is super cool though, because as we were mentioning earlier, Radiant's game plan on TNC is just to find a survivor and kill him. You cannot let him get saves off, you cannot let him get curse off versus a Mag PA lineup. If you have a Shadow Blade, all of a sudden, like, I mean, he won't be found. It's just impossible.
Yeah. Kaya for the Death Prophet now.
Man, this Bloodseeker, he only has like... When you think of Bloodseeker, you don't really think of these hard carry heroes.
Yep.
But I think he's shown in these fights, like, he will hard carry the fight, and he's itemizing for that. He's got Maelstrom, SOI Satanic, the classic, like, I will 1v5 this game build. And it's paying dividends. He has his Aegis. I don't know how they're supposed to kill him twice at this point. I think right now, TNC need to look. I didn't want them to split push the side lanes before, because they're only a little behind. They could still fight with buybacks. At this point, I think you have to force out a bet B from LGD, or get a fight into your tier 4s in order to win this game.
Yeah, and sadly, they're going to have to do that without Gabby, as he does get fully rotated on by LGD. TNT is beginning to go for that desperate split push style where you know you're down bad.
Yeah, and it's hard. The LGD heroes, they don't seem like they're that good at catching, like maybe the DK, but just by the nature of how they get to push waves with like their supports on Wyvern and Edge, it's really easy to catch people. And look at
he got the Pango, managed to get it with the Orchid. They're going for him. Tims, he's going to be able to back out with just a swashbuckle, but he is going to have to run away scared.
4 creeps on the Pango, and he did 1200 damage in his ulti. That's terrifying. Like, when he has a Shadow Blade, I can understand the Shadow Blade. He's getting Shadow Blade because he understands that TNC can no longer fight him. So the best way to catch people is just to get a Shadow Blade and walk around the map invis, so you can set up curses.
Yeah, they can't split push.
That's really smart, actually.
Yeah, just run around.
Dinkyo is wrinkly big brain.
LGD, man, they have been a pleasure to watch. I've only been able to watch maybe about half of the DPC Chinese game, but
they're playing really well.
Yeah. I've always been surprised to see, like, why is LGD not at the top of the board?
Yeah, same actually. Coaching him. He's just such a world-class coach. Faith Beyond, he actually goes back for the hood. I like that. Like, you can actually frontline a bit more. I think at some point in this game he realized, like, if I frontline, apparently my 4 position is going to kill everyone. So you don't need to do anything. Even Y, he's been dishing out some damage. He went for a very aggressive build. He only took 2 of the enchant and he maxed out his impetus.
No, I've noticed this about Nigma employ this as well when they do the offlane DK. They have 2 support that output a lot of damage, because that is the thing about DK is that even as a mid laner, he doesn't do that much. As an off laner, he's just really not going to give you that much damage, but he does give you excellent frontline and excellent single target initiation. Boomy is going to be target here, but no.
Yeah, I really like what you said there, because DK as a hero, if you look at him, he has a lot of strength. Oh, TNC, they're trying to seize bottom. They showed a lot of heroes from LGD top.
They're doing that thing where they're moving around the map very quickly, catch LGD off kilter somewhere, but LGD is wise to it. They back up, and if the TNC's not careful, they're going to get caught here. Nothing to say was hiding in the trees. Now Faith Beyond is back into it, a silence into a stun, and there goes Armel. The TNC has to give up any pretense of a team fight without their mid laner, but they're ruptured up on Gabby. He has to go for a TP out, and he stuns. Dragon Tail's not quite there. And it looks like Boke, okay, they're going to chase him all the way down to the tier 3 here. The Pango's coming in. Can he Rolling Thunder stop some of this? They do give the cookie away to Boke, and he managed to skewer himself away to safety. Nothing to say, awkward position, but he managed to juke the stun there. Oh, and Tips runs into the side of the wall there. He won't be able to pursue at the Death Prophet now that they're outside of the base. TNC, not so sure they can take a team fight anymore. They're gonna have to wait for Armel, it looks like. Never mind, Skewer back into the cookie chain stun. Beautiful combo. TNC get the first life of the Bloodseeker and then back up. Not gonna trade anything for that just yet. Could almost hear Armel 3 seconds. If they can slow down these heroes, maybe they can get a good coil and still force a good team fight here. Faith Beyond threatening to go back in there for a moment. Scott Evans Halbert is very tanky. LGD making TNC doesn't feel super comfortable trying to chase them, but I think TNC realizes this is an opportunity they have to be able to seize. Armel jumping forward. He's got to be careful of that Orchid, though. He's been caught out by it once before. TP away from Boomy, and it looks like PSG.LGD managed to hold themselves tight enough structure. TNC find zero weakness to exploit.
I love watching these high skill teams team fight. It's just such a dance, you know. They're sort of coming in, they don't want to overextend, and they're dancing and dancing out, and you know, the moment someone steps out of position, everyone's gonna jump on them and punish them.
Yep.
It's so beautiful.
She was almost done for nothing to say, so more frontline and more tank for the Death Prophet.
They do have the blink RP on Magnus now. I think we saw that in the skewer last fight, but I think it's so hard to push forward on TNC. I think they might be stuck at this point to hoping LGD mess up, and
this is that combo, that single target combo. Winter Wyvern no longer just a defensive reactive support. The way Jinkyu has built it, he is now an active hunter in the game.
This Wyvern build is just, it's stopping TNC's ability to come back into this game. It's usually when you're behind, what you want to do is you want to play side lanes. Push out your side lanes, force the enemy team to mess up, maybe use a TP, react to you, and then collapse them somewhere else. However, you can't push side lanes. It's an enemy 4 killing you. Like, they're not even bringing their big heroes.
Yeah.
On top of that, like, nothing to say has bots. If this Wyvern catches a core, like, they will bot in and they will kill that guy.
As a result, LGD sitting on a 14,000 net worth lead. TNC still does have the comeback potential just because it's PA Magnus. They've got a lot of team fights, got big late game hero, but it's a dark, dreary game for them indeed. And
he has his BKB PA now. That is one comeback potential. If they can get a really good RP, like, you can always win with this combo. I don't care how much gold you're down.
Yeah, especially with coil as well, right?
Yeah,
RP, coil on top, skewer them out of the coil to snap it, do even more damage, more stun time.
And Pango actually has his blink too, if he wants to buy it here. That's another, like, to get a good RP, they need someone to go in. I think that's a lot of why they picked the Pangolier. He can roll in. He doesn't even have to hit a lot of heroes, but the chaos he creates will cause Magnus to get a good RP.
He's just like, look at me, and then all of a sudden Mag is like, I found my opening.
Man. See Faith Beyond, I love his idea for the game. He's going for a 4th staff because he understands that even though he's the offlaner, he's just for utility. Oh, Jinkyu with the Shadow Blade bottom though.
Jinkyu's hunting. He's gonna find Gabby, spots him out. Winter's Curse and Orchid immediately. They do have the Bloodseekers coming in, but there's other heroes of TNT here as well. Gabby actually gonna use his BKB and completes the TP. That was actually very disciplined of him. You see a 2-man RP like that, I thought for a second he was gonna cancel the TP and try and fight, but that would have ultimately been a disaster. TNC used the opportunity to just get a clean escape.
Yeah, that was 100% the correct choice to TP out. I think if he dies for sure, they lose the game. Just good decision making from them. Honestly, even the RP, like, it looks weird, but you have to make sure your PA doesn't die and like you don't I mean, you just straight up lose the game if you lose heroes there.
Yeah, absolutely. In that short time, snap judgment, but wasn't a bad call from Boke whatsoever. Armel, catch him with the blink Dragon Tail stun. Dragon Knight's just so good against Puck.
Bloodseeker hits so hard. He even has like the armor talent. He didn't take the Blood Rage attack speed.
Oh, really?
I think it's correct. I mean, you're against Mag PA.
Yeah.
Man, that Puck died fast.
All right. Well, 45 seconds for Armel. But Puck kind of feels this one lane of barracks at least. But TNC will still poke at LGD, trying to keep them honest here. Maybe even down enough that they can't go for a second lane of barracks. Actually, backdoor protection came up for a second there. It's too bad they didn't push out mid lane a bit faster.
It's so weird. I think Radiant mid lane is the furthest backdoor protection of all the lanes in Dota. If the creep hits the tier 2, it actually cancels backdoor protection.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate for them there.
That's yeah, that is a very deep line. I normally think about it being where the emblem is.
Yeah, no, you think about it like it should be like when the creeps hit the tier 3 or something.
Yeah.
Or like 600 range from it. It's like 1200 range at mid or even more.
That's interesting.
And they really just did their homework on TNC. I think how they drafted, how they structured the draft, like they don't have to necessarily out-carry them late game. They just have to sustain the aggression from TNC, put them off their game a bit.
I'm sorry, did I just see an Ether Lens? on Dry. Is that the hero I just saw that on? All right.
He did.
Damn. That's cool. Boomy in the pit here, gonna cookie himself out. PSG.LGD are certainly gonna RP with the cool combo. They're gonna be able to skewer snap a bunch of heroes. Ame's a little bit low. Gabby's gonna be able to jump onto him. Can they finally get the kill? The carry of LGD. He actually hits the hard camp to be able to heal himself up from the satanic and the heals, but it's not enough. Gabby is too big. He actually managed to win that man fight. Down for 80 seconds. LGD is still pursuing though with nothing to say. But without the exorcism, he doesn't do that much damage. They're gonna go for TP out, but Buck comes right back with a skewer. Gives up his life to be able to stop that TP away from nothing to say. They're just bit by bit poking at these two here. There's Gabby now making the commitment here. Wants to be able to make sure he doesn't die to nothing to say, but he's got the talent. He's throwing out Crip Swarm after Crip Swarm and does manage to kill the carry of TNC. He's still trying to get away here. TNC chasing after him. He's out of mana now. They know he's got no more offensive spells, so they're just gonna stick on to him as best as possible. I think they've got him here. Unless the Winter Wonder and Jin Q, they've got to kill him fast. Otherwise, the Winter Curse is gonna be coming in and go down, but the Death Prophet's already dead. Armel has slid away. As a result, it looks like TNC may end up dying here, burning out from the Arctic Burning Ducks. Full Armel chasing after Jin Q, though, has him low enough. Almost finished him off, but the Cold Embrace is gonna keep him alive. Armel out of spells. He's got a silence up, but he doesn't have the distance right now. Boomy going to approach. They get the silence double, but he turns around and kills him, dropping the gem. As a result, Jin Q trades himself for Armel. Boomy's on the hump for the gem and a TP away, but he doesn't have TP. He's gonna have to just run his way back. It's a 5-on-5 battle right now for the gem. Let's see if Innocence drops a ward just to be able to spot him, but Boomy denies the ward. He takes away the Ghoster with the Enchantress. The Winter Wyvern's coming over with the courier to be able to spot him out. Instantly picks up the gem to make sure there's no enemy courier shenanigans and flies away with it. Drops the gem to make sure they can kill the ward on the ground. That was that was probably one of my favorite one-on-ones I've ever seen, and it was a 5-on-5 battle.
That was all hilarious. And TNC, they're showing their merit in this game. Like, how they took that fight was insane. They're down 15k gold. I thought they won the game there for a second. Like, Rohan was respawning. I gotta say, like, props to nothing for how he played that team fight. You know, he held his BKB for literally like 50 seconds that fight. It's just such patience, and he got it off just because he had that BKB. I think he was able to finish off Gabby. He doesn't do that. I think this game's actually really scary for LG.
Okay, explain this Ether Lens. Is it really just Dragon Tail range?
There used to be a guy in NA who would go Radiant Octarine Core on Dragon Knight.
Okay.
You would have like 100% uptime on your ultimate. It was terrible. but I think it's sort of cool, the idea that he has for the game. Like, it fits the theme. He just wants to be utility. I don't know if it's correct, but you know, I'm sort of curious about why he's doing it. He probably has some idea, right?
Okay.
He's a cool guy.
So, Ether Lens on melee form Dragon Tail is actually going to make it somewhat ranged, right?
Yeah.
So,
it triples the range.
It is an
amazing.
instant cast still, right? Melee
Yeah,
Dragon form is instant
yeah.
cast, so he will be able to instantly cast a stun at like 400 range or something.
That's actually really cool versus Puck specifically, right? Because oftentimes you see the range stun come out and Puck phase shifts. I think approaching what pros do from a point of curiosity like that, where you're like, okay, let me try to figure out why they're doing it, is a really cool way to learn about Dota. Because, man, what you said is so smart. Actually, I'm thinking about it. That's pretty good.
Wonder if we're actually going to see that in action, or if we're just going to be seeing really long
He's going back for the AC.
Dragon Tails.
I think he went for this Aether Lens, and like, the idea is cool. And at the same time, like, I bet he wishes he was just a bit more tanky that last.
Sure. Maybe even just having like... Yeah, I guess armor is more important than BKB right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think what BKB on an all-time Dragon is you sort of want to cast some spells on you. You sort of want to soak up that damage. I'm not saying BKB is bad necessarily, but in this specific game, like he's aside, he has so many damage sources that he wants to target him.
Lincoln's picked up for the Puck, so he's going to try and put an end to that Dragon Tail reign of madness.
He does have Halberd though, so with the Aether Lens, you can instant Halberd, instant stuff.
Yeah, we'll see how quick he gets on the fingers. Winter's Curse actually put onto the creep there. That's not what he wanted. And Jitku, he'll pay for that mistake. Nothing to say. Gonna go for the kill. Boke won't be able to get it fast enough. He TP's being out as well. Fate Beyond won't be the pursuit. They won't catch Gabby. That could have been very scary. Jin Q missing on the Winter's Curse. Winner's Curse, since that change, is that hero only or literally no other unit?
It's any other unit, even a Creep can proc it.
Okay,
so you know. You Winter Curse and you dig up a Kobold with a shovel, it extends the duration. And oh, Dota Cinema highlights. Oh, that's good stuff right there.
What? I thought I was gonna blow my mind with some crazy.
This is the stuff I think about. And a rare mistake for Shinkyo. Actually, something that's cool this game is that he has a Witch's Blade versus PA with BKB.
Yeah.
If you hit a BKB unit with Witch's Blade and it doesn't proc, you continue to have the True Strike. So if BK hit him, you will always have True Strike on him until your Witch Blade procs. Yeah.
That's fascinating. Rupture being used on both right now. Ame is sitting on him and look to be able to kill him while he's still silent out. Now they're going to chase Mr. Boomy. Tim's probably one to just roll back. Safety. Oh, wait, I clipped. Oh, uh-oh. He's going to go ahead and pop his shard here to try and blink away. And does. Nicely played. But still, losing a big part of their combo.
Did I not want to hit him there? Like, you still hit him when he's rolled up, right?
Yeah, you can hit him, and he could have stopped the Blink Dagger, but he would have rolled deeper into the base. So he just didn't think about the Blink.
Yeah.
Honest. But jump in. 2 minutes. Oh, Cookie's actually going to be able to get a 2-man. So Ami's a little bit of trouble. Oh, the dagger did 1,400 damage. They're going to be able to finish him off. That's the first life without Gabby having to commit. As long as Armel can get away here, this is a pretty good trade-off. Gabby's now going to commit, using the BKB, but he went for the Enchantress. The Enchantress has the level 20 talent. She's smart to bring down. Oh, no. TNC. Can Armel get out? Oh, swept up by the Dragon Flames and the Crib Swarm at the same time. They buy back on Tim's for this one, but Tim's Rolling Thunder now up. Let's see if he can cause a little chaos with Boke about to come up as well. And yeah, LGD thinking about retreating. A 4-4 is not what they want to take.
What's so weird about this game is that LGD are up 23k gold, but I'm actually really worried for them.
Yeah.
On PA, when this Raker comes out, like, she did that Bloodseeker died in an instant there to a dagger and like basically nothing, just some puck spells.
Is it just me, or I feel like LGD was winning this game without Ame, and I haven't seen Ame do very much. Like, yeah, maybe he cleaned up certain fights, but like other than that, fights that they were already winning, he helped them win. But I haven't seen impactful out of him.
Yeah, I think Ame in general, he's a very clean up the game, the fight to carry the game player, which isn't inherently bad. Okay. But I agree. I think maybe a little bit of his itemization feels a bit weird to me. Like, I don't think he should have finished his Mjolnir this game, opposed to something that helps him 1v5 a bit more. Like, they weren't low on damage, as you can see from Jinkyo just dominating.
Tempted to go for the Shockwave Skewer back a little bit too fast. And they are beginning to hit this tier 3 tower. Dangerous combination. Cold Embrace put onto the Death Prophet as the ghosts are out. Backdoor protection up for a second here.
He does have that skewer cooldown, so it's up again.
Yeah, they can go for it again, especially it's not day. Starts getting low. Oh, he popped the cheese just beforehand. He heals up. He's still got the exorcism going, and they have the mags currently orchestrated out. Tim's, though, caught a little bit of havoc in the back line as he managed to do a nice rolling through most of everybody. Nothing to say. Finally popping his BKB, chasing after Gab. He wants to be able to get this kill. Gab's actually turn around on him with the Satanic, heals up just a little bit, and the rest of the team managed to take the mid barracks. Now LGD looks to be able to get away. Not cleanly, though. They're going to leave Innocence behind. Why falls 80 seconds for him. They're going to chase after nothing to say. They know. Nope. No cheese. Feeling it right now. They do Dragon Tail stuff. It bounces back off the Lotus Orb, and they manage to get the side. Like Gabby knows how much damage Ame actually wins in the 1v1. He takes him down. Now going to go for Armel as well. Armel Fuel Scepter a little bit more. Can he kill Jin Q? He'll jump away to his orbit. Gabby's back with secondary life here, but Ame is seriously cleaning up the team fight. It's a silence. Getting stunned from Faith Beyond. Chasing down more heroes. Armel, he's a liability at this point with how low he is. Poke actually all the way underneath the tower. That's where he managed to get that kill. Ame gets the ultra kill and looks for Gabby, who's hiding away in the trees, and said, please, not me, not me. More buybacks coming in. They're going to use Bulk to try and skewer him back to the fountain here, but this double damage Bloodseeker will not quit. Rampage for Ame. And now he's going for the Megas, and TNC are left with just 2 members to try and defend. It's Armel and it's Gabby, and it's time for them to go. If they want to stop Megas, they have to go soon. A little bit of a poke from Armel. Looks like they're going to have to go for Migas, but Fate Beyond, he's going to force the action first. Managed to get the silence, trying to prevent him from being able to jump back to the fountain, but because of the satanic dispelling off the silence, he does get back to safety. Now jumping in. Oh, he broke and kills the Bloodseeker. He died just like that. It's B Megas, but TNT are showing they can still hold. Now going for Fate Beyond. Abby looking for more of those crits, but it's nothing to see who's a problem for him. They're focusing the Dragon. Okay, a crit finishes him off, gives a little bit of bumper to get me in heals. They go for another break, nothing to say. Has the EM disco, so they're gonna have to back away. The silence on to Gabby. He has to turn it up. He has to heal up as much as possible. Cookie, a little bit of distance, heals up more, but he's psyched up. Damage coming out for the Exorcist, not quite enough. He jumps to the creeps, heals more and more. A dagger comes out, but it's not enough. Why? Finally gets the shot that puts him in the dirt. 2 minutes for him. Armel looking to be able to kill the Death Prophet here. Boomy sees he's low. He's going to give him the assist, but nothing today is just too damn good. He's too damn fast, and he puts out too much damage. TNC are all going to fall and drop the GG as LGD will finally clean up this game.
Well, fight. I think nothing to say. He's really proven what a top tier player he is. I think he's the highest MMR in the world right now, and he's really showing it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what a performance by him. So many.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. Sound right, boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Puck, this is not a game-by-game thing. He just has identified this is really strong.
Yeah.
And so with the Orchid, like Winter Wyvern, Shadowblade camping side lanes, it hard counters that sort of split-pushing style. You just can't do it. He couldn't get farm, couldn't get his Lincoln, so he just fed a bunch.
Well, PSG.LGD is a good team. So I think that's something, you know, these teams, we're expecting both of these teams to do very well. We got an open TA.
This is bold. So like going for second
like
pick TA. No, I don't mind it, but against a team like TNC, you're picking the second like TA +1, and you're giving an opportunity for one counter. We've seen Vipers, we've seen Razors being banned out when you pick TA. You've seen Venomancer. Like this is TNC's position right now. You pick the hero to remove TA's lane. Like there is flexibility in TA, especially in like Americas. You've seen it in safe lane, but realistically it's just mid. They go for the Razor.
Wow,
there we
okay.
go.
That's
there
interesting. I mean, I personally feel like this is one of the, this is like the last counter that you usually go for against the TA when everything else is banned out. But I suppose like a lot of these heroes that are good against TA aren't really good against Phoenix. Like Viper, Venomancer, like these heroes, Batrider, like these heroes are garbage versus Phoenix. You're not gonna be able to hit the egg. Whereas Razor, you can just run away from the egg because he has the fastest movement speed in the entire game once you get some boots of travel, which of course they're going to do, especially if this is an RML Razor.
Most likely will be, considering their track record. You want it against a TA, right?
Yep.
That's part of the reason why you pick it.
Yep.
So there's that. So leaves us very open in terms of what we're going to see removed here in the second ban phase, but I don't think it should come as too much a surprise that all these 6 bans will probably be carries. Ame and Gabby will be left taking the scraps of that one.
Like every single game.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's always like one role that's getting targeted. It's like, oh, what's the offlaner? Oh, there's only Centaur left. Okay.
I guess
good.
yeah, they could. Are there some offlaners that you would definitely ban other than Mars is already banned? PSG actually respects the Pango, banning that out.
Again, if I'm LGD, I would highly consider banning out the Bach Viper. It just seems like they play really well around. I can't believe I'm saying that. Play really well around a Viper, but the way TNC positioned against Nigma with the Viper is that they would literally use him as like a turret. You know, they would just use him as like the damage source, and everybody else would stun around him, and he would go for this like Dragonlance Scotty. So even though it's in the off lane and it's weird, it seems like it was a free lane for Bach every single time, which I think is a place where he can struggle because you just push the wave. And then in the game, they would all use him as a beacon, which is something you probably want to ban out, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Phantom Lancer removed, Faces Void removed. I mean, there's actually so many carries. I say to take in the scraps, but that's still going to be pretty good.
I guess the thing for me is simply if TNC ban out another carry here and maybe ignore, let's say, Centaur. Centaur's a really good hero to pair with Phoenix, and against Razor with the Stampede, you then have that disconnect to prevent maybe the TA counter in the mid to late game. Of course, laning phase, Razor will still dominate. But yeah, it's interesting seeing that TNC are putting so much focus on just the carries alone.
I feel like Ursa, if you're LGD, is the fairly obvious ban against the Phoenix. You know, there's no Snapfire, so that's not going to come out and kill the egg, but neither of these two TNC heroes are that good against the egg. It is two ranged heroes, which is better than having two melee heroes or something like that, but neither of these heroes really want to get in there.
PSG.LGD, when they played the Templar Assassin, when they were playing up against Team Liquid the other day, they went for the full minus armor lineup.
Yeah.
And I think
did.
TNC is like, wait a second, let's not have that happen. They ban out the Slardar. We still have the Ursa removed as well, and the Axe coming out for Faith Beyond.
So right now,
there's a lot of heroes that do well against this Axe in lane. You could go for, if you want to go real crazy in your TNC, I mean, they seem to be very open to picking these like off-laner carries. You go Veno carry, some Viper carry.
So I'm thinking more like a clock into the gyro type situation. You know, the gyro can eventually deal with the egg. You know, you can just flack off that and kill everything. The clock deals with the Axe in laning phase.
Run out the Axe.
Yeah,
it's so much damage from the gyro. Yeah, that definitely would be really nice.
Okay, they got us for it. The key thing here is, when I say clock or anything, they need to have a guy who goes into the fight. Like they can't pick like a ranged 4, then a melee off lane, because then they're gonna have this double range setup with a Razor who's trying to beat you. Like, the key thing is when you pick in a counter to mid lane, you need to have that +1 from the supporting cast to come in and completely overwhelm that. Like when you're in an advantageous position, dumpster that hero. Don't just let it be a 1v1. Make it a 2v1 after 4 or 5 minutes and crush that hero's spirits. And Earth Spirit, he is a hero that can apply pressure to mid just from playing in the fog. And PSG actually the ones that go for Clockwork themselves.
I think the Earth Spirit also, like, whenever you pick the Sax hero, you know he's going to be rushing a Vanguard. You know he's going to be cutting the creep wave. And, like, that's how he's going to get super farmed in the game. So having a hero that can actually TP in and, like, kill him from trees, if you pick some, like, I don't know, Dark Willow or some range support, like you're saying, it's not as easy to gank the Axe. So some run-at-you brawler guy is always nice to just kill Axe, make it so that he can never cut. Because, like, TA is never going to do that, right? Sometimes Puck will be the option from the mid lane, or Invoker, you just rotate to kill the cutting Axe. So Earth Spirit's their option for that. Yeah,
and they go for Monkey King.
Okay. Whew.
It got banned out against them in the previous game in the last phase. They don't want to have that happen again, so Gabby Monkey King it is, leaving us wondering what Bok is going to play.
It gives them really nice laning presence because they can, of course, monkey into many melee heroes, great. But when Axe plays into cutting, if your AA chases the hero down the lane and then monkey jumps in the that's what TP's in, you can quickly bring 3 heroes and then instantly get back to farming. So it is a pretty laning phase centric draft from TNC right now. Like they've got the monkey into the Axe, the Razor into the TA, and they have last pick in the draft to then have like the offlane countering the carry. So TNC are in a really good position to have core for core matchups that should counter in all 3 lanes.
This seems like a pretty dank Drow game. I'm just looking like...
Still for PSG.LGD?
Yeah, like you gust the Razor. He's not going to get the link off. You're a ranged hero. The Monkey King, you can gust him as well. Oh, they ban it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
JK.
They had the same idea as you.
Like this is the type of lineup where if TNC, like, I don't know if TNC really plays it, but like a Furin offlane to pair with the Earth Spirit, just like, of course, like the Vanguard meta, the Axe being able to play into that later on, but just the idea of having a lane that takes towers into the coming mid. I feel like taking this mid tower is so crucial.
You
in
think
this
the Razor matchup should be really abused, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see this be like 5 to 7 minutes. I want to see heroes collapse in mid, take the tower, unlock the jungle. Axe needs to hit creeps and skip waves. TA needs to hit the jungle, just like completely run them down.
I totally agree because this Razor TA matchup, everybody says, oh, big counter. It's not. Like, if it's solo, you're totally right.
You need people with you.
The TA actually just fine. You just jungle, and nobody jungles as fast as you. You have built-in Battle Fury on this hero. So, yeah, no, you're right. You definitely need to get something from it, and the Earth Spirit sets up for that. There needs to be some tower push. TNC has no heroes that hit towers. No. The Furion's maybe a little too off meta.
That's true. It is.
But, like, is DK still around?
DK is still in the pool.
I guess the key...
Viper no longer, though, so they removed that one still.
Forgive me, I thought TNC had last pick. I misread the pick order. No, yeah, so TNC have last pick, so they aren't going to have 3 counters. I thought that'd be a bit broken actually if they had that. So yeah, TNC do have to now kind of blind pick their offlane, allowing PSG to have the perfect carry pick.
So do they have to have like a tanky hero, or is that no longer a thing? They can be pretty flexible with this last pick.
I think you're probably okay to not necessarily get a tanky hero here, just because Spirit's tanky, and then Monkey King and your scale to be tanky.
Is there anything to be said for the high amount of, like, it's probably going to be Clock 5, Phoenix 4, right? You know you're going to go up against a Clock support. Any offlaner that particularly does well against that?
Is Beastmaster still available?
Beastmaster is still available. They'll go for the Sand King.
Okay.
So you can burrow out of the cogs. That's one thing.
Yeah.
You're never going to die to a Clockwork as a Sand King unless the carry is like some gyrocopter. Then your life becomes very difficult. Yeah, good against the TA, peels off the refraction charges, and they needed some additional stun. It's just the Earth Spirit with the real stun in this game. So
yeah, I guess the main thing here is it's not a scenario where it's a clean kill threat right now in Sand King, because Earth Spirit, he's not a hero that kills in lane. He just kind of exists. And now with the Sand King, they're kind of doubling down on the fact that Sand King will play independently.
Yeah, just
and it'll be Earth Spirit AA together the entire time, moving around the map, killing with Monkey, killing with Razor.
It plays into exactly what you were saying you would like to see in this game with the TA, getting punished by the Razor pick, but through the Earth Spirit.
Exactly. Yeah. Now PSG just need to pick up pretty much any characters going through. I'd like Gyro on their side now, honestly.
Gyro looks really good.
I think Gyro looks pretty good.
Well, I mean, they could also anti-mage. It's a dank anti-mage game against Sand King.
Into Monkey
Razor.
though.
Into Monkey, it's a little scuffed, but I think Phoenix owns Monkey King. I think Clock does magic damage for Monkey King. TA will do fine.
What is it?
It's a Leshrac.
Wow.
Okay.
So PSG come into this series, and yeah, potentially there are 2 options. It was like a complete fight, or go for like the 4 protect 1. That's how they run before.
Yeah.
They have fully opted against TNC. Their strat.
Oh, wait a minute.
High pace.
Wait a minute.
That's an Ame Axe.
Is that carry axe?
That is an Ame Axe. That's a carry axe.
No.
Okay.
Confirmed carry axe.
No.
Okay, so
We've seen it here.
we've not seen it here. I have to ask, is it like, didn't it get slightly nerfed? There was some change. What was changed? So for a while,
reduction on the spin. With
the
shard.
So for a while there was the axe build with the manta and the shard, and when that timing was hit, minute 20, 25, really good. Is that still something we should be looking for?
Potentially, yes. I think we've seen it already so far in DPC where they have been buying Manta. There isn't that instant like Hex hero that's going to be able to kill the illusion, so they'll still have the fire efficiency. The main thing is just it's all about Axe getting 1-2 items, the Dragonlance Deso, and then fighting. Because TNC, like, Sand King into Axe lane, if that occurs, Sand King's gonna have a great time, right? Like, this is kind of bold from PSG. Like, they have to have some like clear understanding of why they're picking this, because it doesn't feel.
I don't even care who wins.
No, yeah.
Like, I'm just so happy they picked a carry axe. Holy shnikes, this is cool. This is
Do you
good.
think they'll go for the Manta build?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Of course they're
Just checking.
He's gonna go beast mode this game.
And that does mean that they want to fight all the time, right?
Yes.
They still are now extra all in, even with them, especially with an axe. You don't want to go too late. You just want to get your items and run at your enemies.
Yeah, Roshan's gonna be their best friend. They get to be their best friend. They get that in. All
right.
Game.
Very excited to see how this is going to play out. We're going to find out how it's going to play out together with Cap and AY.
Enjoy this.
Well, we had an exciting game 1, but game 2 is going to offer something very different in the carry axe. AY, I know that you're a big fan of playing party queue. I know you experiment a lot in that. Have you tried carry axe?
I've never tried it, but
Okay.
I have a friend who's a big fan of the core axe.
See,
Even before it was good, he was doing this. And, you know, we started winning with it recently, so
Yeah.
I'm excited to see it. Honestly, after that draft, I thought TNC had a pretty big advantage if it was Leshrac 1. But right now I forgot everything because I just want to watch this act. Like, I just want to spin to win, you know?
Yeah, we have no idea what's going to be happening here. Axe, it did get buffed up, right? Like, this shard is crazy good. Obviously, the most recent patch, it took away 5%. But, like, Axe, in his problem with Axe traditionally has always been he turns into this blink initiator that just dies so often, right? And he doesn't scale later into the game. This has made this hero actually output way more damage, has way more farming capabilities. It just feels like this shard gives him so much that he never had before.
Yeah, for sure. It's a completely different style of Axe. It's like a Terror Blade where you're just shoving every lane, you're getting all the farm.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing with Axe before is he would get countered really hard by items, like a Yo Scepter, so you can use Blade or BKB. This Axe, it's pure damage. It's just really hard to itemize against. It's only Aeon Disc, and even then, like, you're doing it on a really low cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely going to be something that I think we're all going to learn a little bit from. I mean, you said is the least traditional of the Chinese teams.
I think they are.
They've certainly twice now. The only team to pick up that offlane DK so far this tournament besides
TNC's going
Nigma.
aggro though.
They are.
They know, like, if they put Sand King versus Axe, he's going to get absolutely slammed in lane. Like, Sand King's not a strong laner, and Axe, I mean, he's an off laner. He's going to be really strong in lane as a 1.
Yeah, and Monkey King has always been really good at being able to trade with Axe. In a safe lane scenario, you're able to trade with the Axe, and then on top of that, you can jump into the trees and chase after him when he does the creep cutting shenanigans. Here in a straight up tri-lane versus dual lane, can't say I've ever seen this, but I imagine it's going to be good for TNC.
I think LGD are looking, they're going to pull this wave on Clockwork. He's going to deny 1 wave from the Sand King, so left track's still even on farm, and he's going to TP bottom with a level 2, and they're going to look to off that.
Oh, rolling in. Trying to take advantage of Xinkyu while he doesn't have Icarus dive, but no such look there. Yeah, very smart. If they can just, especially since it's an aggro tri-lane into an enemy safe lane, if they could just keep the creep wave next to their tower for the first 2 waves, and there's why not being there is not really much of a detriment to them.
Yeah. LGD are doing a pretty good job of keeping that equilibrium. The lane's actually double waving into them, which means Clockwork might even opt to not TP right away and pressure the Sand King a bit more, just because bottom lane's doing such a good job.
That is. Okay, so what are the rules of tri-lane? When you do an aggro tri-lane, we don't see it like super often in this meta. What is your goal? What are you trying to do?
I think in this meta, because tri-lanes are not as favored as 2-on-2, your goal has to be to like win the lane so that it spills over into the game. That can mean killing them a lot of times so you get a lot of EXP, or it can mean just full zoning them from EXP. I don't think TNC are accomplishing their goals in this lane right now.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, they're trying to sort of sus, right? Monkey King ES A, it's not, this wasn't favored by them. It's forced out because, I mean, there's a carry Axe. What's happening?
yeah, and he's getting everything he wants to. I mean, his CS is a little bit low, but considering the fact that he's only sharing the experience with a Phoenix, meanwhile the Monkey King is trading it maybe 3 ways half the time, then...
But look at mid lane. Armel is dominating, nothing to say in mid. I actually think this lane is not that bad for TA. I missed how the block went. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not good for TA. It's a Razor counter pick on the TA. But you can definitely usually play Dota in this lane. I don't think he's getting to play Dota soon.
All right. Well, TNC finally do get a pull off that can pull the creep wave back. I feel like that's one of the objectives of a tri-lane, right? Pull the creep wave back so you can
get the equilibrium.
Get the equilibrium in your favor. Pull these heroes out far enough where you can start punishing them. Roll in from Tim's going to be blocked by Y. Ame is going to be chased away from the hard camp here. Missed the boulder kick, though.
And you can see LGD, as soon as they got that pull off, they knew since they're going to lose equilibrium, they rotated the Clockwork there right away. Yeah. Just smart read by them.
And now Clockwork is able to zone out the enemy supports while we have Xinkyu going for the easy camp pull, which he'd already sentried in unblocked. So now they're getting the equilibrium back into their favor.
And this Sand King, despite Clockwork staying for so long, he's actually doing quite well top. He's the same net worth. He has the same net worth because he had to burn a lot more regen. But I think they're pretty okay with that. He had to 2v1 for a long time.
How has he been doing that? Did he pull the creep wave over to the neutral camp and like sandstorm it at some point in time, or?
I didn't actually get to see. I'm pretty sure it just went into his tower and he put it out. And, I saw like Clockwork harassing him around that media camp. But yeah, no, he's completely fine in this game. Razor's 15 denies. That's a lot of denies.
Yeah, seriously, this mid lane is being dominated by Armel, like you said, and that was probably one of the game plans for TNC, considering how good Nothing to Say was in that game 1, how problematic that Death Prophet was. They probably decided, Armel, we're going to give you a good matchup against him, and you're going to need to shut this guy down because he was a game winner for sure.
Yeah, and I do think this is a very TNC lineup. Like, this is what I wanted to see out of them in game 2. I think they recently beat Vici with the exact same cores, the Razor Monkey King combination.
Yep.
They look good in that game.
They had the same situation, I believe, with Razor against EA.
Okay, so they have some extra experience here.
Yeah.
Always nice to have. Oh, these denies on the rage creeps are so good by RML here. He's just eking out every advantage he can in this matchup.
Pushing nothing to say back. So how do you play this matchup? You're saying it's actually okay for the Templar Assassin. How so? What is he supposed to do?
It's usually okay because Link is a 46. They're going on mid with TP.
Why? He's trying to get the clocks and he does manage to snatch him inside that one, but the roll-in is coming out from Tim's. He might be able to kill the clockwork, but RML is certainly in trouble. First blood goes to him, but he almost immediately, and it looks like Tim is gonna die as well. Nothing to say is back in the game as a result of that.
What a brilliant rotation from LGD. The comms on that rotation had to be perfect there. As soon as Clockwork shows itself, Phoenix is already TPing. Because of the timing, they managed to kill the Razor. Even though he gets first blood, that's really good for TA. Just so space actually gets some lane creeps. And most importantly, they deal with the Dire Wagon there.
Yeah.
What they want to happen on TNC was they want to do the exact same thing. They want Earth Spirit to sort of walk over and use the wagon to pressure the TA's tower. Eliminating that is a huge... Ooh, top lane.
Oh, okay.
Solo.
Boku's doing a good job, but looked like he got found trying to farm one of those creep waves, and yeah, Faith Beyond just...
And there's a wagon top too. This tower's going to take a lot of pressure here. I think in general, this series, LGD has done a lot of a better job at using their siege wagons than TNC has. I think in game 1, we saw the bottom tower just almost straight down to one wagon. I think top lane, like, these cores have to commit their TPs, and their towers are taking a lot of damage. Both, I mean, mid didn't take that much, but Razor versus TA, anything is good. And top lane took like 1100.
I like the way you think, Howie. That is one of my obsessions. Make
Wagon
moves
usage?
around siege wagons.
I mean, honestly, that's the best way to play Dota. It's you look at like what imbalances you have on the map, and you think, how can I use this? They are stacking for the TA as well. So that move, TA's game is looking like pretty good, honestly. Even with Razor, and even though Razor had so many denies, like TA is coming back in this game, and I don't think Razor can stop her from farming alone.
Well, Jinkyu is going to try and stack it a third time here, but should realize anyway that he probably pulled it, but it is blocked. They actually put a sentry in both the hard camp and the ancient camp. I was going to ask you, like, what do you do about TA? Because it seems to be one of the heroes of the tournament. How do you stop this hero from just getting farmed?
It just ward her jungle low.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's it.
I read on Reddit.
De-warded though. Uh-oh, Faith Beyond in some trouble. This time around, Poke is not alone. He brought a couple of friends with him.
And also, both pairs of supports have been really good at connecting to a core to like sort of boost the core's damage and just get these key kills.
Yeah. This is, despite like that one situation in mid where it was only the Earth Spin. Oh, we're gonna watch Poke. It looks like he just got a bit too low and Faith Beyond was able to run him down. But yeah, it feels like both of the supports are moving together, right? They're both like trying to make moves because they realize individually they're not necessarily the strongest. Like Phoenix isn't really a good ganking hero, provides a lot of damage. Clockwork provides a lot of little stuns.
Yeah, I think from a Dota theory perspective, you want both your supports to sort of join up towards a core between the 5 and maybe like 8-9 minute mark. And then from the 8+ minute mark, usually your cores of ultimates. So you bring one support plus a core to another core and you make a move that combination.
And then the support that's not there is then taking lane somewhere.
The support there gets to get them home, and your full supports at level 10 you hit our timing. With
Oh, they just barely managed to get the Phoenix there, and inside of the cogs, they do manage to finish off the clockwork. Faith had to turn around and go for that kill on Boke. He got it, but it's going to cost him his life as RML. Ultimately, TNC out-rotate LGD in this top lane as Ame wasn't looking to fight. That being said, you could see what the downside is. Nothing to say is going to solo take this mid-tower with a double damage.
Man, I've seen nothing to say do this like 3 times this tournament, where he's like, everyone's doing something, he's 1v1ing the mid-tower. He's just popping bottle charges, and he wins because he's just a mega Chad.
Yeah.
So, no, it's a really good play, because TNC, that play looks really good for him. It's a correct play too, right? And like A even comes over, he drags the creep move off, you know, he's manages to stun TA, but even though they made such a good play, I think this favors LGD.
It's about reading the difference between your heroes, right? Razor and TA both rotate to a lane, like Razor's gonna feel a lot better. Oh, nice deny from Jinkyu. Managed to take that one away from Gabby, and he'll survive for it too. Templar Assassin, that's a farming mid. So if Razor's ever going to rotate to a side lane, that's your time to pressure the mid lane as much as possible. Ame, he may be in trouble here. The Colt should be able to root him down. Now he's hoping to just get as many spins as possible to kill Tims. It's a trade-off, but he doesn't get it.
Ame's having a rough game. Like, we haven't really seen much from this carry Axe. I mean,
yeah.
Axe is a strong laner, but if you put more heroes in, I don't think he's good in 3v3 situations. Damage is too limited, and he can come back though, because I know if there's one thing my friends taught me rooting games with core Axe is he farms really fast.
Burrow strike, but it's a bit too late. The split earth lands first.
I do want to mention one thing. Phoenixes recently have been going a lot more into Sunray. It's generally considered a better spell, but I think Xingqiu's adjustment to go more into Spirits is really good this game because he doesn't really have that normal offlaner, Mars, Titan, or whatever, that you catch your Sunray off their spells. Instead, he has a carry Axe and a Leshrac offlane.
Yeah.
So just going for the Spirits versus these two right clickers, Razor's actually really annoying for Razor to get Fire Spirited.
Yeah, I was gonna say, their two cores, Monkey King and Razor, are both very dependent on their attack speed. And then on top of that, Fire Spirits is better wave clear as well, right?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
If he's going to be spending a lot of time in this bottom lane, just shoving it out while the Axe is hitting jungle, then it's a better farming ability for him.
Look at Ame. He's so sad right now. Nothing to say. He's like getting all the stacks like stupid carry. Just give me everything. It's good to pay off for him, I think. I think it's a correct decision, but it's just sort of sad watching Ame. You saw him in Bloodseeker last game. It's such a free game. Like, he ended up like just dumpstering some fights later on. This is like the polar opposite of that game, so I'm excited to see how he comes back into this one.
Yeah, the Axe, this Manta build on Axe, it is a slow build up. There is a serious 10-minute window where you feel like this guy isn't actually doing anything for you because he doesn't have the Manta just yet. Now it may be slowed down even more as they do have the Ice Blast over the top that should make sure that Ame falls here. Now PSG.LGD is still going to take a team fight here. The hook shot into the split earth. Nice combo on Armel. It does bring out cores. Tim's is looking for a roll away, but the battery assault is, of course, going to stop that. Rolling boulder, Boomy. Maybe, yeah, he's gonna die as well here. Nothing to say as more traps. Faith Beyond has a split earth, unless they don't feel like going up that high ground, and they do not. They're a little bit scared.
That's a pretty smart play, just considering what heroes are on the Dire team on TNC. I mean, you don't know that Monkey King doesn't have ulti, but just imagine like an epicenter of Monkey King comes out there. You can lose a game like that, and it's like, what do you get? Like an AA? Like for what?
For all they know, the Sand King has his Blink Dagger already.
Yeah, I mean, it's AA. He's a dumb support. You just kill him now. Just kidding. They're backing up again. Good, good, good.
Once again.
Don't get baited. And that death on Ame was really sad because I know he was planning on TPing top, but his TP was just off cooldown for a few seconds. He's like, I'm going to come back game against Nutri-Camp. There's a double wave top. I'm back. And then they just kill him, ruin his game. Very sad.
Did the double wave, did it die to the tower?
I think he got it. I think he got it, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, let me check. Did he use a glyph? Because I've done
the tower took no damage.
Okay.
So
I've actually used a glyph to stall the double wave just so I can get the farm. It's a terrible move. Don't do it at home. But it feels, and if no one notices, it feels so good. Guys, sorry, I misclicked the glyph.
Yeah, misclick.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've done those a couple times.
Yeah, it's really good. And Faith Beyond's build this game, I think I haven't seen much of this Shroud item. Like when it first came out, I was seeing it built.
Smooth from Y. Managed to use his hook shot onto Ame to get away. The diffuser play, now the bound the strike. Still slowing him down enough that they'll catch up to him here. There's where it's actually going to be able to roll onto Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond's in trouble. He activates his damage, but they're just going to run after him here. Anybody to cut down the tree? Oh, the Phoenix tried, but he missed. He throws out the Supernova inside of the pit. They're going to run inside the pit, try and finish it off, but he explodes. He managed to get off a couple of Fire Spirits as well. Gat taking a ton of damage. He rolls on back into Tims. A Sunray burns out Gabby. That's just enough, but a Cooling Blade misses from the Axe. Fails to get the kill on Tims as he popped the wand to stay alive. Ultimately, a 2-for-4 exchange. What a sick play it would have been, though, if Xingqiu did cut down that tree that the Monkey King jumped to.
Even though he didn't on a tree, he literally just 1v5 the fight at 12 minutes on Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like he hit like 8 Fire Spirits that fight. He got a full egg off. It was so perfectly placed. Like it was like one of those eggs like, oh, I think we can kill it. I think we can kill no, we're all just stunned for 5 seconds and
I can't help but wondering if, like, I don't blame nothing to say. He's a Templar Assassin. He should be farming. So it's that. But the Axe, like it didn't really do anything there for them.
Yeah, it was sort of a weird fight because their 5 got called out, and my thought in my head initially is like, oh, there's a blue preview on Sanking, good job, why?
Yeah.
But then TNC, they're on the ball, you know, they're ready to get more. They catch the left track who's trying to go into AA.
Yeah.
And yeah, really well played by TNC to chain kills.
Yeah, absolutely. That was all him making the read there.
Oh, there's a 5-second TP from Armel.
And they're going to start jumping into this bottom lane. They're going to go for Armel. And yeah, there's too many heroes here. He's got no allies nearby. So
Such an unlucky death because he was out on normal TP. But sometimes like you're just playing the map, you're focused on your own game. You're like, oh, someone TP'd here like 15 seconds ago. Top lane though.
Chain stunned into silence. So even as he gets off the call, he's probably taking too much magic damage. A little bit more. The Sandstorm eventually does do it, but it's going to cost 2 of their heroes. Nothing to say is online. He's got the Dragonlance Desolator build ready to go. Gabby sitting on the trees though, nothing to say. Not expecting this one. All of a sudden, the cold feet, you got the Ancient Emperor. Congratulations, but it's going to cost you 2 heroes. And Gabby picked up a nice double kill.
That was a huge kill on TA. I mean, did you just see in that fight on Sanking? I think he did 1200 damage in a mode. Literally 2-shot the offlaner. But yeah,
the Templars.
I think this is why LGD was being a bit hesitant in a lot of their earlier chases. How TNC's lineup worked is they do have heroes that run in the Earth Spirit, the Razor, they can start these fights.
Yeah.
But if you chase a little bit too far after initial initiation, this Monkey King and Sand King are just going to turn on you and burst you. Really unlucky for nothing to say. He actually didn't have any refraction charges and it was like on cooldown for 2 seconds. But yeah, good punish by TNC there. Oh, Ame, look at him. He's so happy. He's firing his first Ancients of the game. He's a carry. 16 minutes.
He's like, I'm glad you're dead. Nothing
I mean,
to
be
say.
honest, if you think about it, like you won't have any impact to 20 minutes when you get the shard anyways. So, you know, in their heads, they're giving everything to the TA, and Axe will pop off later when he gets that shard.
Yeah. It is surprising to me that they're only down by 1,000 net worth, considering the fact that both TA and Axe have this timing 10 minutes where they're like, I just want to farm.
Yeah.
You know, there's like a solid 5-minute window where you aren't going to have either one of those cores, and yet LGD is still okay.
I'm honestly surprised that LGD has a lead considering how well TN has been punishing what you just mentioned, like sort of passive cores. I feel like in every fight they've identified targets early, killed them, and then sort of gone the bonus kill. But yeah, LGD are definitely holding their own in that sense. Just some good individual plays, I think, from Jin Keel and nothing to say.
I'm going to posit something here to you. I think it's purely the fact that, Instant, very dead. No hook shot to be able to get away. I think this lead that LGD has is purely off the fact that they have a hero that can farm ancient stacks, and TNC doesn't.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. I mean, I also, because you see, I play a lot of party games, so I have a lot of friends who do really stupid things in Dota. So I have a friend, he plays exclusively.
You know, we play party queue sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
you're one of them. He plays exclusively Sanking offlane. He stacks the ancients, and then he epicenters them. And with Sandstorm causing an epicenter, he's actually a good. I'm actually serious when I say this game would be better for TNC if they stacked ancients and gave it to Sanking. Like, it would be a legitimate good play here.
Yeah.
But why would you think of that? It's super stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. Yeah.
Well, it's not stupid. It works.
Yeah, I mean, but it's surprisingly good.
Roll in, Boundless Strike first. They follow up with the silencer. They're going to be able to catch Jin Q before anything goes off. Meanwhile, Bo is trying to protect Armel right now, and it looks like he managed to do it. The cogs kind of separating the two of them, and the Templar Assassin is now stuck, surrounded by the Wukong's command. He does turn around, quickly kill Bo, but because this Wukong's command is such a good counter to the Templar Assassin, he just dies and dies again in these team fights. Now Tim's taking a heap of magic damage right now, and is going to get culling bladed, but at the same time, Gabby is putting the screws to this Faith Beyond Leshrac. He gets an ultra kill there. Not going to chase after the rampage, though. TNC, they have a series to win here, and they do not want to get ahead of themselves.
Yeah, this Diffusal Blade build on Monkey King plus Stellar Play from Gabby is just proving dividends here. What did I just say? I just said some nonsense. He's just playing really well, and
no,
this Diffusal Blade item.
Diffusal Blade, and he's playing really active, and he's doing well.
Because this item it's sort of like the Neo item of the patch. They buffed it a lot. They made it do 100% damage, even though I can't remember. So it's like 40 extra damage, and then you get 24 for Agi. So it's really cheap. 64 damage, and you get a slow with it. And Monkey King's supposed to be good early game, but he's making it look fantastic. I really like it when TNC plays these two aggressive cores on their 1 and 2.
Yeah, what a massive difference this Monkey King compared to the Monkey King of last patch, where like people were building Battle Fury, Aghanim Scepter. It was like super farm oriented. Gabby being very active with this diffuse. They're gonna lose Boomy here right away. Both does manage to hit a 2-man burrow strike. The follow-up found the strike, only hitting nothing to say and missing the Phoenix, who's gonna use the Supernova here. Both trying to scare away, but unfortunately, the meld strike from the low ground
Roshan
lands true, and they're gonna go for Roshan, and that is something that Boomy immediately recognized. He buys back on the Ancient Apparition, throws out an Ice Blast, sees, okay, they're not actually in, guys, we can just chill.
Oh, and small thing about that, AL off the map now, it actually doesn't show your opponent. So I like that he threw it, but he didn't use it. I see that really often.
Yeah.
And it's a good buyback. I mean, you do not want nothing to say to have an Aegis this game. Man, this Monkey King went to Fusel Blade, and he's 1k ahead of a TA in net worth. I'm just shocked by this still.
Yeah, what's his kill score? 8-1-2. I was gonna say there's no way
he's bossing it up for sure.
TA, but he, off of all these hero kills, he's
Manta too. Manta, I think it's specifically versus TA, just because you can dispel or dodge that mode, and then you can also burn the additional refraction charges.
Yeah, that's
I also think it's sort of nice that their 3, 4, 5 all have good ways to burn off refraction. I don't think TA played the way she wants, and she shouldn't, because this was the first 2 TA. This is one of the first games I've really seen TA is not punished as in you have to snowball and win the game, but in the game you feel comfortable scaling, so you're not under of her just like running you over.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly addressed it in so many ways.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Axe though on Fate Beyond. He dies. His last track. I haven't been paying the best attention to Faith Beyond's position this game, but obviously we've seen him die a number of times getting picked off. Well, why is that? Is he doing something wrong? Is this part of his job, running down side lanes? Nope. Gabby, hold up. See if he can kill Y here. Ice Blast, hook shot away, he's out.
I think it's pretty much the Axe had a terrible lane and TA is just going to be farming. So both your cores are farming. You have to run down the side lane to make space. I think his itemization, I was talking about earlier, but didn't get to finish. But his itemization seemed a bit weird to me just because it's Eternal Shroud versus A. But he actually wants to get AELT just so he can make space for his cores this game. And I think it's worked out really well. He's done a lot of damage in team fights.
So essentially he has to be like ultra suicidal running down side lanes, because otherwise it means TNC's invading the triangle and killing the Templar assassin.
Someone has to take the bad positions on the map.
Yeah.
And better your position 3 than your position 2 or 1.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know if this Axe is the one, but he's honestly getting there. He has a shard, he has a Manta. As soon as he gets his blink, I feel like we're going to see him pop off. I was actually thinking in this draft, because Razor usually counters carries. Axe doesn't care if you link him, because he's doing damage purely from the shard pretty much.
Yeah.
So I thought that was like, maybe that's part of the reason why they decided to go with the Axe carry. Maybe some counterplay to a Razor.
I'm okay with that idea, except for the fact that I feel like Razor is solely picked just to screw over Templar set.
That's true.
Like, kind of no matter what your blink was going to be.
No matter what you pick, TA is the one getting linked.
Yeah.
That is true. That's a good point.
Blink Dagger and BKB are going to be next item for the carry Axe, but we're now beginning to see the effect of the Manta Illusions plus the Shard run down lanes, and this is going to just constantly create space. Now, part of the annoying thing is that it pushes out the lanes and you feel like you can't get aggressive against this Manta Axe. It gives you an option to go late game if you're LGD. You think they have better late game than TNC?
I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I think just because Razor went Shred over Travels, I think the percent of them having higher late game is a lot higher because of how to scale. LGD have 2 Force Staffs, and it sort of reveals how they want to play the team fights. I think their idea is as soon as they get this Axe, you're going to have Axe blinking with Manta. They're going to try to burst on target, you know, maybe you have a Sunray or even commit an egg, and then they're going to try to kite out the TNC heroes, because TNC heroes are very committal. Razor has to commit with Link, Earthspear has to roll in, you know, Monkey might have to jump in. If you can kite that out, you will be able to win the long fights. You don't want to like go burst, play versus AA, hope for the best.
Yeah. No, that is a really good point. All 3 of their cores want you to stay close to them, right? A good Force Staff against any one of them, even Sand King, Burrow Strike into Epicenter. He wants you to stay in that position while he's Epicentering, get people out of Wukong's command, break the static link. Yeah, these Force Staffs are going to be super good.
Clicking on these TNC heroes, I wonder what timing they're waiting for. I think it's the BKB on Monkey King, and then they're going to want to go. This is like one of the latest Roshans being alive in a TA game I've seen this tournament. I think that bodes well for TNC right now.
Yeah. The sad part for them is their lineup just doesn't really do Rosh. It's
very elusive.
Yeah. Does manage to blink away.
Yeah, you're right, because the Monkey King nerf, does it hit Roshan? It doesn't hit Roshan anymore, right? That's one of the nerfs?
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter no longer does that for you.
So they basically have nothing to kill Roshan at all this game. Maybe on Razor gets his like 25 talent.
Yeah. Well, Faith Beyond to get the side lane tier tower. Monkey King is going to go for a Scotty.
Faith is actually making so much space with no resources given to him.
Yeah. It does cost him a number of deaths, but
no buyback.
Good deaths and bad deaths. Gabby choosing not to go for that one, but he jumped back. Oh man, call from Ame. Now the shots are raining in from nothing to pick it at Gabby. And he actually finished him off inside the Wukong's command. He turns into trickery for a second. It is running away. The BKB Sunray tries to jump to the trees, but Jin Q denies him. Burnt to a crisp. A double kill for nothing to say. Looking for the triple as the roll away is going to be blocked by Ame. And they manage to get the Culling Blade onto him. That is a team wipe for LGD. Taking out TNC just outside of the Roshan pit without losing a single hero. Curtis, that is just a one-sided team fight. LGD is now in full control of this game.
Amazing spellcasting from LGD. They found the best target to kill, the AA, the most crucial part of the team, honestly, with no buyback in front. A little bit of a mistake from TNC there, and then, you know, Lash lived like 20 HP, and I think Monkey King barely lived, like he barely died off the Sunray with like 20 HP left. Just a game of inches here, and it completely like sets up the pace for the rest of the game.
Yeah. What an entrance from Ame.
This Lashak build is actually really good this game. Like, the more I watch it, like, he understands how the damage comes out through TNT is very sustained damage. They don't really have the normal burst, even though they have an AA lineup. And if he gets ALT, they have to cast every spell on him, and he'll feel happy. He gets this sustain, he gets a Force Staff just to kite the spells, and now he has a BKB. He can run in and create even more chaos.
Yeah, look how farmed they are. Jin Q even has a Shivas now. They do catch him with the silence. They're going to follow up for the Rolling Boulder stun, and he will die. So maybe overestimate how much farm he has.
That was also a really funny death. Like, he just dumped them in a team fight. I think Phoenix had like 10,000 damage the last fight, and he just like dives in mid to kill some more creeps, and then they just kill him.
TNC is not one to back down from losing one fight. They're chasing after a hasted nothing to say, and they just might get him. The follow-up Rolling Boulder hit, and that is going to be the Aegis going down. They're going to turn back. Gabby, he does have Wukong's command and is attempting to throw it out now, but he's not sure about where to place it. Why? Kind of going in and back out. Thanks to the force, the BKB from Armel is allowing him to fight underneath Faith Beyond right now, but they do have to retreat as the BKBs are wearing thin. You could see, though, that they're even willing to go back in if LGD chased them.
Just that dance going on, same as game one, where they're waiting for one person to overextend, and then they're all ready to turn at the exact same point. So that axe was pretty good last fight. He got a two-man call. I think he did a good 2,000 damage, like, in the blink of an eye there. He's going BKB. See, my friend goes Moonshard. I think the BKB's better.
Yeah, that does sound a lot better. Moonshard.
I mean, you attack faster, you get more spin.
Yeah, of course, sure.
Look at Faith Beyond.
Oh, Faith Beyond keeps on playing the role of, I'm not sure how that boulder didn't hit, but that's fine. They still got him. Faith Beyond, again, just running down lanes, drawing attention. There's a reason that LGD has been able to keep TNC from invading their triangle or shutting down this Templar Assassin as the space that he was creating.
Yeah, to be honest, I liked most of his plays, but I think at this point in the game, I think that's actually a mistake.
You're up 10k, you don't need to create space.
Yeah, I think it's time to group up and do your thing together. Like, these type of kills we saw on the kill on the Phoenix in mid, TNC was able to snowball off that, and right now they're snowballing into an objective. You get a bit more map control. I would have really liked to see LGD, like, I mean, they're down right now, so they're fueling themselves. So that Phoenix side, Flashback's like, oh, I'm just gonna solo take your tier 2. But I want to see more of the normal, methodical Jiawei style gameplay. I think he's gonna have some word after this game, actually, despite how well they're playing.
I bet in some ways it's the axe, you know? You just want to
that's true,
do the split pushy shenanigans.
No,
like,
Ame's probably had a terrible game. He's like, yo, boys, I need to show some stuff. Jiawei's never gonna pick this for me again if I don't.
He got an illusion rune too, so
Ooh, that's hype.
he's putting that to good use right now. The call going up, boomy. That's gonna be the target. Hook shot barely missing because Armel actually turned around for a second. Can't really blame Y for that miss.
Yeah, no, this AA, he's just having such a rough one. How LGD did so much to jump him, he's just so squishy and dies in 1 second. You know, there's a game earlier, EG versus TNC, where TNC had a Spectre and Fly was playing an AA. I was actually thinking during that cast, maybe AA should stay in the fountain until the fight, like the Spectre uses Haunt, and he can just get a good ulti off and then TP into a fight later.
Oh, got him. I'm not sure if that was a long TP, but either way, Tim's gonna die here because the constant stuns of the clockwork.
Fakeman? Despite that like last mistake, I think from I don't even know honestly. Like these guys right now they have a way than I do, but he's been everywhere for this game. I feel like any side lane I look at, Atheon's like going on someone, creating some chaos, so that nothing to say. And like Axe is completely caught up this game. This doesn't happen unless Leshrac is playing like an absolute maniac.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
And now we just need to be able to see how good Axe is going later into the game, or if it's just simply going to be a TA show.
true. Because TA is also looking very powerful.
Yeah.
I'm actually wondering if this AA should to play more towards the fountain this game at some point. There's so much stuff to kill him.
Yeah, I don't mind it when you have buyback, but like
Yeah, that's a good point,
the
yeah.
last time when he didn't have when he bought back, and then I could see him, even though he didn't get caught, like when they smoked, he would still be on the front line.
Yeah,
He would
that's a good
aggressively
point.
ward or something, and I'm like, hey, you don't have buyback, man.
I saw a tweet from PPD this morning, and it's like, data reminder that your 5 doesn't have to place or buy all your wards.
Yes.
I think this is a perfect example of that, because in this game, he should not actually place any orbs wards past the defensive ones.
Yep.
The Earth Smith should have, or even like your Sand King, like wards are free, guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The heroes that are going to be moving around the most, the heroes that frontline especially, should be the ones holding
It's
at least
actually
somewhat.
a really big deal, because AA in the last, I think, 3 or 4 fights has died without getting any spells off. And this is a hero, like, he's been first to this entire tournament with like some 65% win rate, and that's super impressive because he's being picked in the first phase.
Smoke on the low ground, trying to immediately going out. The rest of LGD was backing away, but thanks to the hook shot, they're going to re-engage and bring down Pims. Now the rest of TNC, Gabby wasn't quite there. He was trees on the other side of the river. He's looking to join the rest of his allies now. Boom, he's going to be caught by Faith on blowing him up. The Supernova going out as well. Right in, Gabby activated the Wukong's command. This is not where Gabby wanted to be, but they did manage to get Supernova. He's taking so much damage from nothing to see, though, trying to juke him out, but it's not going to happen. Nothing to say. He does manage to output the damage, but he dies almost immediately after. It's the Razor, and the Sand King did too much damage to him. He's actually dead for 90 seconds.
I would say pretty good fight from TNC there. It's very hard to take these sort of fights in the open right now, and I think how they executed is pretty good. They got the egg off, and usually you see an ally stunning, but the Phoenix egg lives. The Sand King actually hit a really nice stun just so they could finish off that egg. Oh, look at he's already on it though.
Yeah, he really is. Trying to split push out. Woke is going to be caught. Woke, I believe he should be okay just because Burrow Strike goals, but against the hook shot, oh, he missed it.
That's close.
Just a blind hook shot and barely missed it.
I gotta say though, like this Axis are like he's like waddling from his tier 2 all the way up there. It's sort of sad because I feel like you compare it to a Bloodseeker. Oh, they're still catching
Spotted him. Burrow Strike. Oh, he doesn't get it off. He gets called Split Earth.
He's not spinning.
And he's not spinning at all. So, but fortunately, they're spider legs. So, Woke hiding in a corner here. He reads that Fifth Beyond was going to chase after him in that direction. You'll Scepter blink up in a second, but it's not in time.
He literally got 0 spins there.
Yeah.
That's one of the more unlucky things I've seen in Dota. Must have been like 15 hits.
Okay, so we talked a lot about LGD. We did thought about like what is going to be their late game and how well Axe will do. But what about TNC side? If this is going to go late, how do they win? How do they itemize it? Like this Monkey King, for example, very strong late game hero, but he also didn't go Axe.
I think they have an idea. If you click on the Razor, he's actually going for what I like to call the 1v5 items, the Butterfly Satanic. I think this hero actually can scale in this game. He didn't take the armor talent just because I mean, the ultimate's really good, and he's a Shiva's already. But if he hits this Butterfly Satanic, this will carry TA. Once you nullify the TA, I think the matchup starts to look a bit more even. You know, this Axe versus Monkey, if he gets to Satanic, all of a sudden when you call him, you're not killing him on this burst. TNC, they can take a fight where LGD overextended it into like one of those epicenters of Monkey Ring. They can definitely win fights still. Yeah. Even down this code.
Also, can we see the Ancient Apparition? He got a shard, didn't he?
He did get a shard.
Okay, so what do you think about that one?
It's a really good card.
Okay.
I think specifically this game, you can cancel the Axis Blink, which is always great. And you can burn some refraction charges, also always great. But most importantly, like, you're not a useless piece of shit on the map. Like, usually AA, you can't push lanes, and you can't front line in team fights. You literally, that's why I'm saying, like, maybe you should sit in a fountain, because this hero doesn't do anything for your map. The shard actually lets him do something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And it's been like the go-to phrase for everybody. Ancient Apparition shard is good, because you can actually hit some creeps.
Yeah. I mean, map control is generally done. It's like creep waves are your vision, and they sort of, if you like draw a line between each creep wave that you have, it's sort of where you can go on the map as a general rule.
Sure. So in this case, TNC, they can go bottom lane. They can't really get close to the Roshan pit. Now, if they do so, they have to go for a smoke. Roshan is going to spawn in 15 seconds. Tim's going to back up. Probably time for that smoke.
TA Enchanted Quiver, I think one of my favorite items on her. Just lets the Melody be so easy to hit. The cooldowns actually like line up pretty well too. Oh, actually perfectly. I thought Quiver was 6 seconds for some reason.
Blade is like mega huge for that one hit.
It does. I've seen a clip of T like hitting someone like 2,500 range away. TNC set up for this Roshan though.
TNC, they've got really good AoE fight for this Roshan burst strike on into the pit, but he's already been caught by the split earth. Folk is in trouble, and he's definitely dead. The rest of TNC still trying to find an opening here, and it looks like Y was actually intercepting. He does die. Gabby gives off his ultimate here, but has to get away. He's the Supernova. Now the follow-up. The Rays are going to die to the side blades, and they calling Blade down the Monkey King. They have no back on their cards, so this Roshan is LGDs.
Yeah, I mean, TNC were in position, but that fight's just, it's so hard to take from that angle. I think what you'll see a lot of teams do is they'll sort of come like in through mid lane and try to wrap around. But because of heroes on LGD, they have like the massive, honestly, Axe is a really good Roshan killer at this point just because of the pure damage.
Sure.
Because they kill it so fast, they had to take sort of weird angle, and you sort of saw San can go in there. It looks weird, but like he sort of has to check the HP.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it's a hard position there, I think, to take that fight. But like, you can't just give them Aegis for free at this point. It's a risk, and it didn't work out, but I think you do go for that fight.
Gonna start chipping away at the tier 3, pushing back Boomy, TNC. They may be saying goodbye to 2 lanes, depending on how bold they feel.
I think, yeah, 2 lanes for sure. You're right, they have bottom tier 2.
Yeah.
They killed the bottom Druid. He just has all damage. And Lashak actually has a spider leg, so they can pass that off for TA for an extra slot here, so he's gonna feel really good this game.
Yeah. Overwhelming blink for Ame, so even more big time damage coming out from that Axe. The Templar Assassin finishing up an MKB. So that butterfly that Razor was going, he's the 1v5 items. Well, that's already been countered before he can even finish it.
Yeah, that's rough. And he just doesn't have the gold and space on the map to get there. LGD matches 30k gold lead. I did mention one thing. Oh, there might be a fight though.
They're trying. TNC, they are not ones to sit in their base for long. They managed to get a jump onto Y. Glimmerkeepy's trying to get a hook shot out here, but he won't be able to chain stun to death.
That's a really good read on the map. Even though you're down 30k, they understand if they wait in their base, this game's over.
Yeah.
Aegis is gonna, like, they're gonna use Aegis and siege high ground. Look at nothing to say. He's so sneaky. He's setting up for that double melt strike. I did want to mention though earlier, he had the Titan Sliver. I was just thinking, like, as a 5-position player, when's the last time I got to get this item?
Yeah, that's
You just
true.
snatched up real quick. No one cares about the supports.
No, nobody really does. That's why I love the neutral items that is obviously support item.
Yeah.
No,
Like
you don't get
the
left.
Philo Stone, and then like your support, your Dark are often taken from you anyways.
jumping the Bogue. But Gabby's in position here. They get right kind of chain stun here onto the Templar Assassin. No, they're going to go with the Phoenix instead. Silence him up, and Jin-Q ends up dying. That means that they can stay inside this Wukong's command. Bogue's coming back in. Bro, strike on out, but he missed. The Yule Scepter going out from Faith Beyond, a defensive one that allows him to be able to survive through the initiation of the Sand King. Now Gabby forced to leap away to the trees. The rest of TNC is also out. Ultimately, that wasn't a bad trade-off.
No, that was a good fight. I mean, how TNC are playing this, it's very fearless. Like, I can, even though they're down 30k gold, they're the aggressors. They're the ones who, they have a good understanding of the game in that they cannot just wait around and lose this game. I can really appreciate that. Okay, he's clearing bottom wave just with the shard and the AOT.
Yeah.
Misses a creep, but way better than just like doing nothing here.
Yeah, for sure. One problem for him though,
yeah,
he walked over a Templar Assassin trap because he doesn't have a TP, so he's trying to figure a way to get out of here. Hookshot's gonna miss. He's bottom for a second here. He's slowed down.
He's fine.
This is all about time. How much time and space can you create here? And you know, we forced snap to the left. He's gonna be spotted on the creep wave now. Look, slow them down. It's inevitable that he dies, but at least he can create as much space as possible that the Sand King won't have to use buyback or anything.
That was a lot of time ball, honestly.
Yeah, it was.
He has buyback too, so that's a good play by him there.
Yeah.
So butterfly up on Razor. I'm trying to think like, okay, so in this fight they need to, I think TNC actually have to go on LGD first and get a good link off.
Yeah.
And then after get link off, they're not going to kill TA, but they need to make it feel like LGD need to commit. And then once they commit, they can get off like a good Wukong's and Epicenter. Like, that's the only way you can take a fight. Or fighting like your fountain. That's what all.
Yeah, just, you know, just drag them back to the fountain.
Pull an ID type of question marks, mentally break them.
Next thing you know, they're running into your fountain.
Yeah,
you've won.
It can happen.
Templar Assassin getting the late Aghanim Scepter. I was waiting to see that one. So now he can be all over the map.
It's also very nice because you can get out of the Wukongs really easily with that. It's only 1 second.
Yeah. No, that nice.
And the animation is weird too because you're not used to seeing it. Yep. So like the TA just sort of stands still for a second. You think he like froze and he's out of there.
And then he's just gone.
Because at the same time, like TNC is 30k gold. If they mess up at execution or they can't kite the fight, probably they're gonna lose.
Flicker. Yeah, the end is. Searching for a way out of this one. Oh, Armel, he was stuck inside of the cogs there and managed to use a hook shot. The supernova is going to explode, re-stun him. Now the BKB is worn out. Faith Beyond could be there with Split Earth and the call as well from Ame's axe. He's dead for 9 seconds. And Boomy, well, you're going to fall as well. He does have buyback there, but it's been hard enough for TNT to be able to win these fights with all 5 of their heroes now left in a 3 versus 5. It seems a near impossible task. This, I believe, is where the fountain strategy comes to play. Both
bait them in.
Drawing him in as much as possible with his dead corpse, it seems, as he's going to come back down into the hook shot. Gabby does manage to get a really good break, but unfortunately, everybody is so damn tanky. He pops Wukong's command, they just fight through it. He ends up dying, and that's it. GG from TNC. LGD will take this series 2-0.
Axe is really good in the Wukong's command, because usually you can't man fight a Monkey King, but he just dishes out that pure damage.
True, true.
That just...
He does the call, he's got a bunch of armor, he spins a bunch on you. Yeah.
I think really well played by LGD. They identify
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy. Sound
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Sound white boy. Sound
Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Sound white boy. Sound white boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
between them and Nigma for me. I think that both squads have the potential to win the tournament, let alone the group stage. And there's a big proving ground, I think, for EG because they've been kind of hit or miss. You know, they 1-1 both series yesterday, and sure they're qualified for TI, but I just, you know, they were second at the last mate. I don't really get those same vibes. Like, oh yeah, this is a dominant team.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic team playing Dota 2. They're great. Don't get me wrong, but definitive top 3, yet to prove it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It feels like LGD. You know, the similar dynamic here is Vici Gaming versus Nigma. I feel like, despite the fact that Vici Gaming came out on first, I feel like Nigma is the one building up more steam, as an example.
Yeah.
So, yeah, LGD definitely a tough team to take down, but Evil Geniuses did manage to do it the last time they met at the Singapore Major. This was our upper bracket finals.
Yeah. And they've definitely found a script. Yesterday, they first 2'd Ice's hero every single game. They've been pushing to last pick Arteezy's hero almost every time they have overall last pick. So, you know, very bulbous style of drafting is to sort of find that order and master it, right? And always have a own adventure or flow chart created based on what your opponents do in response. So, like the Bat Rider, I think this is going to be the hero to watch. Agreed with the panel that maybe not the best answers to the hero on the side of PSG.LGD, but the Omni Knight is interesting just because it is a cleanse and you can remove the lasso. So it's not that be-all, end-all solo kill.
Yeah, I think another interesting note is the fact that Evil Geniuses, they went for the off-lane Dragon Knight, which just last series was the first time we got to see someone other than Nigma at this tournament play off-lane Dragon Knight. They obviously did it for Faith Beyond in Game 1, and now we're seeing Evil Geniuses take that option away from LG and use it themselves. Feels like people are definitely taking a bit of what Nigma is doing successfully in both the wildcard and the group stage and trying to adapt it for themselves.
Yeah, it feels like right now your offlaner has to get things done. And Mars probably just the best in patch. People have tried to replace him with other styles of hero, like Tidehunter as an example was being looked at, but DK just kind of makes a lot more sense. Short cooldown stun, an ultimate that provides a bit of team fighting, and in DK's case, maybe you trade off some of that team fight, but you get the ability to scale and also deal a bunch of building damage early on in the game. Just a lot easier to play around. You know, a DK level 6 is like, okay, I'm running into this lane. The same way a Mars gives you the power. I don't really think that, you know, Tide, even Centaur, really offer that same offensive threat.
We saw the Jin went ahead and grabbed the creep wave. So if you're wondering what's happening here in this whole battle, why is Faith Beyond by himself? He managed to pull a wave all the way back between the tier 2 and tier 3s, and Fly, instead of pursuing and trying to share in this support farm, instead is focused on zoning out Faith Beyond. So,
but still, it's an entire creep wave denied. It's a really well done pull there by ZenQ. I love how their mechanics, like, they weren't used to quote Owie back in the boomer era of Dota, but then somebody figures something out and people realize, hey, that's a cool mechanic, and now it just becomes meta. The other one was like cutting creep waves, you know. Used to be you go chase the creep wave and bind it where it meets, whereas nowadays, as soon as you have the opportunity, you'll see carries playing behind tier 2s just for efficiency's sake.
Yeah, such a simple way to think ever so slightly outside of the box, and it just makes a huge impact across the Dota community.
It's another example. I'm getting double creep. What is Mag just going off to stack? It's interesting. I think they prefer Mag on the Dire side just because it's easier to both farm and get a bunch of double stacks. Like, you're gonna see, will he Q? Okay, to the low ground. He's actually just gonna farm it out. But I think we were talking. It was the previous match. Nothing to say. Top MMR in the world.
Oh yeah,
he's very
incredible. That guy is really, really good, and they already, we saw at the very start, Fly trying a little something to limit his farm by blocking the easy camp with an early sentry. Fly getting in their face with Satyr, just nuking crit over and over again. Not much he can do about the Dragon Knight, though.
It's all going to be about tempo for PSG.LGD. First, with the defusal, can just start running at enemies. The concern for EG, if you look at their damage output, it feels like the supports actually are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. This has been a concept they've used historically as well. You know, Lina Phoenix provide a ton of magical damage throughout an engagement, but Dusa, DK, and Bat all need a lot of levels. DK and Dusa need a lot of items as well, so I don't really expect them to take any fights that they try to start until much later in the game, and they're playing against the Magline, so
yeah,
you know that PSG.LGD are going to accelerate.
This looks to be a very farm-heavy game.
Yes.
Like, nothing to say isn't in the lane half the time, and instead farming up some stacks. We see the triangle super stacked, Medusas on the side of EG, so eventually I'm going to expect these Ancients to be stacked up as well, but currently they're trying to pressure Ame as much as possible whenever Y is away, and almost got the kill there. First blood still lying unclaimed.
It's an interesting build for just straight up rushing Morbid Mask. It's not bad, but I don't know if I like it too much when you consider you're playing into a double stun lane.
Yeah.
So it's not as if you're free to just trade with Ice. You're going to tank a stun and then a Lina stun, and as you've seen, he's very easily pressured off the creep wave.
I was looking at this lane in comparison to like the Centaur Lina lane. There is something to note that they actually have him killed. That's going to be first blood for Ice. You're right, this Morbid Mass is just not working out. Jinkyu is going to show up though and probably even out the kill score. He's going to for crit here. Crit hoping to be able to land the LSA. Actually misses. Jinkyu was able to dodge to the side at the same time. Crit popping the Fairy Fire is still alive. Can he hide away in the side here and TP out? It's looking good for him. 2 seconds. He's away. No kill for LGD here.
Yeah, I mean, click on Ice, right? Yeah, see? Bracer, Glove of Haste. That's a lot of stat. That's a pretty nice damage advantage. Ursa, yeah, you trade, but Ame, as you can see, he's just going to die. So
yeah,
would have really preferred to have some stats, now just casual boots. But if he takes more pressure up here, I think they actually have to keep the clock, because otherwise I think he's just going to get owned.
Yeah.
They're going to come back full mana on the Lina. DK still fully supplied on HP.
Comparing the Centaur Lina lane, which I think we watched in one of these games, the Centaur starts off with hardly any armor, right? So he does more magic damage, but he can't trade as well with the Ursa. Here we're seeing this Dragon Knight, who obviously one of his passives is just that huge bonus of armor that he gets. The Ursa can actually feel good about trading.
It's probably the matchup that's most affected by the nerfs to the reset time on Fury Swipes.
Oh yeah.
Because DK, you're only really ever threatened because of how much plus armor you have if you get up to like a ridiculous number of stacks. You know, if you have plus 10, suddenly that's I gotta back off quick. But now instead of having to wait 20 seconds, it's just 8 at level 1, now 12 because the level 2.
Wow,
Yeah, it used to be really annoying to deal with. But tons of natural regen, and I think your point's correct. Because remember, Centaur also hurts himself when he double edges. So yeah, it's threat, but it's this idea of laning against Ursa. Monkey King, same concept. You have to be stronger than them in the lane, because if not, you get zoned off creep waves and you're susceptible to being killed.
Yeah, you have to be able to. It's like when facing like a brown bear or some other one of those kind of predators. You just got to bulk up as much as possible.
No. Other way.
He needs to be backing down first.
Bears brown, lay down. Bears black, fight back.
Oh, right. Black bear.
Yes.
Sorry.
And then polar bears.
He's dead.
Yes. I think it's good night. Yeah, bears white, good night.
What a helpful.
Yeah. One of the only hyper carnivores in the world. There's not many.
Fly's going to come up to this top lane because they still have the Siege Wagon in play. You can see Ice is taking the tower to be able to keep the Siege Wagon up. Now he's got his level 6, immediately pops Dragon Form, so this is going to be a tower that dies. LGD are just going to have to accept that, it seems.
Yep, another benefit of the DK, right? You hit level 6, start hitting tower, and you also get to tank it. I think this is the right build. MC pretty much showed everybody how it was done in the wild card. You max out your passive, then stun, and you just play this really tanky initiator style and make yourself a target almost at all times, both in the game and throughout the team fights. Yeah, you were on it. 8 minutes in, we have 1 kill, and I look around the map and I see everybody farming the jungle.
Yep. The 7 CS and 7 denies for nothing to say. What a lucky number he's at. Better stop there. He's not. He's going to farm Ancients and work towards that blink. The team I feel like EG has changed their how much since the Singapore Major. It's kind of feeling the same to me. Very lane dominant focus is they're going to challenge PSG.LGD to a fight down here. The form wears out, starting to get planked by the battery assault to Ice Ice Ice. He's willing to perhaps turn around, but the Ursa's here. Ice 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 cannot fight into that, especially when they put the Heavenly Grace on this Ursa. Nice LSA, and Dax is going to be surviving here. Once again. Oh, why Ice? Why?
Well played by Faith Beyond to spot that, but that was just a little cocky from my side.
That was so greedy. You son of a bitch, you deserve that.
PSG.LGD, they finally get on the board. It only took 9 minutes. But yeah, I mean, you ask about EG's. I honestly don't feel like they've changed much since like TI8.
Okay, sure.
It still feels like at the end of the day, you know, you got Arteezy, and a lot of the time their lineups are engineered to help him succeed. I think this is they killed Fly. How did he done? Did he leap or swoop to?
Yeah, he might have got planked by battery assault as he attempted for Nick's dive. He ends up dying. Now, I guess they did do an Alchemist draft, but I remember they had that safe lane Razor. First game against LGD. I'm looking at the draft now, but Viper, Puck, Razor, right? Like, what a leaning focus draft that is. And I feel like DK, Batrider, Lina, like, that's a similar vein of thought.
Yeah, I can see it. It makes sense too in the patch right now. Feels like if you get that early tower lead and take a laning, it's just easier to play, especially when you have stuns. Of course, EG have quite a few. I think.
Gets it. Beyond managed to deny the mid tower. The unfortunate part for them is they do give up their mid tower.
Yep.
It's 10.
Another thing EG's done that I like at PSG.LGD, same story. They always have a way to farm ancients. It feels like you can end up, especially in a farm heavy game like this, very limited if you don't have somebody that can take ancients. Or at least clear them on spawn.
That was something that AY and I were talking about from last game. The fact that TNC lacked a way to be able to do ancient stacks or why? Oh, nice job by Xinqiu drawing the aggro onto himself from Roshan. They didn't have a way to clear ancient stacks or do Roshan. And it feels like both are a requirement for this current meta.
I haven't checked since they changed certain gold bounties, but it used to be that until the extra creep started spawning, ancients were the most efficient usage of time and damage per gold bounty. Leave waves are close, and then when you start getting the extra creep spawns, they become even more valuable, which is another reason I think these high mobility bots heroes are coming back, because after 30 minutes, if you can just clear side lane quickly, it's a ridiculous amount of gold, especially because it also scales up with time now.
Which is in part why it's so important for some lineups. Try and take control of the map as soon as possible. Arteezy needs to try and help Fly here. Xinqiu is okay.
Calculated.
Calculated indeed. Xinqiu used the hook shot to get away.
Yeah. And the one downside though, you know, Abed now with the bots build, also casual windlace and the brooch, so about as fast as you can get. Effie was saying you don't want to play this support duo against Batrider pretty much ever, so they can't deal with them, and they're going to need to be in range of the Omni Knight feel secure. So look for Abed to start positioning himself a bit more offensively. Looks like he's going to bottle the invis rune. Probably look to get aggressive. Ursa closing in on the diffusal.
Now, yeah, despite the early towers being taken, LGD has kept the net worth chart even because of the way of how efficient they are farming. Team power, the Ursa hitting ancients, Fly.
No.
He's I think he tried to trick him out there. They're going to assume he flew to the left here, but that's not actually the case. Hopefully he doesn't show himself. Yeah, he's good. He might just be able to find it. That is going to stay here, get a little bit more experience, but no.
That's the right move. He's just trying to get level 6. Fly very under-leveled, but this is what we've seen, again, for what feels like a couple of years since he even came onto the team. Fly, one of the more sacrificial style of 5 players, and oftentimes his XP lags significantly the rest of his
nice catch by Xinqiu. They're going to be able to kill crit here unless Ice 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 can do about it. He's going to go ahead and stun up the Omni Knight before Purification Nuke can come in. Beyond gets burned down. Xinqiu is unable to do much else either. They both die, and their attempt and success in killing the Lina, but it's going to cost them 3 heroes. Y is also going to be chased down.
I like what he has. You see, the Purge Creep was what he was playing with. Very effective against Bat. You can always be removing the stacks. But this is when I think maybe you'd expect PSG.LGD to come online a bit faster, but EG looking to take control. They have Blink deck up, choosing to go the Breathe Fire instead of the Stun, perhaps just for the extra bit of damage boost. MC exclusive maxing Stun first, so be curious to see the reasoning behind both players.
Maybe it comes back to wave clear as well,
True.
like you were talking about before. Abed not going to be able to get nothing to say. Nice blink reaction by him.
Yeah, very close game. I don't know. It's mid-mag, another hook.
Another long-range hook. This one with the Purification Nuke, again, killing crit.
Yeah, that's a recipe away. Oh, nice TP in. Is there anyone else here?
Nice use of the glyph, yes, but...
Okay. Just want the arcane.
Apparently that was all for an arcane run. That's it.
Players, especially from NA. I remember before they changed the initial glyph, it was exclusively used on the first wave in every single North American.
Yeah.
And God forbid if you did it in the side lane cap, oh, Quinn would... He's going hard on Twitter immediately. Couldn't stop him.
Man, it's almost done for RTZ. It looks like, how do you feel about the later game matchup here? Because Ursa is one of the better heroes against Medusa, is the build-up of damage that you have. And then he's also got an Omni-Knight with him. Diffuser Blade also being very meta right now. You okay with the slower pace for LGD?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Okay. Fine Faith Beyond here. They immediately drop a Supernova. They need to be able to land an LSA on him to be able to keep him in range, but can't quite get there. Ice continues to chase, but ultimately it's a failed play here for Evil Geniuses.
I just don't know if you can out-carry Deuce here. That's the problem.
Yeah.
At some point, you're going to see a Scotty, and it's going to get really difficult to ever get on top of RTZ when you're playing into multiple stuns, the lasso, the egg. There's going to be too much team fight to deal with from EG. Meanwhile, PSG.LGD, all of their damage is like they're Mag and Urst. Hang on.
Straight up one-man RP, but it's on a big kill. Abed has been running around the map totally free, and they finally punish that.
If they can get into Roche, that would be huge. This is when the draft has to go. The diffuser's up, all right, it's go time. This is it. 16 minutes in, and yeah, I expect them to just pressure and force the Roche. The downside is that gank top that failed, now there's no egg. Much harder for EG to contest the pit. They're going to try, however.
Around it, RTZ on the front lines here, trying to get information, ready to go with the Stone Gaze once Roshan gets low enough. Really nice snake. They actually get a decent hook shot over there. They managed to finish off the Roshan without RTZ going inside the pit there. They're going to go ahead and drop Have the Grace and whatever else they have to make sure the team fight is fine for them. Evil Geniuses don't really have that much damage until Abed gets here. Maybe with a pullback here, they have the Grace. Status resistance is not enough to be able to save nothing to save his life. That being LGD can still be happy if they get everyone else out live, but Evil Geniuses has really good pursuit as now they're going to turn on to Ice Ice. Some pure damage from the Enchantress, helping to bring down that tanky Dragonite. Ame in his first life is going to fall here. RTZ needs to get out though. Fortunately, with no hook shot anymore, don't think they catch. And looks like probably both sides are just going to back off, flick their wounds, and continue to farm.
All right, so 1 for 1, but the age is burned. Too technically, Abed did die to start the engagement. That was a pick off. Altogether, I'd say pretty even. All said and done. No egg would have really helped EG when PSG.LGD tried to go high ground, but I don't know if they expected the Dusa, but the GA is actually a really cool answer to the Stone Gaze.
Yep.
You saw it come out basically once RTZ popped it. Deals with the bonus physical damage quite well, but more importantly, it allows you to keep committing even into Stone Gaze, not really fearing for any kind of turnaround. So no dispel available for the side of EG, and no one's really capable of buying a nullifier, so they're just gonna have to deal with it. Yules though, yeah, I was gonna say, you talked to BSJ, the self-proclaimed Ursa expert. Yules is the hard counter.
All right, we'll see how they're able to use that. I mean, especially against an Omni as well, right? That dispel. Oh, nice two-man RP from nothing to say. A big opening. They kill the Phoenix first because they know otherwise he's going to dive away. And then they turn to finish off Ice 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 and then probably hit this mid tower.
Yeah, they're playing with the Centaur there too. Really not the RP skewer back. Double stun on top. Don't need the Aegis. This is still the time to go. You've got to take Medusa's towers, force RTZ off of the triangle.
For the next 10-15 minutes, this is when LGD is really going to maybe end the game, but more likely to take a big enough lead that they're comfortable going later.
Yep. Because they also want to play as they are, you know, kind of moving across the map in semi-unison, because otherwise you just give EG opportunities to find pickoffs. They have a ton of burst damage with crit, who can then follow up on either Abed or Ice's initiation. So they'd like to help Southern team fights right now.
And they spot the ward. It's not going to last there for long. The Bat Rider, Abed, getting his initiation. Firefly onto Faith Beyond. Going to chain up that stun with a nice Dragon Tail thing. He's going to have to hit the egg here. He might be able to kill it. The Stone Gaze is not going to be able to pinify him in time. The egg falls, but Abed is certainly in trouble. He's going to try and hop himself away. Ice does have that Blink Dagger. He has the Dragon form. He's going to be able to catch up to him. And Abed is even there for the extra damage. It's not needed, though. Arteezy claims the double kill.
Nice fight there by Abed. PSG.LGD a little sloppy. There was nothing to say. He was off farming somewhere, trying to keep up in net worth with the Dusa. And that's the way EG want to take fights. Get a lasso. Key hero, they picked off the Omni-Knight before he could really get anything done. And they buy some more time. The one thing is, though, later on in the game, this is very much a single core from EG. You can already see it reflected in the net worth. It's Arteezy versus the world. PSG.LGD, they will have two heroes that are pretty significant threats. Nothing to say on the mag. You don't really see this as often mid, but it is an insane hero later on in the game. Probably be the person that buys AC for his team, but I've seen some really cool builds with Bloodthorn, with Aelus later on in the game. The Echo Saber style is nuts, and it will be BKB just after. So once he coops that up, there's really nothing for him to fear on the side of EG. The one downside of the draft is that at the moment, they are heavily reliant on their magical damage, specifically the supports.
Yeah. You add in Heavenly Grace, which also gives you more damage because it gives you bonus strength as well. This mag can, certainly turn into a real right-click threat.
And that's the thing. I am actually starting to get a little worried for EG, just for their damage output later on in the game. Dusa is a threat, sure, but they're going to have a lot of tools to answer, notably the GA. So already, the main tool for our EG to take a fight is like, okay, we're going to egg, we're going to Stone Gaze to protect it, but at PSG, if they just pop GA, they keep fighting. They can ignore it completely. And if you remove suddenly Abed's hero looks really weak.
Look at how they wrapped all the way around. They 4-man smoked, and time LGD did a scan on the entrance of their triangle. I think that was them. Maybe it was EG. Either way, EG wrapping around all the way to try and find an opening, but all of LGD's here, and now the Bat Rider's in trouble. Abed's going to get pushed back by the cogs into the rest of LGD, and now there's blood in the water. Crit, he's probably going to be the one extra hero that dies here. Tries to say, but nothing to say. You can see he is able to beat those supports to a pulp pretty quickly.
I think EG just realized, like, I don't know if we can actually do this guy. Arteezy's getting closer to a butterfly, but I am more concerned over the last couple of minutes because PSG, their team fight right now is just too good.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's so much easier for them to take fights, whereas EG, you basically need a lasso or a DK to get a clean initiation on a target that doesn't have any allies nearby. You don't find specifically the Omni-Knight, the lasso is going to get cleansed off, and you have to also keep in mind that Jin Q, he's going to do what he just did there, counter initiate, not look like set up on the hero he goes for, but more just carve the fight out.
Sure.
Push 2 EG heroes towards his own squad and say, hey, everybody else, come for me. BKB on the Ursa, BKB on the mag. It's go time.
They're going to smoke with this big power spike. At the same time, Arteezy is complete with his butterfly. They're actually going to jump onto the magnets here. Ice wants a piece of this, but PSG.LGD, they're all here in force, and Ice is realizing that it was not a good idea. Trying to go for the RP. They do manage to hit the Medusa and burn him out of mana, so he's not going to be able to get off the Stone Gaze. Oh, actually managed to pop the wand, gets off the Stone Gaze as a result. Immediately, they do have it, have the grace, and Arteezy is going to have to just TP out rather than continue fighting. The rest of EG, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, well played. That EG could have lost a lot more there. They did not recognize that the whole squad was in waiting. And again, the BKBs. You saw moment Stone Gaze was used, GA. Look for that to be the answer as this game progresses. And now it's all about EG just stalling the game out. I'm not sure how much to believe in Medusa. EG certainly do. They've been picking all throughout the DPC season as well. For a while, it was getting first 2'd over in NA. We saw it pick up in Eastern Europe as well, in the regions we were covering, Cap.
Yeah. It definitely proved to be overpowered. and then they nerfed it.
Yep.
Now you no longer have that big level 15 timing that people were buying Aghanim Scepter for, but now Medusa's, again, it's that weird nerf thing. Well, I can't play it that way, but the hero's still good, you know? And so now it's just like, okay, I'm not going to mess around with this whole Aghanim Scepter thing. I'm just going to build carry items.
Yeah, the evasion came in clutch there, because otherwise I think Arteezy is dead. And yeah, you can even see, you wouldn't, oh, took the evasion talent too. That's interesting.
Good idea.
He survives, so that's why the Stone Gaze kicks off, because you combine that with the 35% from Butterfly. I mean, that's nearly half the hits. It stacks not additively, by the way, viewers at home. I do know 35 plus 15 is 50. Doesn't work that way. See, 45%.
Well done, Kyle.
Either way, now you have to be thinking about MKBs on the dot lineup. I'd expect Ursa to probably grab one immediately. Nothing to say as well, because otherwise you will have difficulties running through.
Nothing to say. He literally blinks and pokes at Arteezy, trying to get a reaction to see what EG would do. It was interesting. The Evil Geniuses all pushed into the opponent's jungle now. LGD mirroring the map here. And who's going to blink first? I assume it's going to be LGD. After all, they want to be around the Roshan pit.
Indeed.
They re-smoke up, actually. Going again. This is the fight that determines who's going to be controlling the game for the next 10 minutes.
Great positioning from EG.
But they do have to come down from this high ground, it seems, as LGD are going to start hating Roshan. Does Evil Geniuses not know about this? They're so close to the pit, and they're waiting for LGD to crack, not knowing. And it's been going on the entire time. They realize it now, but it's too late. The shard and age has already been picked up, and now LGD taking going to that high ground. And yeah, you can see it Ame with this extra life. He just barrels on in with his Blink Dagger, already killing crits. Looking at Arteezy to decide, maybe I can go for something else here. Oh, escape the high ground. Arteezy's seen this one before. He's going to have to TP away. RP on everybody else. They're going to be able to get the Dragon Knight. Ice, 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 and Fly, both sharing the same grave there as Abed and Arteezy are going to be the only survivors of that fight.
That is a class on how to well, not strategy really, that's just straight up tactics. Completely outmaneuvered over the last 2 minutes. Incredibly well done. PSG.LGD, they recognize, okay, EG, they've established a position and vision on our own high ground. But we don't care. We just want the Roche. If EG want to fight us for this, they're going to have to pull themselves out of position and take us in a team fight that we're comfortable with, because we don't have to run up a high ground blind. We all know the nursery rhyme for every Dota player that they get taught when they're young and small, never to walk up high grounds without vision. So they don't do it. They just get Roche, free kill, Arteezy on the cliff, 10k gold lead.
Bit of a misnomer. It doesn't rhyme.
I'm not everyone can beat Lacoste. All of our strengths and weaknesses.
Fair enough. And yours is wisdom. It's come with so much age, and heroes of new worth in Dota. Oh, look, it's a great catch. Let's ensure that that lasso doesn't good at all for Abed. Now, Shinkyu in his attempt to be able to help out almost actually gets saved by the purification. At the same time, Abed does manage to make it down to the low ground just in time. A nice two-man NLSN that also catching...
Oh no, not again!
No, not again! Arteezy on the high ground, a supernova right next to him, but they're all going to walk away from him. Arteezy's going to beat the tier 1 tower on the left-hand side. The rest of Evil Geniuses are going to start backing away, retreating to where Arteezy is now. Ice 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 needs some help. They've got the Sun Rotary trying to help him out again and again. Nothing to say. He puts him up there. Oh, Arteezy gets down. Abed managed to force him up, but at the same time, this is really where Arteezy wants to be, as the Ursa is laying into him as much as damage, building up that Fury Swipes damage. Abed, he's trying to get him away from Arteezy, get away from my Medusa, but he can't. There's nothing that either this Phoenix or this Bad Rider can do.
That is absolutely unbelievable. The tip, come on, yeah, everybody, this guy, nothing to say. Somebody stop him. He's trying to win a game of Dota, like, for style point.
Look at it. Faithbeyond literally took the extra 3 seconds to replant this sticker. This is a mental assault that LGD is waging on Evil Geniuses and Arteezy in particular.
Man, I guess they learned their lesson from Ollie, the last mate. This, you know, you can't beat EG on the battlefield. You've got to try to break their minds
And get into their head.
How many cliffs will RTZ need to walk down from before this game ends? At this point, PSG.LGD, they're in total control. Ursa still in spitting distance of the Medusa's net worth, but more importantly, look at nothing to say on the mag. Like, an unit. AC, yep, the Bloodthorn will be the next purchase. Makes a lot of sense in this context because you don't really want the MKB. However, Bloodthorn kind of does it but better. And if you just RP Bloodthorn, there's no Manta, there's no BKB potential from RTZ. He just dies to Ursa because of the built-in.
So I always like when you get Scotty on Medusa, it is a certain kind of power spike. Will that be enough for this Medusa lineup to now be strong in team fights, or do you think LGD, they had the advantage until when?
Well, it's just, I don't know if they deal enough damage. I don't know how you're going to keep PSG.LGD off of RTZ.
Yeah.
Consider Abed mid, sure, but Faith Beyond, right, in the net worth. And then the other source of damage EG have is Ice's DK. He's behind clock. Compare that to, Ursa or Meg, you pick. Either way, that's the damage differential. And that's the problem for EG.
Yeah, and the big team fight that they have is this Supernova, but I think every single time they manage to walk away from it, we haven't seen that really good, like, Supernova into them attempting to go for the egg, and then they get stone-gazed instead because of RTZ's positioning. We haven't seen anything like that. LGD just always backs up when the egg goes down.
Yeah, they haven't really been forced to commit. That's kind of what's missing from the EG lineup. They're banking on this idea that, we were going to start a fight with Lasso. PSG.LGD, we're going to run in. We were going to have an egg down, and we're going to have all this chaos, and we'd win the fight. But they just don't have damage.
Yeah.
Clockwork, incredibly tanky.
Has fallen.
Enchantress rocking a solar crest and a fluffy hat. BKB on the clock, by the way, so he's definitely not dying.
It's been a big play for a lot of these 4 positions. The early BKB pickup, seeing it from Earth Spirits. Abed, he got spotted by the flare. Smoke breaks, they know he's still here. They're using spider legs and everything. They have the hook shot. Somehow missed.
Just a to the right.
So close. Either way, LGD still going to be very happy with the game state as they are up 13,000 net worth in a 20-9 score 1 minute in, and it's really looking like their lineup can rival a Medusa late game.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this dual core versus single core a couple times so far throughout the wild card. I always feel like the dual core would win. You could even see the rotation from Nigma was that suddenly they have 3 heroes all competing for upper net worth slots.
Sure.
I feel like part of the Abed.
Scotty looking to slow him down. Abed's going to be forced to use the lasso. It's not going to last super long, and Jin-Q managed to stop the Bat Rider in his place. Ame continuing to hunt the squishier heroes here. Is going to look at Crit. Crit playing Ring Around the Rosie into the trees, but eventually he does fall down. Arteezy is up next. There's a blade slow him. They know Ice is not a threat whatsoever. They can all focus on Medusa. And what is Ice going to do? He breathes fire, gets a couple of hits in. That's all he can do. He's going to throw it out the GA. They didn't need, and I think Faith Beyond knew they didn't need that. I feel like this is almost taunting EG.
Did you see nothing to say hesitate? You know what he was looking for, right?
That clip.
He was like, am I in range? He's like, not quite. If it was the but had it. Not quite the distance. Perhaps he could pick up the just to make it easier for himself.
LGD are geniuses. They're not playing just to win this game. They're playing to break Evil Geniuses with this series and put themselves in a big advantage to be able to win the whole tournament.
If he had the old Aghanim's, he would have made it to the cliff. Or the old cliff with the new Ags, it would have been fine. Either way, just a clinic from PSG.LGD. This has been just really a treat to watch.
So looking back on it, what do you feel like Evil Geniuses did wrong drafting-wise? Or was it draft-wise?
Maybe with the bat, you can't all go for an initiator that lacks damage.
Yeah.
When I remember one of my favorite cores, like what I consider the EG, back when they had Sumail and Fear, was AM Master.
That was smooth.
Yeah.
That was smooth right there. Well done, Abed.
But yeah, if you have like a brew or some hero that's just unstoppable team fight. That allows you to commit for objectives. Like, okay, we have the hero for pickoffs, and we have a hero that can dominate a team fight. You know, maybe if it's a Mars, I'm really not sure. But maybe they just had to be more aggressive, right? Because ultimately, both teams for the first 15 minutes played their own game.
Yeah.
Both sides farming ancients, farming their items. Just feels like what Abed was able to get didn't do anything for EG. And it's not his fault, but you can't really find pickoffs in a game like this. Especially, you know, PSG.LGD, they've been effectively 5-manning since they took the first Roche. And I don't know. Just playing better.
It felt like Evil Geniuses can actually team fight them, and it comes back down to lack of damage. I agree. I think it's a Batrider plus Dragonite cores with a Medusa. And like maybe if you add an Ursa type carry that does output tons of damage, then it would be a little bit better. But
maybe a little bit of a steroid, right? Like instead of a bat, if this is an Invoker, which is what we've seen Nigma first doing, suddenly the draft, you know, they pick the greedy for Alchemy as well, the Void, etc. But he has Alacrity later in the game. You have a damage throw into the Chronosphere, or in this case, to support your Medusa with.
Yeah, I thought something we talked last cast was the fact that when these guys are drafting the offlane Dragonite, they're doing it with 2 supports that output a lot of damage, right? In this case, Phoenix, Lina, tons of damage there. But sadly, half the fights, crits being run down by the Ursa. The Supernova doesn't feel that good.
And you also don't feel good as Arteezy. He's buying a Nullifier because they need one. He just got hit 5 heroes. They said, oh, I guess we'll GA, and they have nothing to remove it at the moment. Yeah, the Yols, but that doesn't help you continue to pummel damage in. I feel like LG have gotten like the last 15 kills in this game. I swear it was even until the second
Can we take a look at a graph here just to see the... Yeah, it feels like it's been very heavily dominated by
Tower,
LG.
Sentry Ward. Sentry Ward. That's not a good sign.
Hey, they kill the Clockwork.
And some wards. So yeah, 1 kill since, say, 20 minutes in. Oh. Right.
Yeah,
it's been better.
Smoke up. PSG.LGD are going to make their entrance known. Leap is going to have to force staff away. Ice thought he was going to come in from behind and do something here, but instead he gets ripped apart. Is that a Blood Thorn or something?
Yeah,
my goodness, Fly. He's going to be able to get off the Supernova. Right is nothing to say. Was looking for that keeper on Arteezy, but again, Supernova goes off. They all cleanly retreat. So there's nothing else going on. Shinkyu is actually going to go back in with his BKB to be able to kill Crit. So buying back now. They needed to. Arteezy's in trouble right now. They've got the ward on the high ground. Fly trying to Sunray himself away. That's not going to happen. The back line, DK actually jumping onto the Omni. They throw everything they have, but it's not very much damage at all. Faith Beyond still good enough to be able to get up Purification and the Grace onto Ame, who chases after Abed. They just do not have enough. They, again, for Faith Beyond, but they're going to lose heroes off of it while failing to get the kill. Wow, another jump in from Shinkyu. Hook shot after hook shot. Arteezy being engaged, and once again, there goes the Guardian Angel. It just, everybody 5-man on top.
They're all full health. They've killed everyone. Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
The whole team bought back. I guess they got Faith Beyond, but he was immediately back into the engagement. Just straight up outclassed, it feels like. But really, a lot to take away from this. Having a game plan, hitting a power spike, both with the defusal timing into the first Roche, the double BKB into the big team fight in middle.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys.
Hi.
Sound white boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
It sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
gonna try. It's not like they're gonna have this as a throwaway tournament. But there is some merit to not going like, oh, we're gonna boot camp for this major for a full month. Put in everything, because you don't want to burn out for TI. Because at the end of the day, like these majors matter, but it's all about TI.
Yeah.
I don't think they're not trying though. Like they're definitely trying. Like it's unfair to say that because the other team played really well, and it's not because the EG didn't try. It's just because they got outmaneuvered and outplayed on them.
Yeah, but they're not going all out, right? I mean, like RTC has like 7 pubs in his last 8 days on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Like he's not like they're not like spamming the games that you would if you're trying to win a tournament.
They're not pulling an ILTW.
Yeah, exactly. Like ILTW, he wants to win. Like that's some burning fire passion.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's pulling an ILTW.
How does he play so much Dota? It's unbelievable. He just does not stop playing.
He doesn't need sleep or something. I mean, that's the only solution. And it's paying off. Like the team is crushing it at the moment. So, you know, and EG, we're going to see what they can do in game number 2. We are ready for the draft for game 2 between them and PSG.LGD. We got EG on the Dire side this time around, and PSG.LGD Radiant side. And yeah, we got a couple of bans in already. Mag and DP ban on the side of EG. We got the Nyx Assassin left in the pool because PSG.LGD banned out Timber and Enchantress. Other than Nyx Assassin and Ancient Apparition, any other heroes we should be looking out for?
Mars.
Mars, yes, absolutely.
I think the Mars Lion opener has actually been the most successful one this entire tournament, unless I'm wrong.
No, I mean, I don't have the stats for it, but it looks super strong.
It was. Yeah,
I have stats on Mars.
He wins a lot, but when you practice, he especially wins a lot too.
Yeah, he is the most picked hero this major. 32 games, 63% win rate.
And that's like generally with Mars being in the first phase. Like, there's a very big difference between a cheese hero having like a 63% win rate and a hero in the first 2 having that.
Yeah.
Because you're literally supposed to be against 5 heroes you're bad against, and you're still beating them all.
That's actually pretty impressive, but I think Mars games don't really. It's not about who he's playing against, but it's about what his team is playing.
His toolkit is so like robust and easy to play with, right?
And he's very flexible in where he can play and how he can play. But what I mean is you can enable your Mars through your picks, and it doesn't really matter what he's playing against.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you pair him up with like these AAs or these Snaps or these Phoenixes, like you give him a good Mars game even if it wasn't for Flare. So I think that's why he's so popular as a first.
Yeah, he also just, he's like a strong laner. He gives teamfight, he gives stun. So it's basically what you're saying. Like everything he gives is something you want in every draft regardless. So that's why he's easy to pick, right?
Can't really go wrong with it.
He's also playable mid, which I don't think has been done that much this tournament, but he's actually quite good from that position.
Also, his arena is not that high of a cooldown, which is something you want out of your offlaner, to give you a team fight, to be tanky, but not to be a high cooldown hero like Tidehunter. That's why I'm not Tidehunter's biggest fan. I just feel like Ravage is way too high cooldown.
Yeah, I also don't like Ravage.
Even when Arena, I heard they're a legendary Tidehunter, so you don't have to worry. But even when Arena is on cooldown, Mars is still a pretty useful hero. He can wave clear very easily, and he can step for kills with Blink Spear. So you're not dependent on Arena at all.
And Mars AA, I feel like, is in every team's wheelhouse right now. So, EG keeping the draft very light. And on PSG.LGD side, we got an axe. At one point, like there could be carry axe.
Yeah, they've played in both roles this game. I wouldn't be surprised if they busted out mid just to
make sure that they do all the bases, all the cores.
This team apparently they're like a meme team. Like Faithbjorn's doing sprays everywhere. They're just doing it for the boys.
I have a question. Meta. Big brain question.
Okay.
Okay. The goal is winning TI. Very simple, right?
How we would know.
Yes. So when you know that you're playing for winning TI, how much emphasis, with these 2 teams, they are, well, EG obviously is guaranteed TI, PSG.LGD most likely going TI. How much emphasis are you going to put in creating heroes that teams will have to ban against you so that come TI, you'll always have 2 bans that people will have to ban against you so that you can pick whatever you want out of those 2 heroes? Like, how many mind games are going into that, or is that too far-fetched?
Are you?
I mean, the idea's not like out of this world,
but
usually that's like Broodmother IO.
Yeah.
Techies, like the real
heroes that other people don't play.
Yeah, like it has to be something that differentiates you, because honestly, like if they pick Axe on 3 rows, I'm like, okay, they pick Axe.
It could be the Omni Knight.
Yeah, but Omni, it's not like like if you pick a cheese hero, it has to be like I drafted it. What up now? And like just scared of dealing it. With that said, like LGD actually does play techies, so I would have been like if they wanted to do that, Jinkyo is like one of the best techies in the world. But because I'm thinking about your thing now, it is something like specialization is important in Dota. But yeah, I don't know how to answer, to be honest.
Maybe too far fetched.
It was very meta.
A little bit too meta, perhaps.
And it's interesting to think about for sure because teams are still first stand in IO against Nigma.
Yeah.
Whereas they're expending their first stands versus other teams on heroes like Nyx Assassin or Mars or Ancient Apparition. So when you're playing against Nigma, you've always got that IO first phase and that frees up a hero. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean that opens up the draft a lot for the teams as well.
This is the first game with Nyx like unpicked and unbanned.
That must be one of the very few games.
It's pretty good for EG here.
Yeah.
It's good versus Phoenix because you start Sunray, and it should be good versus Lina.
Also,
yeah, it should be, I think, because you know
Spike Carapace into the counter helix.
Also, EG loves the spirit heroes, which Nyx tends to counter.
Yeah.
So that removes that threat already from the draft.
They ignore it. All right, so in terms of bans, we got a couple cores on the side of PSG.LGD, the Terrorblade, the Ursa, and the Storm. TA, Clock, and Elder Titan removed by EG. And the Lina this time, of course, on the side of PSG.LGD. Could still go multiple roles as well.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, I can for sure.
I can see this as a 4 Lina or mid Lina, but I would like to see a mid Lina because nothing to say is Lina's insane.
Yeah, I think if you see 2 range supports, I think putting your Lina mid is really good. Generally, the range supports aren't going to be able to gank her, and in a pure 1v1, I don't actually think there are any matchups that Lina loses.
That's a really good actually, and AA and Snapfire are not heroes that gank mid very easily in the first place. Like they do suffer rotating. They're kind of follow-up heroes.
I'm actually so shocked that Nyx got all the way to the what I call it, the 4th pick.
Fourth.
Am I supposed to say LGD's 4th pick?
Yes.
So many words.
I know.
I like it.
It's not efficient at all.
Yeah.
This is 19. This is 19.
No, this is
19.
Nyx Assassin.
This would be 17.
Whatever. It's hard to count.
Okay, for PSG's 4th pick, they got Nyx Assassin. This is after the first. Go ahead, Sheeves.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say Nyx Assassin picked 16 times because he's been banned so many times. 69% win rate.
Nice. Yeah. And this is with the Nyx Assassin. I think in every single one of those picks, it was first 2. It's a 69% win rate while being first 2'd, which means your other heroes are also as a counter Nyx.
Maybe they weren't so concerned about the Nyx. They aren't going to play this into core mid.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they sort of wanted to bait this hero because they had to know that LGD was going to pick it.
For sure.
And you can see like DK, okay, we have to deal with Lina and Nyx. DK is actually a hero that's good versus both of them. I'm not actually 100% sure about how the lane works. I know before the water runes came, sometimes Lina could spam out even a DK from lane if you went 2-0-1. Or I remember Bravo would sometimes try to go like 0-2-1, and that was like you win this lane so hard or you're useless. Nothing to say will play like some stable 2-0-1 and out farm the DK anyways.
Also, something to note is that Snapfire does not like to play versus Nyx Assassin. It's not the worst thing in the world for her, but they're going to be heavily dependent on the Mortimer's Kisses and the Mars Arena for damage. And Nyx can just press Carapace, and that's enough of that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's really enough of that. So maybe they weren't really thinking about Nyx Assassin.
I mean,
flew under the radar?
To be honest, I think like when he first came out, the Mortimer's Kisses were most of the hero.
Higher damage.
Yeah, they're higher damage. So you pick Snapfire for that ulti, and you're correct in that Nyx does counter a lot of Snapfire's toolkit. However, I do feel like this hero is strong enough that even though you play against this Nyx, he's still a strong hero.
I agree, but I do think she's the main source of damage in Arena.
They have AA bust. I think they should be able to burst off this AA. I mean, because the thing is, like, you can cancel the Snapfire ulti, but you'll still get 3 hits off, right? If you're throwing at range. So, like, a couple hits of Snapfire ulti with the AA ulti, I think any hero should die. But you won't get, like, this insane ulti against the LGD lineup because of Nyx. That's true for sure.
I think their team fight gets gimped a little just by the lack of Mortimer's Kisses. No. Wraith King.
So is there, like, some counterplay you want EG to do to that? Like maybe that means they have to find a Nyx first, because they do have the tools for that.
I think they can just play Snapfire for the rest of her kit, you know, and for her shard or her ags or whatever. She does not have to be played for her ulti. I just think that she was a big part of their team fight being so scary, and now she isn't so much anymore. But it's like you said, she does have a very useful toolkit.
She does. Even if she didn't have ultimate this game, she would still be a good team fighter though, just because of the Phoenix, right? Just because you'll be able to use
Absolutely,
your I don't know any skill names, your third spell to kill the Phoenix egg.
Little Shredder.
Thank you.
Little Shredder.
I can't
So I do have a comment on Wraith King. I actually don't like this hero so much when he comes out versus low cooldown heroes, Axe and Lina and Nyx. I think his biggest strength is when he tanks a Chrono, or he tanks a Doom, or he tanks a Ravage. And there's not really any big cooldown that he's playing for. He's just going to be played on the merit of...
That's true for sure. I think his ultimate is more
kit.
However, like when you think about AA as a hero, I think he also enjoys having
laning with
a hero with a stun.
That's a carry axe.
Darkseer. Okay.
That's an my axe again.
A carry axe with a vacuum. That's actually terrifying if you hit that combo, because it's so much pure damage coming out.
When we saw it in the previous series, though, on the lane, it kind of fell flat.
Well,
did they have enough to catch up this time around?
He got 3v2'd in that game.
Yes.
And then I think like as a hero, Axe should be really strong as a safe lane. Like Battle Hunger is one of the best spells for helping your support on the side. But I mean, I don't know. Nothing to say has been a beast on Lina, so even if his lane does go badly, I think he does.
I don't like Wraith King. I just want to say it from now. I understand picking it to lane well with AA, but last game, they won their lane really hard. Faithbian was a solo Omni Knight, but they didn't really turn it into anything, really. So
yeah, and
I'm just
I think
gonna
you're
say
right.
that
Like, LGD have a lot of sustained damage, right? Like the Iron Shell, Lina spells have low cooldown. Even if you're saying basically like you tank the stuff, but then they have more once you revive, and then you don't have like the normal effect of the Wraith King. I think that sounds right.
And do you remember how I was talking about how Batrider likes to play with heroes like Nyx Assassin? Lina is very similar to that because she does rush the BO2s, and Nyx Assassin loves to set up on side lanes. So I can see them just out-maneuvering them through the map this whole game.
So you don't really believe in EG Game 2?
I'm not a believer. I could be wrong, but I don't like it so much.
Actually, I mean, I think I like EG's draft more than last game.
Okay.
And because I'm from NA, I'm going to say EG's going to win this one for the boys.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the weaknesses in EG's draft that Effie mentioned are like, now that you're a bit scared, you know?
Too many holes.
At the same time, like, it is like an Axe Lina core. Like, I don't know if it's because I haven't seen enough of it, but the cores on LGD are experimental, and they are a team that has like gone too far at times.
That's fair. That's fair. They are a bit experimental, but I believe in them.
Okay. Well, it's game 2. As said earlier, EG has a lot to prove with this game in terms of getting that point so that they still have a chance of making it to the up bracket of the playoffs. We're going to find out if they can take a game off PSG.LGD or if PSG.LGD will continue to be on top. We're finding out together with Cap and Kyle.
Yes, let's find out together, shall we? AY, of course, biased towards evil geniuses, like always, Kyle.
Yeah, like most of his fans, gotta have copium.
Yeah.
You watch EG play too many LAN events, and I'm just hoping Arteezy doesn't find stuck on a cliff today.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough go-around that he had last time around. That nothing to say. He's got his number. Let's jump into the game, shall we? Because I know the teams are itching to be able to have a little bit of action as they're moving around, spoken about trying to make some plays happen. So the LGD versus Evil Geniuses, game 2, get off here, and look at that. We're on the river, just as the bounty runes are about to spawn.
Nice skewers. XD.
King of the hill. I like that from Faithbian. All right, bounty runes spawning. Looks like we are just going to have a 2-2 split here. Nothing major.
I will say I'm happy that Dota is a game where people feel comfortable to all chat. I think that voice lines and all chat voice lines specifically add a lot to the game, and I think it's kind of what. I don't know. You ever watch a basketball game close enough to hear? You know, people are talking. Sports aren't silent. These are shitty sports.
Yeah, absolutely. If only the next step would actually get a little in-game comms. I know teams will never accept that, but the rare times we do get to hear some of that, I think it's very special. And it's fun to learn about the teams. Mid matchup, Nothing to Say versus Abed. Lina versus Dragonite. We've got NLSN and Darkseer up there, and the top lane matched up into the Wraith King, which I think is a hero you can actually kind of pressure. Especially since he has an Ancient Apparition, who I don't view as the best laning hero in the world. Mars Sapphire bottom lane against a Phoenix and a Carry Axe. What's your take on Carry Axe, Kyle?
I honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it enough to have a firm opinion one way or another. I think it's solid. I think especially when you pair it with a Darkseer, it's kind of terrifying, to be quite honest.
Yep.
I think the Lina is going to be more important just because that's your only real source of tower damage. So I think Nothing to Say has got enough, because otherwise, if he's like running around with the Yules too late into this game, I don't actually know. They don't have any real right-click threat.
Jinkyu, they're being very aggressive, sir, and they're gonna kick the crap out of you. If you get a little bit too far forward, it does healing sound up, so be okay.
And the Battle Hunger spam. This is a pretty tough lane for Ice. Just getting constantly Spirit Hunger spammed.
At the same time, Axe doesn't have a whole lot of good starting armor, and you already had the Blightstone, I believe, pick up from Crit.
That's true.
Yeah, the little Shredder on top of that, and he actually can't really tank hits very well. So yeah, this is definitely where I feel like both cores are going to feel a little not the happiest.
Yeah, and Abed off to a great start middle as well. This is a somewhat skill-based matchup, but realistically, DK should win it. You have the quality advantage. It's actually tough to last hit as Lina because you get that attack speed up from the Fervor, but you tank the Dragon Breath, your last hit damage is significantly reduced. DK almost always can out-hit you. And of course, DK now with the free runes will still getting a bottle early. Typically in the past, you might play without it, just double brace.
Oh man, looks like he got very low. This is we're talking about both the feeling the hate of the opposing port, both of them taking a lot of harassment here. Ame will miss out on a bit of CS as a result of that. But rather, Fate go for it, and they manage to get the first blood just barely. Killing Fly before Faith Beyond ends up falling. And Jinkyu, ooh, nice use of the Spike Carapace. He's going to get stunned up here, and Arteezy not actually backing down, reading the fact the Iron Shot's coming up. Ice gets burned out bottom lane as they manage to get the kill finally onto Ame.
I don't think he'll mind too much. He got his gold spent before he died, and he kind of needed to heal anyway. He was out of regen, too low for a Ring of Health, played too much of a role in his lane strength, so Up was a bit surprising, but it's really tough for Fly to play this lane. Tanks a stun with Nyan Shell nearby. When it gets pushed up near the tower, that's when the Darkseer starts to thrive.
Yeah. I think Darkseer, he had this revitalized laning phase when Vacuum started being an ability you could actually level in lane. And so now you paired up with these Linas, Nyx Assassins, Clockworks, and this Vacuum feels so much better as they're going to be able to, there it is. It's just the extra little bit you need to be able to get these kills.
Yeah, and this is very dangerous now. All of a sudden, they're just diving Arteezy.
Yep, Arteezy is very likely dead here. Let's see if he can juke it out somehow. He does have 9 magic wand charges, so maybe he's actually good as a Whip Impale goes out. He jukes to the left, but the Ion Shell on Faith Beyond actually did manage to get a tick onto Arteezy, kind of showed him the way, and ends up finding the carry of the evil geniuses.
That's huge. Yeah, they kill Phoenix down bottom, but this is getting dangerous up top. The trouble with AA in this spot is that you have no method of getting back into the lane. You can't go push a wave. You can't really gank anywhere. So you're just now a stack bot. You know, they'll probably look to do that soon, but the other thing is PG don't really have anything that connects too well either.
Watch that one again. Yep. Into Spear combo. I guess we'll watch Arteezy die again in a way. Arteezy is going to die again.
Wait, was
by
this
the way. That is not replay. That's just a deja vu. So he's going to have to do the walk of shame.
And remember, they picked Wraith King not because of the game, but for the laning phase. And if you're getting bodied in the laning phase, suddenly things look grim.
Oh, yeah, I think teams should be looking at this and keeping this combo in mind whenever these teams early pick Ancient Apparition.
Oh.
Right? Because it's supposed to be Ancient Apparition is paired with Wraith King, Sven, Troll.
Yep.
Like those 3 heroes to make the Cold Feet work, and they're just showing how to body it.
And I mean, EG in the lanes last game still got wrecked. Right now, PSG.LGD arguably ahead in all of the mob ed. Slight CS lead, but I'm once again worried for EG's damage output. And yeah, Fly is just getting solo killed by an Ion Shell and an Nyx Assassin. Arteezy's in the jungle.
Yeah, he's done with lane. I don't blame him. I don't think he can do that anymore. Ooh, man, LGD, they're off to a running start here. They're going to need Crit and Ice to do a lot of work. Once again, Ame abandoning the lane relatively early because that's what Axe can do. A little bit different than, say, the Wraith King, who you don't really want to abandon lane this early. You want to get those high level of skeletons before you do that. Crit going for the kill here onto Y. The spear isn't quite enough.
Latch.
Didn't latch to anything. Maybe they could have gone for another right click before throwing out the spear, but they thought they had it. Top lane tower dead by 7 minutes.
And noticeably, Faith Beyond seen a lot of soul ring on the Darks here. He went for Bottle into Arcanes. I actually like that decision. It's part of why they're able to pressure so hard. He got the fresh bottle, and then they just spammed Ions, dove with the wave. They've killed the tower and what, 4 or 5 enemy heroes in less than 7 minutes. This is insane from PSG.LGD, and they're now denying Arteezy's kill.
Ame trying to come out of jungle, defend this tower, and it's a good idea too. Even with Ahmed here,
Vanguard.
They are kind of running out of damage because of the Vanguard. The rest of the TPs coming in from LGD. Jin Q still looking to catch up to Ice. Drops a sentry for a little bit of vision. Actually managed to get a spike carapace back on the spear. And then the Dragon finishes off. And LSA stops Dragon Knight's damage. They do manage to get Hooky. Kill Shin Q.
Yeah, that was actually just perfect from Ame. He goes to the woods when he might be a little susceptible to getting killed by that exact rotation and comes back with a Vanguard. So Raindrop while on Vanguard, he straight up has no fear because once again, EG's damage output very limited at the moment. It's concerning. You know, I don't think EG's playing poorly by any means, but GLG, they are on one today. Look excellent thus far.
7-4. Does feel like the laning bit of a disaster for EG. LGD is up by just 1,000 net worth. That's a lot for the laning phase, but it hasn't spiraled too far out of control, I guess.
This is the concern, is we're watching a Wraith King jungle a Midas, and I've seen this in NA matchmaking, but typically you don't see it as often in the international Dota 2 tournaments. Ame, did he skip Blink in the series before?
Yeah, he went Vanguard into the Shard. Nyx Assassin setting up. They're gonna see if they can kill Arteezy and take away the reincarnation. I'm wondering if they feel like they could go for him twice here. Shin Q is certainly setting up for it, but when the Ancient Apparition shows himself, that's fine. Reincarnation level 1 is a huge cooldown.
Oh yeah, and they get the Wraith King illusion too, so that'll be an Ion Shield, it'll steal some camps. Really just trying to slow down the farm.
Yeah, good idea all around. Yeah, great stuff. LGD looks great.
Yeah, and Darks here in a game like this just feels so fun. You have your top tower dead, you've got tons of space. You're gonna just stack, grab runes when necessary, but you have a partner. Like LGD, they have all 3 things you love when you're a Darkseer. Multiple stuns that you can back into. A support to play within the laning phase, then assist to find kills later on, and then also a core you can Ion Shell, Surge, and play around. So everything that you need, plus a great start to the game. Looks like he's getting the hood first. We'll probably make a pipe at some point. Very effective. We mentioned already how magical damage of EG support is going to be key for them to win, but if you can negate the entire Ice Blast and Nyx Assassin can interrupt the cookies, suddenly those heroes just fall off. And once again, EG, lower damage output, all 3 strength cores, mostly reliant on stun CC combos to find kills. And unfortunately, all 3 are behind their enemy counterparts in terms of net worth.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 3,000 net worth lead for LGD. Now, this feels like, I was wondering, I was like, how is it only 1K? This seems a little bit more realistic because PSG.LGD are moving on out with the Nyx Assassin.
It was just
looking for anybody.
It was deceptive because PSG.LGD backed.
Oh, Ice.
What?
I don't know what that spirit was, but he's dead now.
They've been just farming jungle this whole time, but PSG.LGD, like, they had an ancient stack, they had a couple stacks that Omni cleared, so suddenly they're feeling fine. And yeah, this is how you want to play it. Look at the warding. They just kind of suddenly shift themselves upriver and now take enemy ancients and save theirs for later. Because if you can deny these camps, it's a real natural extension then to take mid tower, as they just did. Nothing to say picking that up.
So for the copium of the fans,
Yes.
LGD, or excuse me, Evil Geniuses should at least have better low game, right? Lena Axe Darkseer cores?
This new Axe shard is serious business. I think it won't be the last time we see this. It is not a meme. This is a real thing.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know what scale. Maybe we get to 50 minutes. Sure. You know, at the end of the day, it isn't scaling damage. So we'll be best around that 20 to 30 minute mark. But yeah, he's rushing pipe. I love this move from Faith Beyond. He got plenty of mana just with Bottle and Arcanes. So he's spamming Ion almost off cooldown. And this effectively gives his entire team plus 400 health when they take the first team fight, and the base 10% magic resist.
The Iron Shell, and watch him go. Next assassin. I'm gonna go for the Dragonite. That's a hard kill. Go for crit instead. That's an easy kill. Or he needs a little bit more. This one crits. Tries to feed a cookie over the Dragonite, but that's not gonna help him out. Now Fly, he's gonna get caught by Ame, who is waiting on the high ground for him. Gets the call, gets the kill.
This is, again, Darkseer. I love that play. You're pushing top, you're taking all of this farm, and then your next assassin just says, hey, Ion Shell me real quick and throw me a surge as I TP. And it sets up for now not 1, but 2 kills, because the rest of the squad's already there. It's just really well done by PSG.LGD. You can see JJ drew a little line on the map, just kind of demonstrating the crease they're now pushing EG into. All of a sudden, they take this little lead, and it acquires map control. Yeah, the ward on the Dire Ancients was neutered, but they still have total control of the map.
That was cute. Faith Beyond dropped his bottle off because it was an illusion rune for a core axe. Best rune for axe by far. That's easily going to get him an extra 300, 400 gold, and that's going to be 300, 400 gold that Evil Geniuses is also going to get denied from them, as it's going to be inside of their own jungle. That blast coming in. Shinkyu doesn't hit by some of this. Ice Ice is looking to be able to catch him with the arena, and they do. Nice by Carapace. Will stall the death, but eventually he will indeed die.
It's a lot of spells. AA, Blast, Arena, DK form. Meanwhile, an Illusion is chasing Arteezy out of his own jungle. This is just the gold advantage still going up for PSG.LGD. Like, I have no personal bias here, but it just feels like PSG.LGD is nuts. Like, I'm trying to think about how could they play this game more efficiently. It feels like they've slowed the pace down a little bit, but they're still out GPMing. And it's to get their next core items online. They've recognized, look, Arteezy has a miss. He's not going to be a threat for a lot of time, so we have the opportunity to chill a little bit. Let's make our move or measure. Probably get the Manta, and then you'll look to see them just take aggression, or just go right now. They do have egg. Pipe is ready.
Yeah, honestly, LGD, they can just keep this going. No big cooldowns that they're forced to play around, besides the Supernova lining up on Ice Ice Ice. He is using the Hood of Defiance to pretty good effect, but eventually he's going to be caught by a stun, and then down pretty swiftly. Faith Beyond dominating for him. Arteezy quick to try and push out the bottom lane as rapidly as possible. Is going to go for a Radiance, which is kind of an interesting idea. Darkseer?
Okay. I think this almost EG, I don't want to say they look lost, but I've seen this at Arteezy before. When in doubt, your team is kind of falling apart in terms of their early to mid game execution. So just minus Radiance, and hopefully
when in doubt, farm it out. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But you make a good point. You're a pretty easy target for a vac wall. Faith Beyond is pretty damn tanky, so I doubt you're going to pick him off at the start of a fight. It's very concerning, but no, they're not out of it.
Actually going back for Soul Ring.
It's the most efficient. Drop the Arcanes, pop Soul Ring, or Backpack. Man, I wish I had one of those. TI5.
Oh, man. What could have been?
Indeed.
What could have been?
Thank you. So, this one, however, is not. G, you're going to have to stabilize. I like how they've done this just de-warded mission on their own side of the map. You can see 8 sentries currently placed all on their end of the river.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You have to clear this bottom triangle to just have any hope of being able to recover. They're still bleeding a little bit in the net worth advantage, but that's just natural when PSG.LGD have 3 cores that all loves to shove waves. And
well, it's about to get worse. Axe Manta now means that more about like that one illusion room that went and took all their neutrals. Now that's going to be happening constantly. That was Ame's entire idea. Every single Manta illusion he popped, I just watch him and they'd run into the enemy jungle and take whatever neutrals were available there.
Yep. And they have great team fights still waiting. Have we seen an egg yet?
No, we have.
Is under attack.
You know, we missed out on Ice
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Supernova. That was sick.
That's a typical, you know, game over, but nothing to say isn't the only one who can acquire style points, but
yeah.
Definitely well done. What, Lena, I guess, did he go Yules first? Yeah, just Yules into BKB. That's a slight, or was it even a miscue? I think he might have seen a peep there, either a Vortex or an enemy hero, so better safe than sorry, just BKBs and walks away.
Sure, that's fair enough. I mean, that is one of the things about mid Lena. I used to talk about this with whenever we watch Limp play mid Lena. It's like you can get ahead really easy. The danger is you can throw away your lead.
Oh yeah, you just die all game if you get jumped on, and EG have engineered a draft that can do that quite effectively. A blast on top of one of their minions.
Spear. Mortimer's kisses, the ice blast, it's not going to be enough. They don't have the damage. Now the A goes off, but Ice is alone here, and he's going to be pulled right back into it. The stun goes off. Crit is waiting to try and give him a cookie out of here. In fact, he actually doesn't need it. PSG.LGD weren't really gunning for a fight there.
Yeah, the one downside of the PSG.LGD draft, though, they don't really have the best tower push. Mentioned that in the start of the game. It's really just Lena that can right-click effectively, so you can see that they're shoving waves. This top tower is exposed, but clicking it's real difficult. You know, Axe isn't exactly gonna siege very well.
No matter how unsure you are about the late game potential of LGD's lineup, it's guaranteed that their lineup, it does compete late game, it has to have a net worth lead.
Yes,
right? It's
definitely
one of those kind of lineups. Lead, great example of that. Darkseer, big one as well.
Abed off to start. They're finally gonna be able to clear out this mid tower.
Or are they? I'll leave it as a sliver of HP. Abed blink it away. Denying the mid-tier 1. They misses. It's a round here, but man, the last time they tried to go on him, they realized he was pretty tanky. They're going to try for an Ice Blast going off. They will not have the Snapfire, though. They're trying to finish him. Innocence does die, but so does Crit. They're going to have to TP way here. No stuns, so should be fine.
It actually gets killed by Jin Q because he made a call for the offensive play on Snapfire. So rather than run away, he turns uphill, but of course, Invis DK. Nothing you can do there. 1-for-1.
Dagger now online, so I'm expecting this game to pick up a little bit faster pace for PSG.LGD.
Just my fear, if you're an EG fan,
you would have to wait for the chart. It's not even.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. But everything's on pace, right? Like you think about what was the game plan for PSG.LGD, they've gotten everything that they wanted. Like they own top, the Darkseer activated, the Nyx Assassins in Q is owning, and you have this timing where about at 20 minutes exactly, Ame will have the gold for Shard and all the items he wants beforehand. So this is the draft. They've been able to play it the way they wanted. Now it's a question of, does EG think that they have an answer? Is this Radiance going to get RTZ into the game fast enough?
Radiance minus phase boots. Man, is not very tanky.
No, and the concern is, you know, again, PSG.LGD, they don't have any huge spells with the exception of the egg. A lot of quick disables, so they kill him once, maybe with an egg on top. Another BKB, slightly early, but nothing to say. You can see he recognizes his fragility. Like, if he gets pop, he will just die. So has to ensure that any blink DK stun would immediately be BKB'd. He is the main target for EG because, again, he's really their one source of real physical damage.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the great source of damage that is most likely to be killing the Wraith King in that first life, and then if they put the Supernova over the top as he reincarnates, he's 100% dead again.
Now they have 2 stuns, Call, Yules. It's just all about finding an EG hero. And EG, they've done a really good job. Again, the vision control. We haven't really seen PSG.LGD get any vision on the EG side of the map for a while now. So they've stabilized. You know, the gold lead's still firmly in LG's favor, but it's not moving. It's all fine for now.
Yep.
And Arteezy, because he has the Midas Radiance, he's starting to keep up. You know, no matter Ame, nothing to say, he's going to be able to farm equally. But it has to be cautious, because we mentioned the Darkseer wall can be troubling when you run Radiance. But the Nyx Assassin, you can see him having to toggle it off, because if he ventures into the Nyx Invis, and there's just a Carapace, he'll be immediately stunned, and it's the easiest kill you'll find.
All right, time to do Roshan. Pure damage of the Axe coming into play here with the Manta.
Okay, maybe Axe does do some pretty significant right-click damage.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
No, this hero, when he blinks on you and then he pops Manta afterwards, seriously, I was astonished so many times at how much damage he can do. This is not a joke. This is a theme, and this is real.
Oh yeah, I forgot because of the free attack speed too.
Yep.
That's a lot. Yeah, attack speed, 35 attack speed, 5% proc chance.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Now, just imagine if that was 10% like it used to be.
Ooh.
He was just always spinning. It was terrifying.
The attack, I mean, consider Glove of Haste is 450 for 20 attack speed. So just for that, Shard really only costs, what, like 700?
Yeah, 700,
like,
something like that.
Yeah, it's like half price for the benefit of the proc chance and then the added ability of spinning on attack. So pretty solid, yeah. We're going to see this more often. Jinq.
But actually blinking the smoke and blinking away. Blink. He breaks the smoke and blinks away. Blanking. There you go. Ice, ice, ice. Also going to do something similar, almost getting caught by the vacuum. TP away. Nobody of EG getting caught. Yeah, I want to see LGD like actually get a win here, because I'm getting slightly concerned, not majorly, but slightly concerned that EG hasn't been caught in any of these moves yet, and the net worth hasn't spiraled any further. It's now gone 7 to 8K in pretty much the last 7 minutes.
Oh, nice smoke break.
Nice, Q. Great positioning by him.
They got a great ward now as well behind tier 2 bottom. And keep in mind, they still have outpost control.
You're gonna poking his Dragonite. Doesn't much Manta. They do have the Arena. Q actually runs into with his bike Carapace, stunning up for a moment. Now the Spear actually catching a Darkseer illusion. They go with the Supernova. That gets popped by Crit, though. He reads perfectly. The big jump in, though. To get the Calling Blade, he puts it on the Dragonite. That finishes him off. Crit's gonna be up next. He needs another swing, though. Isn't quite gonna be able to get it, looks like, as Crit looks to slow him down with a Solar Crest and run away back to the safety of his tier 3. A buyback from the Nyx. Got him again. There it is. Ame blinking back in to hit the Culling Blade. That finishes off Crit.
And Shingyu is just playing unbelievably.
Oh, yeah.
He breaks the smoke, he tanks the brunt of the damage, juked a bunch of abilities too. I'm sure EG had more cooldowns. They get a really good target switch onto the egg to pick it off. But you could see Darkseer illusion of the Wraith King was instrumental in finishing the kill on Crit, so that all Ame had to do was blink forward and execute with the axe. BK soon to be completed. Yeah, just firing on all cylinders. EG once again having some pretty significant damage issues. They need more items. They're DK and Wraith King specifically. Ice went for the hood first, so he's going to drop off. It's just the nature of the hero. Yep. More about the mitigation at the moment.
All right, so now they've got control of the dire jungle, because they've gotten the tier 2s. They've taken the outposts. Now they're able to kind of like freely invade the triangle. Evil geniuses are going to find that net worth starting to spiral quite a bit, because there's just not too many places they can push out fearlessly anymore. As LGD, wouldn't be surprised to see them make another move. Honestly, there's not too much to really have to wait on. Just this Nova. BKB now complete for Ame, isn't even hitting that level 18. He's going to hit level 18 and level 20, which are pretty big spikes for an axe.
He's farming so fast, and he gets so much freedom due to the map control, so you can see him just kind of lonesome walking through the woods, jungling with Manta. EG, they're forced to hold hands.
Yep.
Yeah, DK split pushing, but everybody else backed up behind Arteezy. They know something's coming.
Arteezy does have the BKB with the reincarnation, but Ame managed to pump the initiation here, and that's going to be on the Mars. No Arena here. Arteezy immediately forced to pop the BKB and teleport out. But so much damage. He's been pulling bladed up, and watch the spins go. Woo. Ame Axe.
They're just going to walk high ground.
Yes, they are.
Bought out, right? He doesn't have a buyback.
Yep, he just bought out a BKB. He just used that BKB. They know about it now.
depths of desperation.
Oh my god. They are just bodying EG. You know, on the other stream, Nigma just 2-0'd Vici in like 39 minutes, both games total.
Yep.
PSG.LGD, it's going to take a little longer, but looks like they've got EG on the ropes and haven't been challenged, honestly. Like, this is nuts.
It does feel like these two teams are a step ahead of everybody else in both the wild cards and the, well, in this case for LGD, the group stage.
And this is what you love to see. Cut the waves.
Yep.
Don't worry about meeting it.
They're mass TPing. They're actually going to try and catch him because they know he's a little bit isolated here. 13 seconds for an Aegis. Okay, BKB TP out. He knows he's in danger. He would have been slowly picked at until the Aegis actually expired.
Abed doing his best ice impression, dropping the bottle, trying and bait a cancel.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Learning from the best.
One of his mentors.
Going forward. RTZ, he doesn't have reincarnation. He's going to be pulled back. Nothing to say. They don't even need the Laguna play from him. Now the Supernova's going to go out. They may be inside the arena with an ice blast, but they cannot force the commitment here. Nothing to say. Pop of the BKB, give it a surge. And doesn't really give a hoot.
Yep.
Ame? Oh, he could have caught up to them. He stalled for a second there, waiting for his team. Trying to go for a blind blink call, trying to get the spear into the tier 3. They do manage to do so, stunning him up, but the wall's going to be laid out. This team fight feels a little awkward. Ame's just going to run right back ice as he's turned into a puddle by Y.
Faith Beyond everywhere once. Perfect walls, great facts, and always there to surge the ally most in need of his support. Again, EG, just no damage, especially with RTZ dead.
Yep. It seems like LGD. Would you say, so AUI said something interesting. He said he felt like LGD changes their draft based off of what the opponent is weak against in some way. It feels like they are not one of those Chinese teams who keeps strict draftings, but they change and evolve based off of who they're matched up against.
Yeah, in this case, it looks like they've addressed EG's tendency to all in on a single core with a very solid dual core lineup that's focused on peaks between 15 and 20 minutes. Like same exact concept, sure, the heroes have changed, but ultimately it's the same idea, right?
Yeah.
Get an early lead, get an early Roche, take map control, out farm, and just have this overwhelming damage advantage and win the game before the huge carry of EG and become the one-man wrecking machine. And in this case, they even dominated the lanes. Last game was a much more troublesome laning phase for them, and it took them a little longer to recover, but here it's just, they're casual. Look at the map, you know? Think about how it was for the first 10 minutes, pretty much even. Then they moved the crease up a little bit and started taking over EG jungle. Now they're saying, we're gonna ward and keep you in your base. Love.
Crit in some trouble. Impale is going to go out now. The rest of Evil Geniuses was smoking over. Crit finally dies, but they missed out of the execution. Oh dear. Ice. They're just going to stall him out. The rest of Evil Geniuses, they've given up all hopes of taking a team fight now. Once again, trapped inside their base.
I got no words, Cap. It's just, how do you get back into it if you're EG? Unsure. You know, we talked about the damage issues. I question whether you want both your DK and your Mars to go hood first. When you already have these damage issues, you can see PSG.LGD, the defensive items, like, come on. Yeah, Darkseer bought a pipe, but he had plenty, all he needs is mana to sustain his net worth, right? He's an Ion Sheller. That's his job. Solar Crest Rush on the Phoenix, you know, offensive-only items for the other two cores.
Act Illusion.
Yeah,
cutting a creep wave like that, he's now got it. They're going to be able to do the next Roshan. They do it very quickly, and because of Axe, he's now level 20.
389 CS in 29 minutes.
Yeah. Everyone else, once you get the Manta Axe, everyone else is allowed to hunt now constantly because of what Manta Illusion for you.
And the best part is you don't have to show.
Yep, exactly. Culling Blade being on RTZ for his first life. He's going to come back in with a BKB. They actually managed to find the Lina. With no BKB activated, they can actually kill her. Down for 80 seconds. The Mortimer Kiss is doing some out of it, but RTZ's dead. They're trying to finish off the egg. They get it. Ever so barely, but a 3-man stun with the vacuum comboed up. The arena is now going to be laid into play. Ame's low. Ame's dead, actually, and Evil Geniuses have won this fight. They're going to finish up by killing Shinkyu, and should be able to, but it looks like Fly is going to die to RTZ's illusion. illusion from the Darkseer wall.
All right, well, EG, they did what they had to do. They killed the lean.
Yep.
I counted them out. Perhaps a little too soon.
I don't think they can
Find
do
the right
Roshan, though, without Arteezy. It would be great if like they won a team fight and they could go Roshan, and all of a sudden the game, it becomes competitive. Maybe they're still going to try.
They do have
Solar Crest a little better.
They have an advantage. You can see them pinging the outpost. All played. Ice is going to go grab it so that Arteezy can TP in just a little bit closer. There's no tier 2 tower, and also they lost the mid racks, so.
Just something about that Faithion's like just trying to pull him out of the pit just to slow him down a little bit. Yeah, they can't do it. Just the Phoenix and Darkseer alone.
When did they lose mid racks?
What they went mid earlier. Like, as Roshan was spawning, they after the pick on Mars, they killed Crit and they killed right mid and just took it. I know this axe is befuddling.
I know, I'm just following the illusions. This is the timing, though. They got one fight, now you need another. Reincarnate's back up. They have to follow that same MO. 15 on the Reincarnate, but you have to kill the Lina. You have to kill the Lina pre-BKB. That is your fight window here.
God, it's so hard because if you're all inning on the Lina like that, it's just like a dream opening for Faith Beyond to hit just this gigantic wall vacuum. Maybe there's a call over the top. Like, call and super. Oh, they make jump in. They manage to find the Phoenix. That one's pretty good. A nice call from Ame. Interception, but it's not enough for Y to be able to get off his ultimate. Does have a buyback, though. There goes the call. There goes the wall. And Cole played one after the other. Now Ame. Be the last one left, but actually Arteezy coming back on his second life, but it's not going to be for so much damage. He just dies in an instant. His second life is like his first. It doesn't do a damn thing, and Crit. Okay, stop that Sunray if you want, son, but you're dead. The evil geniuses, well, they're mostly dead. They're going to give up Roshan and maybe even a second lane of Barracks.
Faith Beyond, man. It's a dream Darkseer game for reasons expressed, but he's also has the luxury of being able to be completely ignored. You know, e.g. they have to go for the Lina, they have to think about Ame, so he's just getting, look at this, he's just chilling. Look at him all the way over in the corner, hanging out. I'm going to surge myself. He pre-kicks wall, he's out, vacuum on 3, he gets all the necessary cores, and now you have a level 18 DK illusion and an Arteezy. It's just reincarnate, reincarnate. He's dead.
Every single time he's popping the BKB, he's like, it'll be okay. And then the pure damage of this axe.
Yeah, love this too. The Lincoln's on nothing to say because he recognizes as long as I don't get stunned by DK, I'm going to get BKB off and we're going to win the fight.
No, that's a great point. Okay, so second down, Evil Geniuses now left with one more team fight in this series. They lose here against LGD, their chance of being upper bracket slim to none, I think.
Yeah, especially after the performance from Nigma so far today, would put them in a scenario where they have to get at least one, probably two, from their series later today.
Sun being thrown out, and to dodge pretty easily, and meanwhile, nothing to say, just popping his BKB, and using that, burnout Ice, Arteezy reincarnation, he goes down, comes back up, and Ame is there for the secondary kill. It's just a monstrous shellacking here, Kyle.
Yep, they got one fight.
Stuff.
One fight, they got nothing out of it. PSG.LGD respawn, wiped the floor with them 2 consecutive team fights in a row. The Ame axe, I don't think it's a meme. I think we're probably going to see this again.
Yeah, I mean, LGD themselves are saying it's not a meme by picking it up.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
sound white, boy.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Laners, and you can see that they even try to make it work with this this lone druid off lane, which is super interesting, but it didn't really pan out.
Yeah, those are the kinds of desperation picks that I feel they're like, Well, it's not a lateral move. Koikfa and Sumail are not the same type of player. Boxy and Koikfa not the same types of offlaners. And so during the DPC, everyone was very encouraged. Everyone was like, oh, wow, this is actually like a surprisingly smooth transition.
Yeah, it worked out.
But
for a while.
Not for long. And
Not for
that's
long.
kind of Liquid's thing. In Singapore, they looked really good in the wildcards, started to fizzle out in the group stage.
Yeah, let's see if they can set themselves up for success in the draft at least.
Well,
Is this
speed
all
run.
pick? What is going on?
Go
This is like all pick. They're just
faster.
Very speedy. So Templar Assassin Enchantress, tried and true. Same thing goes for the Mars Lina though. So I don't think we can say anything bad about these openings. Nyx Assassin Viper, Oracle Earth Spirit still removed. Inspiration ignored.
A ignored, Broodmother also ignored right now.
True.
And we'll see. Okay, TNC banned out the Razor because that was their response to Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
So
they seem to think that that's like the best response because they had all of the other options in that game and they still opted to pick the Razor instead. And now they're banning it out. I mean, probably they'll ban out the other ones. But
Viper's already banned out by Liquid.
Yeah.
And Liquid do like picking Veno in peculiar situations. I know that was Beast Coast's strategy against Templar Assassin. But the thing that surprises me most is that Liquid actually did not opt for a Mars +1 combo right off the bat. Usually it's been Snapfire or Willow or Phoenix. And instead they're like, let's just take the Lina, we'll figure out this rest later.
Yeah, this is like a laning +1. Just the Mars, even the God's Rebuke is often enough to set up for the Lina stun, and then you can spear off of that, and then Lina stun again off of that because the cooldown is just so low. In the earlier level, it's worse now than it was previously, but still, like this is an absolutely brutal lane to go up against. And I think for the most part, when Mars wins the game, we've been seeing him like dumpster lanes, and so if they do end up running the Lina as a 4, there's like nothing that's going to win against Mars Lina. The best that you can hope for is to go even.
So far, Koikfa has played so many different heroes. I feel like,
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, he's played a different offlane hero every single game they've played so far.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
He's never played Mars this tournament yet.
Well, that explains a lot because Mars is 70% plus win rate, the most picked hero of the tournament. So I think
Easy. This is an easy win.
you'd think so on paper. But one of the things that I like that teams have been doing against Liquid, the team most famous for stacking constantly, is that they'll first phase heroes that can take stacks. So Templar Assassin on TNC, easy to invade the enemy triangle. I've seen some bristlebacks against them as well. So it may be partially the fact that Koikfa's still finding his place, but also Liquid, their foundation is pretty obvious. Everyone knows Liquid loves to stack. And you abuse it by taking advantage of whenever Insania is missing in the lane, so you start pressuring Mickey, or you bring heroes that can invade the jungle.
Enchantress too is to me arguably one of the best position 5 jungle invaders because at the point where you want to invade the jungle, the creeps are so powerful, and so you just run a creep up a high ground and it gives vision.
Or even she can run up high. She never dies.
Exactly. Because of the heal, she can actually run up high grounds as well. And so you've like the point of having the creep for vision, then Enchantress as well. And you go on either of them. It's like either you get a creep or Enchantress, which is just a giant pain in the ass to kill. Great hero at doing that.
And you mentioned that Koikfa had never played Mars before. Has Mickey played Mars? Because that was something that he was doing during the DPC.
Not this tournament yet.
So they haven't picked Mars at all then?
They have not picked Mars. This obviously could also be because Mars has been frequently banned.
For sure.
And they haven't, they just in general haven't prioritized Koikfa's hero first two. Go for Winter Wyvern.
I do think though, picking him heroes that double as both mid laners, like I'm sure mid laners and off laners, I'm sure Koikfa in the patch where he was actually playing mid dabbled in the Mars because this was a popular kind of cheesy mid pick for quite some time.
Against
so
pucks and stuff like that, especially.
Yeah, exactly. The ranged like harasser heroes. Yeah, it's low armor. Yeah, Mars. So I think this is nice. Like get him something that he's comfortable with because as fast as he has learned the offlane, to be at a level where you're going to beat teams like TNC or Vici or these major teams, like you need to be exceedingly comfortable on every hero.
Yeah, now we need to figure out what Sumail is going to get up to. Playing a fair amount of Templar Assassin, but that's on TNC's side. Leshrak's banned out. He did play one Morphling, but I don't know if you want to force feed that.
He played a Pugna. Don't want to.
Oh yeah.
I kind of don't want to see that.
That seems like a pretty good Ember game to me.
Okay, I'd like to see that. Yeah, that could definitely work out. We got Phoenix coming out for TNC.
Dire team.
And I think this is their first Phoenix this tournament. Yeah, surprising. And there goes the Face of Void coming out for Mickey.
Okay, so the Void pick makes me think that this is going to be a mid Lina. And they're just going to throw this against the TA because this Faceless Void Lina late game,
10 seconds
it's
remaining.
really hard to think of anything that can beat it. It just, you chrono and the Lina does enough damage. I think Lina, you might be able to go into a practice lobby and verify this, but Lina might be like one of the top 5 highest damage cores in the late game, including all carries.
Oh, when you're dishing out the damage and you've got 3 stacks of fair for a Fiery Soul, then yeah, you're golden. As long as nobody comes close, because you are still very, very squishy, and definitely would be a little worried about a TA blinking on top of you.
Is it superior to an Invoker with Cataclysm? Because TNC are expecting there's still a mid laner potentially on the horizon for Liquid because they ban out Death Prophet.
The issue with the Invoker is just it gets so dumpstered by the TA that it would feel rough for the lane. But no, I think you're right. For the game, I mean, Invoker to buff up the Void as well with the Alacrity is amazing. Like Alacrity plus the Cataclysm, it's a very nice combo.
Is the Cold Snap Urn build just dead? Does no one do it anymore?
I think people still do it a decent amount. I think we saw Miracle do that build.
He did?
Yeah, it's fine. It's worse than it was because of the Cold Snap nerfs for sure. But I think it's more like Quas Wex so OP for quite some time, and now it's a little more balanced.
I'm trying to think of other Sumail heroes that you could slot in, because I'm with you. I think the Lina is a pretty good option. It's been Southeast Asia's go-to options whenever you have a Faceless Void to put damage into the Chrono. It's that and Leshrac.
And Nothing to Say just gave a great clinic of the mid Lina, so might have inspired a couple of people.
For sure. That being said, I think LGD is operating on another wavelength right now.
That's fair to say.
If anyone has the boldness to run Carry Axe twice.
What does TNC need? Because we got a Beastmaster just banned by Team Liquid. They took a long time to think about that. We know that the DK can be flexed to both Bok and to Armel. What do we want to see?
Yeah, TNC...
Actually, I guess Armel's the TA, so I mean Gabby, of course.
TNC is the type of team to just run like K carry, you know?
Yeah.
It's like you can't trust any of their picks to be any position.
I think Liquid's on the right track. I think that it's going to be looking for an offlaner hero.
Okay.
I think the Beast ban is just because it's like the single worst matchup for Faceless Void. You can't do anything about the boar. It's so sad. And then you eventually roar him. He can't do anything.
And they ban out the Veno, so yeah.
It's not popular right now, but I would be down for a Bok Pango. I think disarm against this team could be really irritating, especially as another way to protect the egg.
TNC previously did really try to punish the Void lane. That's where they originally picked the Viper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Axe. Okay, so they go for basically the only remaining damage over time that's not banned out in the Axe against the Void. Nice matchup for the mid game too. Like you call Axe or you call the Void at any point, and he's going to die to the burst damage of the TA plus the Phoenix Sunray for sure.
And it provides some protection for the egg.
This could be a carry axe, actually.
It could be. We saw it working. 100% win rate carry axe.
This Wyvern's a 5 though. I feel like Arctic Burn. Well, Arctic Burn owns both DK and Axe. I would think. Yeah, it could be.
So what do we think? Do we want to see Sumail on the Lina, or do we want to see something else picked up now for him, or do we want to see him on the Mars and we get a last pick coming out for Koikfa with Slaughter still in the pool, one of the few games that it actually is still up? Go for Mirana, okay.
Huh.
That doesn't tell me much.
That does not. Sumail Lina,
Lina.
It will be Koikfa Mars, it will be Taiga Mirana, so the position for Mirana. On the side of TNC, we got the Gabby Axe. So we do have the carry axe, the offlane DK, and mid TA, of course, with Boomy on the Enchantress.
Wow.
We got the carry axe again.
That's cool.
do.
It's cool that TNC is just immediately picking it up. They're like, all right, LGD's winning with this. Like, let's go.
Southeast Asia and China have been scrimming against each other throughout the entirety of the DPC. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were already exposed to this. And I feel like the things that Liquid are answering are not what's important to answer. So they have Mirana versus Phoenix, so attack speed versus the egg.
Yep.
Arrow for Enchantress's creeps, which is great. but I don't think you needed to answer the supports. You needed to answer the cores. And I think Liquid's still been off balance. So I actually predicted TNC for the series to begin with before we even saw the drafts. Even after seeing the drafts, I think I'm still going TNC.
I think I'm actually going to go Liquid.
Okay.
I really believe in this Lina Faceless Void combo. I think it's very BS. And by the end of this tournament, I think this will be a duo that we talk about.
Is it easy to execute? Because we know they've had some execution issues.
Yeah.
I think so. I honestly think so. It's like this is what LGD does as well. They pick Lina and then they pick a bunch of like AoE bubbles to put on the ground to protect the Lina. So this to me looks like an LGD draft, and I think that they've studied and they're trying it out. TNC's, I mean, they're doing the same thing kind of with Axe.
Okay, let's find out how this game's going to play itself out. Is Team Liquid able to turn the tides, or will TNC take this game one of this best of 3 series? We're finding out together with BSJ and ODP.
Thank you, Sheever. Fog decided to share a little bit. I have this OD Pixel pillow to myself now. Happy to be casting this series with you. I am actually super excited about this carry axe. How you doing, Owen?
I'm doing good, Brian. Yeah, always a fan of seeing the position 1 axe, and especially when it's in the hands of some of these SEA teams. You know, Gabby playing this safe lane axe, you can expect he's going to pop off, and I really do think he will. I'm a little concerned for Liquid in this one. They've been having a rough time here at the LAN. TNC, of course, coming in with some fantastic victories. The 2-0 against Nigma, taking a game off Vici Gaming. Liquids, the pressure really is on for them here. And well, we're going to see if they're going to be able to start to fix some of the problems they've been struggling with, as it's not going to be easy. TNC, with this sort of lineup, this master tier, Armel, TA, a lot of things for Liquid to be worried about this game.
Yeah, and their backs are against the wall. This is do or die. They're going to have another series right after this, I believe. And if they do not pull it together now, they will be putting together their clothes in their suitcases and going on home.
Well, we'll see what they can get going for them. I mean, looking at the 2 drafts, Brian, I mean, what's sort of standing out to you as particularly strong from both sides? Like, what are you liking strategically from these teams here?
It's just a really hard Faceless Void game. I'm now complimenting TNC's draft in the sense that who do you chrono? TA with the refraction charge is most likely going to have a blink dagger to be quite elusive, and then you have 2 really tanky cores. And if you're going to try to go in without the chronosphere, you got the instant stun from the DK, you got the low cooldown call from the Axe, BKB piercing. It's just going to be difficult to itemize and execute team fights for Mickey. But on the other hand, if he does manage to land that crucial chrono, they have a lot of damage to follow up from long range on the side of Liquid.
And that's for sure, yeah. They have got that team fight pretty much locked down here. The Curse, the Arena, the Chrono, lots of stuff to hold and contain the members of TNC, whilst in the mid, such as Samael is going to be able to get that damage done. But we'll see how much of a start Samael gets in this matchup. TA versus Lina in the mid lane. What do you expect to make of this one? Is this a lane where Samael can suffer against the Armel TA?
Yeah, I don't know what year this is. In the past, TA's done quite well against Lina. I'm yet to watch this current patch, but I'm going to assume it's slightly in favor of TA, which is odd because they first rounded the Lina, assuming from a spectator standpoint that it would be a flex pick, and after they countered it with the TA, or at least I think it's a counter, they left it as is. So we're going to have to see. Sumail seems confident. I almost thought that was going to be a mid-Mirana for him, as he has done that in the past, but I don't think particularly well against TA either. Looking forward to seeing Taiga get that high priority last pick in the Mirana. I don't see that too often for a support.
Yeah, what do you think it was about this game that made them want to get that Mirana in as the Final Four? Obviously, there is that supernova. They are going to have that strength of being able to hit the egg. Other than that, what sort of screams out that, this game is a game for Liquid to go for the Mirana?
Just because they already had the Lina, I have to assume it's not all about hitting that egg. It does help, but it wouldn't be the only reason they pick it. I'm going to go with the fight selection, the nature of the ultimate from Ron as he does go down top. Let's just ignore that. He is almost level 2, but not quite early on enough to get those leap charges. But it's the ultimate from the Mirana, making sure that the Faceless Void and the Mars can get in range and position to cast their spells properly. Whoever gets the jump is going to come out on top, most likely.
I see so far in the laning stage, nobody getting completely zonked out. We're seeing top lane, Quofer actually the one to get the most creeps so far. He's having pretty much free farm as the Mars here, but Gabby, of course, no struggle soaking up the creeps as they do get pushed in underneath his tower. Mid lane, 15 for 2 against the 13 for 3. Sumail keeping it very close here to that the Armel's able to achieve. Of course, the big difference is going to come into play when we see how quickly both of the mids can flash farm the jungle at the same time. Already you see Tim's setting up the jungle here for Armel, getting those stacks going on TNC's side of the map.
Now, the one difference is TA is the one that can farm Ancients, and Lina isn't necessarily. That's not her strong suit. Small camp's the big thing about this patch for mid. All these mids that can abuse that small camp as early as possible. You see Sumail considering it, but electing to go back to lane. That's why I was almost surprised it took this long for Lina to be popular. She's so efficient when it comes to these early game, and her limitation in the past was mana only.
Oh, she top lane Gabby. Some good harassment here onto Quofer. All into a few spins, and I think Quofer's got to be popping that salve probably here as Gabby showing that they're not afraid to play aggressive here. Gabby trying to see if he can cancel that salve, but Quofer able to stay hidden in the trees. Tiger, though, he's got to keep his distance. Looking towards the courier. One more leap forward. He will get it. He may just die for this, though, Tiger. The call comes into play. Tiger's going to lose his life there. Liquid, they do get the 2 couriers. They end up giving away another kill here to Gabby in the safe lane. Over in the river, Sumail sees that there's no further stun threat. Will manage to TP back towards the tower. But all in all, early kills here for the safe lane Axe.
Yeah, there's not many safe lane duos that I think would do well against Mars plus any ranged right clicker like the Mirana, but Enchantress is one of the strongest laning 5s, and she can also stay out of lane a lot, and Axe is perfectly sufficient on his own since he normally is an offlaner, and that means he's going to have a nice little level advantage, and overall just going for that rushed ring of health on any carry ever just feels fantastic, and it's almost surprising just as much as the Lina mid that Axe has waited this long to be a carry with that new Agshard build. People just wait for it to get nerfed, you know, before they're like, okay, that means it's the real deal. Time to consider this in the hard carry role. And it just fits so much more this patch than last because the mid lane is so much more carry-esque itself. So you can afford to have more of a semi-carry one that doesn't have to bear the entire brunt of the carry load, you know, 40 minutes into the game.
No, absolutely. I think, yeah, Axe in the position 1, as we were seeing back in the league from some teams, it has got huge potential. I mean, why do you think some teams just haven't really played with the idea of the Axe as the carry? Is it just players not necessarily being too comfortable playing it in that position, or are there other weaknesses that means teams aren't always going to look towards maybe getting a carry Axe in?
Yeah, I think it really is as simple as teams not having time to adjust fully to the meta, and there's just a lot of causal chains throughout the course of any developed meta, which in this case, as we've leaned more and more towards heroes like TA being super popular, inevitably you can afford these pseudo carries, as I mentioned, and now people have to start theory crafting. We saw Liquid even try carry Omni Knight yesterday. It didn't work out, but Axe, this is the type of hero where if it failed the first 2 games, maybe we would never see it again, but it's already looking good, and thus, if other teams are doing it, why not steal it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're seeing, you know, already between the mids, as expected, already a few hundred gold lead here for Armel with how much he's able to clean up outside of the lane. You see those continued stacks being prepared for them. This mid TA is going to have a huge power spike at a very good time this game. Tiger trying to step up here. They brought the 2 supports in around the mid lane, but unless they really sort of catch one with an arrow, it's going to be a hard move to make. They will manage to land the arrow onto Armel. TP's coming in from TNC, though. They're ready to bring in the backup as Tiger's going to end up dying for this effort. Sumail also in trouble as he's getting slowed down by the traps. Quofer swung over, though. Looking to help out. Will catch Boomy in the arena. Quofer able to come over in time, make sure that Liquid don't end up losing Sumail there. But we are seeing, you know, they want to make a move on Armel. It's just proven to be a little too hard. TNC keeping their TA perfectly safe underneath the tower.
Yeah, it's definitely not the target you wanted, but you'll take what you can get. just look at the CS and the net worth, though. All in favor of TNC. I have to imagine that DK is quite a strong laner against Faceless Void, who's pretty much all physical damage early, because Phoenix has not spent very much time in the lane, and he's still out leveling and out net worthing the Void by a pretty large margin. And this is a response pick, so they clearly knew this matchup worked this way. And even though Mars is having a pretty decent start, Quakeba, and same with Sumail, they're just getting more. Gabby doing the same thing we saw from Ame last series, willingly leaving his lane in order to just gain the efficiency of the jungle. And they have such good stacking heroes. Enchantress can use creeps, Phoenix can use fire spirits to stack multiple camps per minute. And I'm pretty sure that's all this net worth lead is. There's no fancy kills going on. Yeah, they're up 3-1, but it's all just creeps.
Absolutely, yeah. Gabby, this is definitely on track to be one of the games that you are just going to see insane net worth built up at such a fast pace from Gabby. Fully uninterrupted, this Axe. 5k net worth, 8 minutes in. And Liquid's probably going to... pressure's going to be on Liquid to make moves, really. Maybe with this first Chronos with Mickey's hit the 6. They've either got to do something around him or something around Sumail, because as it is, TNC's just going to continue to out-farm them pretty heavily here.
Yeah, they just have serious damage issues when you consider the heroes they're trying to kill. I mentioned it later on in the game. It seems that it's already mounting as TA with max refraction, DK super tanky with this passive, Axe already got the Vanguard. Yes. Oh, this is a good wraparound by Koifa.
Yeah, they're going to catch on to Tims. Tims will get taken out. Koifa could be in trouble, though. Trap Slow coming in, Box TP'd over. The Cold Embrace will buy time here for Koifa. They're trying to burst Bot. Sumail, he'll be able to do so. They bring down a second here. Liquid Koifa able to push back Armel in time. The tower hits will finish him off. As Liquid lose Koifa, but this time they'll get away with finding 2 kills before, so taking down both the Phoenix and the DK there for their efforts.
Gabby's level 10. What the hell? 9 minutes in.
I mean, he's just out. He's having the time of his life, Gabby. I don't think he'd be farming any faster here. They will look to punish him with the Chrono. He's pretty tanky, though. Well, with the Vanguard, 4 heroes having a go at Gabby here. They will finally get him. Takes a lot. They do kill him off, and they absolutely needed to, as you were pointing out, just how good of a start Gabby is having. Liquid will finally be able to slow him down a little bit, take him off the map for 30 seconds.
Yeah, I guess he just got strongman syndrome. Maybe it's the just feeling himself after having such a good early game. You're level 10, and he's thinking the same thing I'm. He's like, holy crap, I'm level 10 in 9 minutes in. Let's get him.
Yeah.
Armel is pressuring bottom tower. They are going to need a lot of resources to get any little moves done on the map from Liquid, so anytime that they are going to 3 or 4-man gank a core like you see there, it is really important TNC attempts to make something happen elsewhere, and we should expect that constantly throughout the game. As long as Liquid can keep up these moves, I like their late game better. It's just a matter of how many times that Axe is going to die, because every time he's not dying, he will be gaining the net worth lead on you.
Yeah, for sure. You're not going to be able to hit creeps as fast as Gabby. And we've seen Mickey with the build as well. Looks to be no Maelstrom in the build-up, just straight for the S and Y. I mean, what sort of determines which way you're going to go with a Void build? You know, this game, the S and Y, whereas obviously, I think last time around, we the Void, the Maelstrom into the S and Y. When do you go for the Maelstrom? When do you skip it, bro?
It's when you feel like you're gonna die if you go for that Maelstrom. I have to imagine he's thinking this DK Blink's coming out soon. The Axe is a threat enough as is, and team fights are just hard for him to execute because they have so much damage at this stage in the game that the only way you farm faster with an S&Y than you do with a Maelstrom is when you're expecting to die if you go Maelstrom. So that's the only reasoning I can come up with. He certainly needed an S&Y this game against the call. It's the go-to item for all carries, no matter what role the Axe is in. But you would always hope to delay it. It does speak to the situation that Liquid finds themselves in, that he is going for this item build. It doesn't feel terrible, but you're definitely not excited about it if you're a carry player.
See mid lane TNC. Really putting on the pressure with the Elder Dragon form, but Liquid will respond. Quakefa TPing over, TNC immediately backing off. Quakefa maybe seeing if he can get a grab with the arena hit, but doesn't want to go for these two. May be able to catch Boomy, but obviously not one of the big targets that the Liquid kind of need to be killing here. as TNC able to quickly split back up. Box in the jungle, Gabby's working on top. And even down bottom, Tim's able to pick up some action, some levels here. He's now hit the 6. Armel's still focusing through the Ancients. He's just a Mithril Hammer away from having the Deso. They're still going to hit these very fast timings, TNC. Liquid, they really need to find some kills, and they're going to try now with this smoke.
Invisibility.
I don't think they're going to get anything, are they?
He's not going to be able to catch either. Tries to get Gabby and Bok, or either or there. Doesn't end up getting any of them. They're able to simply step out to the side. And that's a smoke and an arena down the drain there from Liquid. Nothing to be found with it. And TNC will continue to happily farm away across the map.
Yeah, they have all this control and all these ultimates that they want to use on the side of Liquid. And you can just tell by that gank alone how awkward it is and how none of these targets look like the prime meat that you're hunting for. This is just crazy. You can feel it when you look at these ganks, when you look at the map. TNC's always spread out more. They're higher level across the board. Gabby, despite the death, is still getting almost 1 level per minute in this game. And he's going to have the same problem that Ame had last game, where he's going to get the Manta and he's not going to have enough time in the game to get the shard yet. So he will be completing the blink most likely beforehand. And the chip vest, this is when you know Gaben's just on your side if you're playing Axe carry and you get chip vest. It's kind of like when you see all the mid laners get those fairy trinkets. It's the equivalent.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Gabby's just going to continuously be at full HP here, and the neutral creep's not standing a chance. As, you can really see how well it's going for Gabby when he's as close as he is to the farm of Armel. But it was the hit that blow the combo onto Bok, but it's not enough, even with the Laguna Blade. Bok's able to walk it off it. TNC not letting anybody go down. I mean, 4-4, the kill's relatively low this game, and of course in that sort of a matchup where one team's able to hit the creeps that much more, you've got to favor that side. 3k lead TNC. Armel's got the full Deso done now. So he himself, he's going to be even more proactive at getting involved when Liquid do try and bring the action to him, and he's going to hit damn hard.
And I saw EG with the Wyvern Void, as we might be seeing something bottom. I'm not going to make sure we miss this. Mickey? Okay. So I saw EG pull out the Wyvern Void safe lane duo, and it just screams damage problems for a really long time. And the minute that TNC saw this, their next 2 picks were just DK offlane, Axe carry. And I just really like the game plan that TNC's constructed. And moving forward, I don't think Liquid's out of it by any means, but it just seems so much more straightforward for TNC to execute their game plan. And Liquid's going to be the ones that really have to think outside the box, make some fancy maneuvers. And here we see them smoking again. You can tell they have a sense of urgency. They know they need to get something done. Sumail working on a BKB, but don't really have any damage items other than that Spirit Vessel coming out on Taiga, and that can be pretty crucial against the heal from the Enchantress as well as the Phoenix with these beefy strength cores.
Let's see what they can grab. Do they want to make the jump on Bok? Mickey. Let's show himself there by the tower. TNC, they've got Boomy and Bok ready here for this fight. Gabby also relatively close. And I mean, yeah, even with that time spent here to try and set up Liquid, they're still not able to confidently find a way to jump and start action onto TNC. Now TNC, they're ready to make the jump themselves. They get themselves straight over to Mickey. Mickey is going to get out of position here. They're trying to hit him up with the cold embrace, but honestly, if anything, that just gave time for Gabby to walk and get the call off. They will get the curse down onto Boom. It will cost the life of the Enchantress. But that's the Void gone there. Maybe he was dead either way, but cold embracing him like that, Gabby's able to step up, keep him just chain stunned. Liquid, they're still going to try and get the fight going as they jump in onto Gabby. Laguna Blade as well, but Gabby's been healed up by the Sunray. They move over to Sumail, again trying to save him with the cold embrace, but they've got too much damage to go through it. They smash his life to pieces through the ice. It's 4 dead on Liquid, as they just can't do anything here. TNC in their element. They've had the perfect start. Gabby, he's ready to rock and roll. 4-1-2 after those kills. Pretty much has the Blink Dagger done. It's not looking great here for Liquid, Brian. They're having another rough game already at just 16 minutes in.
Yeah, you can see why Taiga rushed that Spirit Vessel, and the problem is he has no charges. That could have been the difference between bringing Gabby down there, as he was sitting underneath 500 HP, taking damage and healing right through it the entire time. So Oh man, it's just not going to get easier. You have to get one kill first. They're all so tanky, even the supports. Now TA has an Aegis, and the problem here is that you have the Cold Embrace from Wyvern, but you have the pure damage from the Impetus from Enchantress. You have all the spells from Phoenix. You have the Axe Shard that's going to be coming out, which is also pure damage. You have the Side Blades if they're hitting another target, which is pure damage. He was full to zeroed while Cold Embraced, Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling like in these fights that NLSN might have to hold back on using the Cold Embrace. I feel it's sort of doing them more harm than good. Just sort of disabling his teammate. The heal is just not strong enough at this stage. Of course, with just the 1 point in it, it's just not going to cut it in the chaos and as you said, the damage types that TNC is able to throw out in these team fights.
Yeah, I was thinking of like a play on words with the way this axe is getting to be played. I think of like Terror Axe, you know, instead of Terror Blade, you have Terror Axe. You're just sending illusions down lanes and clearing them, and it's just so efficient. Like the whole map control aspect of Dota is that they shouldn't be able to be in all 3 lanes, but because of how easy and quickly Axe as well as TA clear the lanes, and now that TA has the Aegis and Axe is one of the most survivable carries in the game right now at this stage in the game. It's just so easy for them to have all 3 lanes pushed in, and you can see they're just ignoring mid lane because no one on Liquid is comfortable enough to enter the river.
I mean, a real talk, Brian, you know, with this sort of carry axe coming into play, when do you think the players will catch on to getting the Octarine after the Manta, Brian? Let's go.
That is the build that I did in that one party queue game, and it did carry us when it was 60+ minutes into the game. It's a nice
uptime on Manta.
It's a nice 6th item. I don't think it's viable this early because the BKBs and the ACs, it's just too much value because you get so much tankiness and the attack speed aura for yourself and your illusions. It's just so much free damage because you usually only factor in the physical damage, but the pure damage from spins, it's just like Spectre. Pure damage is insane as the game goes on, and you have a better version of Desolate because it doesn't matter if there's anybody near them. Actually, you welcome if their teammates are near them.
Look at this. Oh, Mickey! He's jumped into a Dragon Tail! They have dropped the curse onto Armel. That'll give time for Mickey to step out to the side. Quaitfa's in with the arena, gets the spear down onto Bog, but there's no damage to kill Bog. Bog's going to be more than fine. Liquid's, they've just got to back away. As again, Cold Embrace used there onto Quaitfa, but Quaitfa looking still pretty dead. There's no escape for the Mars. Quaitfa goes down. The rest of Liquid desperately running out of here, as the rest will make it away. And again, just TNC having the smoothest of times here, 9-5 at 19 minutes, and not a lot of kills, but a whole lot of money here. 10k lead for TNC at this early point of the game.
Oh, and this is not metaphorical, this is not philosophical. They have literally no damage on the side of Liquid, and this is... okay, go, cast all your spells now on Gabby.
He's just in! He's ready to dive into the high ground! They've got the catch on his center, the Chrono comes out. They've got the tag as well in onto Gabby. Can they kill it? They can. Laguna comes down. They will manage to punish Gabby. What more can they get out of this? Liquid the arrow
spear
in onto the Bok. Being healed up as well by the Sunray. Quaitfa is going to be able to spear Bok back. Bok still alive. Finally goes down to the crash here as Liquid will take him down. See if Liquid can chase any more here. McKay. Zomboomy. The time dilation, but the Supernova's coming out. Armel seeing if he can turn. Quaitfa's managed to catch the 2 of them in the arena. The Supernova will lock them back momentarily, but still Liquid's able to push on, take down Boomy. Look towards Armel. Armel, he'll fall for the first time. See if they can take him out again as they'll set up around the Aegis. There'll be a buyback from Boomy coming into play as they want to try and help out their TA. The one lone tree standing there, enough for Quaitfa to pin Armel in his place. And they're going for everything here. They need to, Liquid. They've got to make as much as they can happen with this fortune that's sort of been handed to them there, as Liquid do manage to kick back here off the back of Gabby, going for a bit of a high ground up on the Axe.
That was the perfect chrono placement as Sumail was right on the outside. I don't even have time to talk here as we're seeing even more action.
Quaitfa's still going. He's able to get in and take down Tim's TNC. They should be able to chase and punish him for this. The battle hunger upon him. There's no help coming in for Quaitfa, so Gabby and Bok and Boomy will manage to get this Mars out of the game.
That's space. Side lanes get pushed out. Mickey going back for the Maelstrom makes sense. It's just order of items. If he had had a Maelstrom for that fight, he wouldn't have survived the initial jump by TNC. And he chronoed where the Lina and the tier 3 tower were right outside, and that was what it required to bring down Gabby on the Axe. And hey, that might be the beginning of the comeback for Liquid. By no means is their team incapable of making plays. Just that bonus damage from the tower, and now with a couple Spirit Vessel charges on Taiga, that first kill was so important to helping them bring down Bach as well, and now they will have the damage as long as the cores of TNC do not have BKB available. One charge left.
No, for sure. I mean, as much as I like to see a good dive, I think for TNC's sake, Gabby's going to have to try and restrain himself a little bit more next time round. And those moves indeed giving a bit of a chance here for Liquid. That 10k lead that TNC had, nearly getting half there off the back of that last team fight.
Once they start building into damage items, I assume Sumail will go for the MKB build. Yes, he has it queued up. And he's also got the Boots of Travel, so that should help them get outside of base if TNC elects to try to take over the triangle and control the Roche area, which that MKB, super value against all 3 cores, especially the DK and the Axe, who are high armor targets, will get chunked through by that magic damage. Boots of Travel across the board, though. I like this by Gabby. Usually, if you think the opponent's only way back out on the map is Boots of Travel, you want one core with Kill Thread to also have Boots of Travel of their own to make sure you shut that down.
Oh, for sure, yeah, and Gabby, an excellent one to do it, having that catch potential up top. Liquid setting up behind Mickey there, maybe preparing for a move to be made onto the Void, but it isn't here from TNC. TNC keeping themselves close together as a unit around the mid lane. Armel, a few hundred gold off having the completed BKB as TA. Still a bit of time for Gabby until he can get his. Armel, once he's got the BKB, he'll have much less of a problem getting in on these squishy heroes of Liquid uninterrupted if those ultimates are down.
I wonder if there's ever going to be a Shiva's Guard coming out from Liquid. I guess it would probably be Sumail after the MKB. I'm just thinking of heal reduction. They don't have a Scotty builder per se. After the Maelstrom, Mickey could consider it, but it looks like he's worried about his own life before he's worried about taking the opponents to queues up the Satanic. I don't blame him. We're seeing what's happening in the fights. He's also getting called. He's not generally getting stunned. So that means the Satanic goes up in value.
Oh, for sure, yeah. If Mickey can play to the survivability elements of the hero, he's have a chance of sort of pushing on, being that frontliner for Sumail to sit back, get multiple rounds of his abilities off it in the team fights. And we'll see what TNC's move is going to be next, as they're now back to building up that lead again. When sort of the calm returns here between these two sides, TNC still able to clean up the map much more efficiently than Liquid can right now.
I never thought I'd see the day where both supports on the same team have a holy lock going. Phoenix and the Enchantress.
That's true. That item it used to be a bit of a meme, but indeed no longer. No longer at all, especially on these two heroes that do have those strong healing-based spells to really buff up.
Yeah, the fact that you can give the charges to someone else just makes it that much more insane. Because the guy that you don't want to focus these heal supports in the back because they're also so beefy themselves. So your goal would be to put it all on one guy, but then they're also able to put all their heals on one guy.
Yeah, and especially when the heroes that these you're backing up as Tims and Boomy are as beefy as they are, you're always going to get the chance to get those clutch saves off onto Bok and Gabby. Already with a lot of inbuilt sustain themselves. These are not easy heroes at all for Liquid to kill, as we have seen so far this game. The struggles have been real for Liquid, only really getting a chance to capitalize on the over-aggression of TNC. Outside of that, Liquid not being able to make too many moves themselves.
Yeah, Centaur alone is a huge threat because it just means the opponent sees you. And Liquid has that one ward to work with in their own triangle, and also the one ward near mid-tier 2 of Dire. But here we see Mirana ulti. This is the information game I was talking about. Hopefully Liquid can use it to their advantage right now, as they are down by 10k. Roche going to be spawning quite soon.
Let's see if Liquid can get them by surprise. Boomy gonna head up. Sentry's gonna be dropped down. Boomy's gonna see everything. He'll die for this. As Liquid just quickly, they just take the Enchantress's life. They know that he would be giving the info for the rest of the team, so just take what they were given. Does mean, of course, though, for TNC overall, they'll be rather happy with that one. Only losing an Enchantress to this move that Liquid were
Re-smoke.
The jump on Bok. He's been pretty deep. He's going to get the chance to easily pop that BKB, though. Liquid, what do they do now? They've sort of revealed themselves on a second attempt onto Bok. They're still hanging around the area. I mean, Liquid, they've got to start backing off. Even against just the 4 of TNC, it's very hard for Liquid to make moves.
Super late Roche spawn, and Liquid's like, come on, catch us a break here. 20 seconds on the Enchantress. That is the target that TNC purposely offered up, as Liquid's quite familiar with the role of the Enchantress on the map at this stage in the game, as you use your creep as well as your own body to face check wherever you think the opponent may be coming from. And you can see that Liquid knows exactly how impactful that Enchantress kill was, where they needed to smoke again to feel like they got enough out of it. As now it's TNC's turn, Enchantress is respawning, will most likely be able to connect to the fight. Probably gonna try to de-ward around the area that he did get ganked. Pretty smart of him to help set up for the Roche. The thing about Liquid's lineup is they don't take Roche particularly fast, so TNC is now sitting up on bottom, assuming that someone on Liquid is going to feel pressured to go defend and push out the bottom lane. Most likely would be Sumail, because he's the one with boots of travel that would be able to rejoin the Roche area. And this Axe, these Axe illusions, it is so valuable. You can't put a gold value on heroes that can clear waves. All 3 waves, like Naga and Terrorblade, are generally the only heroes that can do it before this Axe carry without having to put themselves at risk at all.
Has that ever been cause for celebration?
I think one of the great things as well about the Axe carries, you know, let's be honest, Brian, would you rather be playing Axe carry, Naga, or Terrorblade? No, Axe for the fun factor, for the player, Axe has got to be at the top of the list.
Absolutely. No, I purposely took this patch as an excuse to finally get to play some Axe carry in those party queue games, and I still thought it was a meme even though it worked, but apparently it is not.
Looks like a very good hit. Coming up to 19k net worth, some insane farm on Gabby Sumail. He steps out to clear a wave. They're ready and waiting. They get the jump on him straight away. Sumail's on. He was not ready for that.
Exactly what they were waiting for. They were so patient. Like, the Liquid sees 2 heroes top, and TNC was still patiently waiting bottom.
Well, Boomy. I'll catch him. TPs are coming in. Boomy, he's still alive. Mickey will drop the chrono. He's caught Armel, but Armel already got the BKB up. He's got the reflection as well. Literally no damage, Brian. Literally no damage done throughout the duration of that chrono. Armel's to full HP. A Winter's Curse, but for what? Gabby, he's in with the call. He's called Sumail again. He's got Sumail on speed dial. Both times, Sumail just out of action. He brought back for that as well. Mickey's dead. Sumail's out and down for 90 seconds. It's Data. He's not making it out either. Gabby's still got credit to play with as he makes another, takes out 4 of them here. It's 15k lead now for TNC. After a fight like that, Liquid's going to be sort of licking their wounds, and I don't think they could do much more than that, Brian.
Yeah, this game was consistently one fight away from TNC just breaking open the map once again, as they kind of had to recover what they lost diving the tier 3 towers. And you can just tell when TNC sees a target like this bottom, you go on them, they die. When Liquid sees a target, maybe you have 4 heroes and you're not sure if they're gonna die. And that just never, it's almost impossible at this level of play when one team's executing on that much easier of a minimum threshold to kill somebody comparatively.
And we go straight up to the base. Still 30 seconds, no Sumail. Mikhail will be back up, but of course no chrono. And even when that's there, as we've seen, not a whole lot to be done with it whatsoever. How far behind Liquid are as TNC. Let's spot him. Gabby's in again. Another catch, another kill. Insania is out. I mean, they're going to have to probably call it soon. Otherwise, no, Gabby's kills, they're going to shoot through the roof. What are they doing?
Gabby, that's going to be calling next.
That's true. I think you might be right with that one. They're going to buy back here, but they've got to watch out for this Axe. Quite for pots the BK. They get the arrow onto Armel. Armel, of course, still has that Aegis. I'll be able to blow him up the once, but he's ready for round 2. Gabby jumping into Sumail. Sumail this time able to keep the distance. Plus the BKB starts to... They use the curse. Stun comes out from Sumail. At the end of the day, that just stops Armel from being able to do any damage to Gabby. Armel getting fully focused here. In the arena, gets the BKB. The refraction. Armel's still alive. He's stepping away. Armel's going to live. He's getting healed up by Boomy. They can't kill the TA. Mid-K's silenced. Mid-K's gone. Coming in with the double buybacks here, Liquid. But TNC, they're continuing to roll on as Gabby's in again with another call. Tiger, Quaifa out of action. Mid-K as well. They got to call it. They really have. And there it goes. GG. As TNC 25-11, 32 minutes at 33k net worth lead. My goodness, they come in with another showstopper of a performance. And unfortunately for Liquid, Brian, I guess this is just kind of what we've come to expect to see from them.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Yeah, it's such because it's so weird. Carry X, I mean, I feel like all I have to say is the words together, and anybody like 2 years ago would be like, is he having an aneurysm?
Especially after the D patch, I thought like, okay, it was kind of a meme from the off lane.
Yeah.
D patch, you can get away with it. And then it gets nerfed, and then I was like, okay, well, I don't know, maybe now if you get a second Roche, then it's viable, but LGD, no cares.
No cares indeed. TNC, they're in the same boat in a way as Team Liquid in the sense that they both need top 6 if they want to have a shot at making it 2 TI based on points. I'd say they have a really good shot at that if they keep playing like they just did. We're going to find out if they keep playing like they just did right now. First up, it's game 2 coming your way. We got the draft about to be ready, and Team Liquid on the Dire side this time around. We got Team TNC on the Radiant side. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, I mean, if this is the game to win, right? So if they don't win every single game from this point onward,
game over.
Game over. So you go to comfort. What do you do? Do you actually no? Do you go either for comfort or do you go for let's play what everybody else has been playing because apparently it's good?
Okay, so they have a tanky offlaner, most popular one in the entire patch.
Yep.
I think Phoenix and Enchantress are both in their arsenal. Oh man.
I mean,
okay.
Ruthless.
Okay, TNC, let's relax.
everything we just said. First, okay, no, thing. Ancient Depression still in the pool.
Okay, yeah, actually, not a bad idea. Broodmother's still in the pool as well, but maybe not first phase kind of thing.
No.
Honestly, if I was Team Liquid at this point and you have to win out to get into the playoffs, I would just pick something crazy, like just reinvent Dota, because I don't think you're gonna win out by just now picking like the meta stuff.
Yeah, it's too late.
And figuring it out. Yeah, it's like you're not just gonna be better at everybody else who's been doing the meta stuff.
Yeah, you're playing against a team that has, first of all, has got 2 games over you in terms of how many games of experience in the group stage they have, right? As Team Liquid still has their second series of the day after this one. And you're playing against a team that has already been playing the better style of Dota, so you gotta be a step ahead or try something out of the box. We got them banning out the Razor and DK, so they do have the Trent there. Get rid of the other tanky cores. We got on the side of TNC banning out the Troll and the Ursa. Decent to deal with the Axe.
10 seconds remaining.
But they pick up a TA, and I got nothing against the Sumail TA.
I do.
But I got something against the Sumail TA.
Okay. I see.
Like, if you're gonna go for, like... I feel like this is old.
It is. And one of the critiques that we had, at least in game 1, is that Liquid were lacking a hero that were capable of taking stacks.
Yeah.
So this falls into the paradigm of, okay, Sumail leaves the lane. Taiga comes by, gets up some experience. So perhaps give him Enchantress, maybe? It's not like...
It's ban.
Oh, it is ban.
Yeah, that's a good ban, honestly. This Holy Locket build on her just seems just toxic, man. Just toxic. Same with on Phoenix. Obviously that goes through. You can't ban everything.
Hey, with Holy Lockets and heals...
10 seconds remaining.
Rest of the healing hero is good. I know it's a little off topic, but...
If Dazzle does come back into the meta, I think it will be with Holy Locket.
Yeah.
I think you're right about that. I think the Dazzle is just too bad of a hero, and the only reason people ever pick it is to clear PL illusions because of the Ag Shard. That's about Dazzle's only current niche as it stands. But I think you're right. I think Holy Locket would be the build.
And also, this is still very fresh. Like backstage,
it's today.
Fog, yeah, it's literally today.
It's literally
like wildcards were not like this. Wildcards were not so heal-oriented, sustain-oriented, because well, Fog and I were wondering, like, where's Underlord right now? You want percentage-based damage. You want to deal with people who are consistently tanky, then go for someone who can scale like an Underlord. But things are still, it's an open wound right now that people are trying to close up.
Yep. Clockwork coming out.
You know, a great tanky beefy hero.
No Jenkins, no Pudge.
It has a great save, too.
Right, 2 of the best saves in the game, and Dismember now with the Ag Shard.
Although,
we're talking about Pudge.
Talking about saves, Abaddon was a Liquid favorite for a long time.
Oh, that hero's completely fallen off, actually, surprisingly. It should definitely not fall off that hard. I think it's a great hero.
Yeah. I'm not convinced about Snapfire these days.
But
no,
the issue with Abba is not really a support that takes a lane very well. What are you going to shield the creep wave? So these Phoenixes, you know, I thought the Phoenixes at the start of the patch were really good. These Phoenix Lina type supports, because there's so many little tree paths now. And also towers have, the TP range is so large that it's really dangerous to split push side lanes. And so picking these heroes like Lina and Leshrac and Phoenix that can do it so quickly and run through the trees and be so annoying, I thought that was going to come into the meta. So maybe that's part of it, is that the split pushing on these heroes feels super viable. We see it a lot on Leshrac. They just run down side lanes and feed. And it
sound like you want some Quincy Crew Hoodwink to show up.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You want trees, you want split push.
Let's do it.
I feel like Liquid are just picking the Snapfire as a Phoenix answer. They want to shred down the egg, because otherwise, I mean, it's a comfort hero for them, but I don't really know what else the hero is supposed to be doing here.
Speaking of comfort, they look pretty comfortable in their chairs. Secret lap chairs. Good chairs.
Oh yeah, they lounging.
They lounging.
What does it say on the
good
back
lounging
of
chair.
TNC's Ian?
It's a Titan.
His name is Ian.
Titan.
No, it's like
that's their manager.
There's
Ian.
like different chairs. One of them is the Titan. I think the Titan is the broadest joke.
I met him at the. I had a Diet Pepsi and he knocked it out of my hand.
Oh, Ian.
Wow.
So crazy.
Ian is such a crazy guy. I mean, you know, what can you do?
All right, Liquid, who do you want to answer?
It takes a long time here. I kind of feel like maybe they wanted to have the Leshrac and it got stolen from them. It's one of Mickey's comforts. But I guess the question is, do you want to pick Mickey's hero here, or are you going for either Taiga's or Insania's? They played Snap on both position 4 and 5. We had the Taiga hero Marana last pick last game. Didn't work out.
For Faceless Void again. It would kind of justify the Snapfire a little bit more for me.
I still, even with Snap, I think with Faceless Void, you kind of lack damage.
Yup.
Maybe, am I crazy for saying that with the Snapfire? I don't think the Snap ult is enough anymore. It just feels like with Phoenix in every game.
You need burst.
You really need a lot to deal with that. And the Holy Lockets and the spell lifesteal items now. And they go for the Lone Druid.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Against Phoenix, who can shred the bear.
It's okay.
With Sunray.
It's okay, Jenkins. Please tell me it's gonna be okay.
I'm so sorry, Tsunami.
Wow, okay.
Sorry.
What, Shiver?
What is it?
What's on your mind?
Hello?
Speak to me with these paws. Do some.
You're lucky there's no like close-up camera shot. The look of disappointment in your face is palpable.
I just really wanted them to pick something relatively normal and good. We've not seen Lone Druid work this entire major. Actually, did Matu win his game with Lone Druid? No, right?
I don't know. That's a
it's a wild card. They got knockout team, so
who cares?
Let me tell you, is China playing Lone Druid? Is Southeast Asia playing Lone Druid?
Exactly. I think there's that's your answer, right? I know Koikfa and Matu are like top tier Lone Druid players.
For sure.
And a lot of people would say in the world, but you can now kind of say in Europe. And it's like, why? There must be, like, do they feel like there's something inherently really good for a Lone Druid to deal with on the side of TNC? Like, is there something that it, like, hard counters?
No. There's, okay, either this is just complete comfort, or you're picking this to actually combo with something else. They could go with maybe...
What's the combo with?
A puck? Break the coil?
Yeah, where does TA go then?
Safe lane?
Yeah, we could. Mickey has played puck.
Yeah?
Mickey plays a lot of puck.
He does play puck.
That's true.
That could be it. And I feel like when you do put Koikfa on the Lone Druid, you are gonna treat it a little bit more as a core. So like you want to have like Mickey on a more active hero that doesn't maybe need as much space.
Sure.
Later on. I'm trying to, you know, some positive things in here for the Lone Druid.
Yeah, of course.
But I think TNC is
wait, but then the question is, where does the Mars go? I feel like you have all three of your cores on.
You are correct.
Yeah, you are correct.
That is definitely a hero we ignore. Oh no. We're just so used to seeing it's like blank to us.
Yeah.
Mars is just in every single game.
They need an Insania hero?
Yeah, unless they're picking Mars support.
Quincy Crew did run Mars 5 for quite a few games in NA, but
hey, they may be picking it. Insane.
Wyvern.
I mean, we got the AA still banned, no surprise. Shadow Demon also banned. TNC is definitely on the money there, thinking that it's going to be an Insania or Taiga hero last, because we have seen Insania play Snapfire as well.
He has. In fact, I think he's been playing more this major than Taiga has.
So is there any kind of... Willow is still in the pool? Lion. Wow.
We're scrambling.
We saw Lion very successul at the start of the group stages, but day 1.
You know,
we're now on day 3.
Times have changed. We are older and wiser now.
Yeah.
It feels like forever ago, but it is burst. It is burst against a bunch of healing and tanky heroes, so maybe that's the solution.
Yeah, because the Laguna Blade last game worked out so great.
Yes, of course it did. My gut says for TNC, they're going to pick some other semi-carry. It seems like it's such a strong meta to have, once again, these holy lockets, and impossible to kill heroes, and everybody kind of scales to be decent as we see the draft in all its glory.
So do you want a Bach hero? Where do you want this axe?
Yeah, that is the only issue, is that
I want Gabby Axe.
I do want Gabby Axe.
Okay.
And I want Armel Lesh.
Yeah.
And I could see Bach going Lesh and getting the sort of Greaves style of build.
He can play a mag or Viper still.
Yeah, mag.
Oh, Viper's banned.
banned.
Cool. Viper is banned.
Legion still in the pool, not very popular.
So we need.
Oh, you know what? In game 2 that they played against EG, he played Night Stalker. Loved that. It didn't win, but it looked very good.
Good. I mean, good Night Stalker game.
Go ahead.
Bristleback,
Okay.
another tanky boy.
Well, very good against the Lone Druid Bear. It's you can't get anything that's going to purge the bristle stacks other than BK. Then you have a BKB on the bear if you go for that item.
Mickey Mars.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Gabby axe again. Yeah, I don't think there's anything surprising coming out. I think Tsunami. I know he really likes TNC, but at the moment he is basically.
I don't want a team to be eliminated already. I want the tie breaks. I want the drama. I want it saved for the last day. But Liquid are just in shambles, man.
It happens. It happens to the best of us, you know. And they're up against a Goliath team.
They are.
What an improvement from TNC. These guys are looking scary.
They really do. Okay, so we all like TNC's draft a little bit more. For Team Liquid, what needs to happen for them to have a good game? Like, is there anyone in particular? Obviously, Koifa's Lone Druid. He's gonna need some time. Who's gonna buy that time? Who has to pop off?
Everybody.
Mickey on the Mars. You know, you can run this hero around with the supports, get some action going for sure. If Sumail has a good game, which you know. One of the best laners in the world. Of course, he has Armel.
Yeah, you're right, Jenkins. By golly, they're gonna do it. I'm saying Liquid, game 2 for the love of God, please. Please!
Well, let's see if they can do it. We're heading over to our commentary duo of BSJ and OD Pixel. What do you guys think?
Thank you, Sheever. If there's anyone that's familiar with being on the face of elimination before it's even over, that's Jenkins for you. And I can feel Neil's pain all the way from up here, having to sit next to him for that entire panel. And OD Pixel, I'm excited for game 2 as we get to see the Lone Druid played more as a carry for Quakefa, not so much as the offlane as Mickey takes over the Mars.
Yeah, a bit of a different dynamic compared to that other day where we saw Quakefa play the Lone Druid whilst Mickey played the Monkey King. So, yeah, indeed, a lot more chance for Quakefa to be that carry sort of player here, really, for Liquid, and a bit of a change of priority for their cause. Is it going to work, though? I don't know. I'm seeing some problems up ahead again, you know. TNC feeling as confident as they should be after that game 1, slapping out that Gabby axe first up in the draft, and then little things like down the line, getting this the Armel Leshrac. You know, this is one of those heroes that can cause a lot of issues for the TA in the mid game fights. It's not going to be another easy game for Sumail. The pressure's on for him.
I like the Bristleback pick a lot because Lone Druid and TA, they want to just be standing their ground hitting people, and most heroes in the game can't tank through that amount of damage without having to retreat, and that's when they really get the best of you. But Bristleback, he is not going to be turning his back to these heroes. He's going to be running straight at him. The one fortunate thing to have is the way that Mars Spear works is when you do spear someone to a target, it turns him around. So they can use that to manipulate what direction he is facing and potentially burst him despite the tanky passive. I'm curious, it's a similar game plan for TNC, right? 3 very survivable cores. A little bit different this game in the sense that the survivable cores are meant to kill you before you kill them because you're dealing with a Leshrac as well as the Bristleback. With the Phoenix again behind, but at least they only have 1 heal support this time.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no Boomy on the Ench this time. Boomy on something a little more aggressive in your face this time round. The clockwork coming out for him. And overall, you know, last game, we really did see, you know, Gabby ended the game, I think it was like, what, 12, 2 and 10 or something on this carry axe. This time round, you know, Liquid, they see it first. What do you think they've done this game that's going to, in their minds, make sure that Gabby doesn't have as good of a game as he did last time?
If they bring 3 or 4 heroes, somebody on TNC will die. They have a lot more damage. We're looking at the support duo from Team Liquid. We're comparing a Wyvern Mirana to that of a Lion plus Snapfire. When these ultimates are online, the Finger plus the Mortimer's Kisses, they will be going down. So I don't expect to see nearly as much hesitation from Liquid when they do see the desired target, because if the spells go off, they're going to be able to make it happen.
Looking at the lane setups, of course, bottom, Gabby. So backed up by Boomy against this Mickey and Insania duo. Obviously, Liquid as a team, they do flex a lot of the times between the core positions, but we'll see if this works out. Clearly something they're trying whilst they're a bit on their sort of last hopes here at the major. And with the setups, Mickey, do you expect him to have a pretty good time? Is he going to be able to do something a bit more this time around when he's playing the Mars, do you think, this game?
Yeah, there's a lot of weight on his shoulders. Lone Druid and TA both like to farm for the first 15 minutes or so, and if he's able to rotate to them, then he'll get a bit of assistance from his cores. But there's just, you have to wait for the level 6s from the supports, but the problem with Mars is if you fall behind even slightly, we saw it with Ice last series, you'll end up level 8 at 17 minutes into the game, and you can't. Mars, yes, he's an offlaner that's meant to be more teamfight utility, but he needs items to do his job. So they have quite a greedy lineup, and I'm not as much concerned about Mickey being able to get these plays done, but managing to get the farm that he needs to be effective past that early game.
For sure, we'll see how well he's able to transition out of the laning stage. Looking at the other lane so far, mid, Armel 11 for 3 against the 13 for 1. Very close between these two. We'll see if this time around, Sumail, see if he's able to achieve as much as Armel did last game when Armel was playing the TA. We saw Armel get insane amounts of farm with the preparation of the jungle. And it was the bottom lane, Mickey might be in trouble there. The Battle Hunger's going to tick him down pretty low. He should be fine though with the Tango regen, and indeed will just live, but some heavy pressure here already being applied by Gabby and Boomy. That's up on the top half. I mean, this sort of the lane on the other side. Is this a lane where Quakefor can farm pretty freely? I mean, at what point is it very early that the Bristol is able to pose a threat to the Bear?
I don't think it's super early. I think it's going to be more so if he gets that Ags online and his ability to... It removes the cast time, and you can just continuously chase after it with the sticky... or with the nasal goo. I don't think this lane is particularly bad for Lone Druid. The only issue I have is that usually what you use to beat Bristle in lane is the fact that he's spamming quills, which means you get stick charges, which means you can often use more mana to harass him. But Lone Druid makes no use of mana in the laning when it comes to trades. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of efficiency by Tims once again, dipping out of lane as often as possible to give Bach this solo experience. And he's already got the XP lead again. Lone Druid, a very low base armor hero, despite becoming super tanky later on. 0 base armor level 1. And you can see those quills adding up and hurting a lot.
Oh, for sure, lots of damage being done already. Well, see on the bottom half, I think Boomy just checking out the state of this area. As you're going to see nothing being stacked up quite yet by Liquid within their triangle. So that is going to be the difference really between the mid and bottom lane. Gabby going to get caught by a nice spear here from Mickey. Gets Gabby under the tab, but Gabby manages to get the call off. He's going to be able to step away. He's just got the Ring of Health and a few stick charges safe to keep himself safe, and is actually top plate. He's going to get both of them. Oh, all righty. Tim's there, burning them up as they can't quite kill Bog. That's a catastrophe for the top lane of Liquid.
It's absolutely brutal, and they're going to make a really cool play where Bach has handed his bottle off to the Phoenix, who's going to walk all the way back to base, fill it up, and TB back in. So they're going to be able to run it right back. The only issue Bristleback tends to have in the early game is the regen. That's why we're seeing him a lot as a mid laner with all the runes changes. But this is effectively the same thing. You're going to have a bottle refill and also the charges that are coming out of base. As Gabby is going to take a little bit of damage bottom, but because Axe has such ridiculous base HP regen, that Ring of Health puts him at 14 HP regen. And I do feel like most safe laners this patch do have a lot of sustain issues in the early game. And I think that's another reason why Axe is so prevalent just immediately. We only started seeing it today, but it's suddenly been picked 4 times and it hasn't lost yet.
I think we might start to see a bit more if some other teams feel confident in running it. As so far, so good here with the showings we've had. We'll see now over Liquid's side. Insania starting to get the jungle prepared here for Sumail as he needs to do so. Sumail's got to hit some good timings this game. Armel is trying to scout him out, disrupt some of the farm here. will manage to take a few of the creeps as well by the looks of it. Is he quite able to get the large ones? He is. Tiger, he's come across, but the Cookie's going to get nicely dodged by Armel. Armel, he's going to be able to take down Tiger. Will lose his life, but Samel does as well. Tims, he's just burning him down. He's going to run down Insania a little bit. Insania should be okay. Still has a Hex and a stun to offer up Tims. No spells to throw out. But, I mean, honestly, I think we're going to see quite a fast level 6 here on Tims this game, Brian, with these sort of kills that he's just cleaning up the XP in.
Yeah, and you're seeing what the Leshrac offers that the Lina doesn't. You'll never see the Lina on the TA side of the map invading his farm as Bach taking an immense amount of physical damage between the little Shredder and the Blightstone. Oh, the root. I don't think he would have gone down.
And, oh, it does it! Tiger dies!
The bear?
Oh, no! I mean, they'll get him. He'll have a bit of a smile on his face. They gets the solo XP, I guess. But Bok, those quills, I mean, you say he was taking the damage. So was Tiger and Quote for there. The quill sprays stacking up and Tiger losing his life there on their attempt to kill Bok.
Yeah, they both have 3 armor and 4 armor respectively, and the Armel, they have to take these stacks super early on the side of Liquid because he's already invading one side, taking stacks of his own, and then you've got a Vanguard Axe. Really good that Sumail's already moved his way towards the triangle, because oftentimes you have maybe 10 to 11 minutes to safely take some stacks, but the ability for TNC to invade is ridiculous. And the issue I have this game is that whatever cores walk in lane, TA doesn't want to directly contest the Lesh. Nobody on the side of Liquid wants to directly contest the Bristleback, and then Axe is just going to be doing his own thing on the map, which means that most lane pressure will be in favor of TNC. And then you ask yourself, what are they going to do with that lane pressure? Well, they have a Leshrac. As you see, they're just going to shred these tier 1 towers and continue to walk from tower to tower. Liquid's going to have to put up a fight, but TA Lone Druid, they don't want to play this way. They want to be hitting creeps themselves, wait to get their early items up. These are item-dependent heroes in terms of their damage output, as opposed to the level-dependent heroes, something Kyle tends to talk about, one of the few things that I do closely listen.
And then this game, I think when you start to see TNT move this quick, do you feel like, is this TA and Lone Druid duo core, is that maybe a little too much on the greedy side for Liquid when they're playing against a team like TNC?
Yeah, you can tell the greed. I think this is what Bristleback punishes, because the pressure he puts out is, he doesn't have to be able to kill you. He can just walk at you, and just with the Vanguard, no boots. It's going to be slow. He's going to be moseying his way there, but eventually those lanes are going to get pushed in, and it's just a matter of time. It's like a ticking time bomb where you don't know when his team's going to make the move, but they get to pick and choose their battles unless you can bring this Bristle down, and that's just not the case. I talked about them having a lot more damage this game on the side of Liquid, but you need those ultimates from the supports. Lion and Snapfire aren't going to have those yet. And you can see the way that TNC's playing. Phoenix playing top, Axe jungling, Bristle showing mid. They're farming all 3 lanes and jungles of the map, and that's just... It's not that bad on the net worth, it looks like, but that's all on the TA of Sumail, which they have the tools to deal with. So if he goes down once, it could be a disaster for Liquid.
So they will catch Boomy in the river here. Boomy trying to make the rounds, but once again, as we saw in game 1, Boomy, if he's the one dying, TNC as a whole will be pretty happy. There's space being created here for sure, as TNC's cores continue to go to work.
If they can turn maybe one crucial kill into a Roshan for the side of Liquid, that might be the ticket to give them the map momentum, because now suddenly TA's got that effect of being able to walk at lane survivably. Massive Ancient stack. One thing to mention about Axe carry is he can clear these. Most carries, other than maybe Sven, cannot do it this early on into the game. And Axe,
it's gonna be beautiful.
So let's just check out his net worth, right? 4,500, 10 minutes in, we're gonna see that shoot right up. It's beautiful. As a carry player, I know you can relate.
Oh yeah, this is some lovely stuff for Gabby. This is the stuff he dreams of it.
Bog just thinking about all the gold he'd be getting from this stack.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Bog's gonna be looking over with a tear in his eye. That could have been mine. And Gabby taking the priority, of course, this game as the carry. And there it is, stack cleaned up and a healthy burst of cash to his net worth there.
That was 900 gold. 11 minutes in. That's absurd. And Tim's is just getting so much.
I mean, yeah, the levels on this Phoenix, this is going to be the problem for Liquid when they do try and go for this team fight. The Arena and the Kisses, Tim's presence is going to be so overwhelming. He gets in with a good egg, and they have to make sure the Titan's ready with a little shredder, otherwise this egg's going to cause some issues for Liquid in the team fights. And with this Ancient Stack being cleaned up and TNC able to just continue to push up the lanes, that little bit safer than that of Liquid. Whoa, oh, look at that, Boomy! What a lovely little escape there, hook shot. Back to safety, he's out with the TP, they won't find him. This time, they can't even kill Boomy. He makes it away there with a fantastic hook shot.
They do have ultimates now on Team Liquid, so they have the damage if they manage to catch, but it was a pretty sick escape there. Mission Impossible style.
Yeah, right through the whole of them, straight over the neutrals. Now in the mid, I'm out. Who's going to get caught in the arena? They're going to try and use the combo. Yours is going to be able to dodge a fair few. The Kiss of the Sunray Hill coming as well. Liquid, they just can't get the combo hitting quite right. A look towards Bok instead. The finger, wasn't enough. They got the cookie in. Bok is still alive. They need one more hit on him. They're not going to be able to get it. Oh, they will. Somehow the trap damage will do it. They're able to turn as well and take down the edge. This could be a chance for Liquid to try and turn things. But oh no, he looked to be a bit too strong. He's already coming with the dunk onto Insania. He's going to turn over towards Quakefa. Going to turn with the bear, try and kite Gabby up. Quakefa keeping his distance, but not far enough. The call will still grab him. Some good side blades here from Samel, bouncing over from Boomy to Gabby. Another route comes into play. Gabby will fall. Liquid, for sort of the first time in this series, are able to get a solid fight under their wings here.
I have to believe Game 1 bled a little bit into Game 2 here, as in Game 1, TNC could have done that exact thing, and Liquid couldn't have done anything about it because they had Chronosphere, as opposed to the Mars Arena, plus all the damage to boot, right? Once they catch Armel, yes, they didn't bring him down, but he's so much of the damage for TNC at this stage. Axe, until he gets that Manta plus Blink Dagger, yes, he represents a lot of damage, but it's so difficult for him to get in position to call that he effectively did nothing that fight. And Liquid, they have good sustained damage. So all they need to be able to do is remove 1 or 2 heroes from the fight such that they can overwhelm them with numbers. And you see there, turning that into 4 for nothing. That was great if you're a Liquid fan.
Yeah, so starting to switch it back into the even territory here. Less than 1k difference between the two teams. Liquid able to get some items done off the back of that. Mickey with the blink, Quaker with the Maelstrom. Liquid, they're going to look to see if they can ride this momentum straight into another play. They'll hit out with the smoke and start to look towards mid. See if they can get the catch on Armel potentially.
Yeah, I think everyone here, we're just rooting for Liquid to put up a fight, and we know they're better than this, and that's why it's just so disappointing to see what they've done so far. But yet at the same time, it's hard to believe, even with heroes like Lone Druid, that they'll make it happen. But I'm cautiously optimistic. They've shown some signs of life just recently, and let's turn it into more, baby. I want to see a close game that goes crazy with a bunch of 60-minute neutral items. That's what I'm looking forward to.
See if they can get it here as both teams catching aside one another. In fact, Boomy, he has a great angle straight in onto Quakefa. Quakefa's going to get saved. Gets cookied out the cogs. They'll get Quakefa out of there. The kiss is coming in onto Boomy. Boomy will go down. There's Liquid. Can they get anything more out of this? Samel starting to lay down the traps. He's got his eyes on Armel. See if they can close the gap. Insanius trying to charge in. Quakefa keeping the pressure in onto the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They will manage to get this objective. TNC won't be able to hold this tower.
Yeah, until that X-Blink clock's the only way for the Radiant side to force a fight. So even though it doesn't look like really anything happened, as long as clock's dead, Liquid can safely siege buildings with that Dragonlance plus the level 10 talent from TA, as well as the Bear tanking the tower shots. He is going for the Spirit Vessel on Thames. That'll help them bring down the Lone Druid, but Mara's going to have a Yules probably by the time he gets that. This is on Sumail. This is what a lot of us expected going into the major, that Liquid would be building around their substitute player, one of the best mid laners in history, and hasn't really shown that throughout the course of this. So I'd love to see them rally behind him in this game too.
See top. Insania. Got the opening. Have they got enough burst with the finger? They do. Arena's going to get knocked down as well. Gabby's going to be held out to the side. He's going to try and get the call up onto Insania, but not quite able to get in range there with the Arena holding him back.
That just looked so funny. Usually you see people bouncing off the walls because they're coming from the inside, but he's like, let me in, damn it. That gave me the Shining vibes with Jack Nicholson.
No reason to lie about such things.
Couldn't quite get there. There's Gabby. Manta's now done, so the blink's gonna be flowing in pretty shortly. See Quoifer just continuing to play the catch-up game, trying to match up with the farm of Gabby and Armel. Armel now able to start building for the tankiness and getting that BKB up.
Those side blades hurt, man.
Smel's hitting hard, and he's playing a solid game so far. There are a few things that can cause issues for the TA in these fights, but only the one death so far in Samael as he confidently holds on to the top spot in net worth.
Axe, though, give it 3 minutes time, and he's a new hero.
That's very true. It's going to be about that time in this game. The amount of ancients, I think he's barely missed an ancient. Keeping this area of the map completely cleaned up every single minute as Boomy with the catch on Insania. He's going to be able to get the cogs down, split up any potential backup. Insania is trying to run, but there's a whole army chasing him down here. Armel, Bok, Boomy, and Tims, they'll get the job done. Insania's gone.
Can't imagine they turned that into anything. No tier 1 tower of their own mid, which makes it more difficult to siege the opponent mid tower, and you don't quite have the Roche damage to force anything as Mickey is in the vicinity.
Bok. He's just charging into the jungle. I think he thinks he's a little more indestructible than he was there. Just goes for a little walk in the jungle of Liquid on his own. And, well, I don't think he'll be doing that again.
I think we need that voice line, I'm so strong from TNC, because that's what it looks like they think both of these games, as we saw Gabby in game 1 and now we see Bok in game 2. Here you just feeling yourself and thinking there's no way there's 4 heroes from Liquid on top of this hill, and then boom, there they are.
A nasty surprise for Bok. And Samael is going to have the BKB done for the next fight. Liquid up with the smoke, seeing if they can get a hit in whilst the bristle is down. Ideally, yeah, looking for Armel.
It's going to be tough.
See what they can catch here. Boomy in position to really block off any of these sort of movements.
Courier.
Focus Boomy. That is going to give the information for Armel to step out to the side. The rest of TNC are coming in. So if they want to look for a fight, they do. Gabby blinking in aggressively. Insania able to hold him back with the Hex. Liquid being a bit more cautious now that they know that time's been brought here for TNC to turn up in full force. They're going to go for the Roche. I think TNC are going to want to do something about this. See what they can get done.
Blink Axe.
Whoa, Mickey is going to start the action. Jump off, commit to Gabby straight away. Can they blow up the axe into the fear? They've got the lockdown with the burst of the finger. They've done it. They bring down Gabby, but the Sunray will burn Mickey in return. Both teams dropping a core frontliner here for the potential team fight that, I mean, he wants to get in there. He wants to try and stop them from finishing off this Roche, but Samael is making short work of it. They've got to make a move soon, TNC, if they want to try and stop this, but the bear blocks the hook shot from Boomy. Samael, he's able to finish Roche, get the Aegis Tiger, little shreds down the Supernova. Will cost him his life. See if they can do anything more off the back of this. TNC doesn't look like it. Liquid, they're able to back away. Samael, he gets what he was looking for, gets that Aegis, and gets out alive.
Oh, hell yes.
Despite Liquid having difficulty making this lone druid work, I have seen some sick plays from Quakefa, and that was so important that he blocked that clock hook. He was almost timed it perfectly to hook in there with the flare vision, but I don't even think he expected the bear. They purposely zoned the Lion, which was really good on the side of TNC, and Insania wasn't there long enough to tank the arrow himself, but getting exactly what they wanted out of it. Suddenly we find ourselves with Liquid having a 2K net worth lead. All of that is on Sumail. So it really matters what he's going to be able to do with this Aegis, as it appears, is he going for the, full Mjolnir on Quakefa? Should expect to see him throwing that down on either the Mars or the TA. That is a lot of damage this game because of how many small instances of damage TNC has. Battery Assault, all of Phoenix spells, Leshrac spells. You should be getting a lot of valuable procs on that Mjolnir active.
Yeah, Brian, talk to me about this. We're seeing Sumail. Oh, actually, we'll top. Can they catch Boomy? No, they can't. The spear won't quite latch. Sumail this game, prioritizing the Aghanims. He's going to be getting the Ags next after this BKB Deso.
That tells me that they are looking to control the map with this Aegis rather than anything like going high ground. A bit surprising. I think TA plus the Lone Druid could easily threaten the base if they elected to go for that timing. But this is saying that the rest of them will be able to play away from Sumail, such that they can split the map more efficiently and also look to catch out any cores on the side of TNC that are playing overly greedy, as we've seen them do a little bit so far.
Now, let's see what sort of global moves Sumail is going to be able to make with the Ags. He's very close to having it done, about 1,500 gold away. And this time, tier 2s being traded. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting approach. I mean, as you said, this game really sort of, Liquid obviously building around and playing around Sumail's potential as a player. He's obviously got a good grasp of what needs to be done. And yeah, having this Ags and that ability to TP around the map between the traps. And it might just be, what Sumail feels can make the difference in an effort to sort of outplay the potential 5-man brawl that TNC is going to be running down lanes at Liquid with.
I'm going to say there's a little bit of discontinuity here, and this is the factor of having a stand-in, even if they've been playing together for most of DPC. Sumail's build tells me they're playing for map control and pickoffs, while Koikfa, instead of going for the Yules, went for a Vlad's, which tells me they're going to walk down lanes and fight and siege buildings, because that's what the aura is meant to do instead of the Yules, which will help them find people. So it just seems like they're on a different page. A lot of times I envision teams' lineups, their items synergize and come together for this grand old timing that they're going to hit, whether or not that's sieging high ground or forcing a team fight. And now, I think they're going to have to wait till the end of the Roche because of the way Sumail's built. I'm not blaming anyone in particular. I'm just not a huge fan of the way these items line up.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different move that we'll see if it pays off. I mean, Liquid obviously currently having the lead, 14-9 2K in. We'll see what they're able to do with this, approach and angle they're coming in into the game with at this stage. On the side of TNC, we're seeing any major items coming up soon. We're seeing, Arm out. He's going to be trying to get that Bloodstone online and put that damage, that tank ability. Bok, talking about Aghanims, he's very close to having his done. In fact, I think he might just have it complete. Yeah, he does. The Ags on Bristle is going to be on its way out here for the next fight. The Liquid, they're already looking to find the fight. They'll get the jump on Boomy. Once again, good old Boomy doing his job here for the team, tanking the smoke gank.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, now that Axe has a blink, the kill on Clock is not nearly as valuable because they can still force a fight on the side of TNC, and Clock would be able to buy back reactionarily, and that's why we're seeing Liquid be a little bit passive with this push, as no one on the side of TNC is really showing on the map, so theoretically they could all be here. But they have the Aegis on the TA, everyone else playing super safe. Well executed siege of the tier 2 there, as TNC's looking to hit their timings. Armel just got his BKB. Gabby is about a recipe away from his. And those BKBs will be quite valuable because a lot of their heroes have built-in survivability tools like the Yules from the Lesh, as well as the Call from the Axe against the TA. And then there's limited damage other than that when they're in their BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I mean, with the sort of approach from Liquid, does this sort of say to you that they aren't going to be in a rush to sort of end this one? They're Sumail's now going to look to farm up his next, at least his next big item before they go and force any action.
You're asking me to analyze whether or not Axe out carries this. Yeah, it's really hard to say in terms of who scales better in the late game. Looks like Liquid is content to do so. I just am not confident one way or the other who scales better because Lone Druid, not exactly a hard carry. TA is a semi-carry. You have kind of like 3 semi-carries on the side of TNC. Even Bristleback as an offlaner can be considered as such, as he has the Ag Scepter. So the AoE teamfight control, as the panel mentioned, the Bear has no way to get rid of that. So it should mitigate a lot of Quakefa's Bear's ability to get any right clicks in.
And Gabby just continues to keep excellent hold of the lanes with the illusions. There's bottom, Sumail. I'm just going to try and just push in, just play for that split farm as far away from TNC as he possibly can be. Top lane, Mickey hiding in the trees. The rest of Liquid are heading over. See what they can do. They also do have a trap around, so Sumail with the Yags can look to join the fight. As already, yeah, he's going to start making the moves up here, but Armel is into the trees. TNC will immediately move away from this, so no catch to be found here from Liquid attending the top lane.
Gabby has that BKB being delivered.
The next fight could be a bit scary here for Liquid if Gabby gets a good call. As they're going to look for it. Smoke up. TNC's ready to try and go for the jump themselves.
Aegis is out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tiger's got a blink of his own.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's see if he's able to make some sort of little cute saves. I mean, obviously, getting people out of the cogs with the cookie has been really the main focus here for Tiger in these fights when Boomy gets the catch. Look at the tower, Liquid, but still TNC just doing a good job of evading any unnecessary action at this point.
Yeah, I think this pace of the game is good for Liquid because Sumail, you're seeing the effect of this Ags. He's just playing away from his team. Similar to like a Spectre. You can just be at the fight from any part. Has the Daedalus queued up, or maybe just the casual Crystallis with the Satanic. He's joining.
There he is. They get the catch on Armel. Armel's going to get blown up straight away. Does not get the chance to pop his BKB. Gabby comes in with a call though. He's got the control on mid-game. Sumail turning over towards Gabby. Sumail takes some heavy damage here from the pure spins of Gabby. The Supernova's down. Liquid, they can't get in position to take down the egg. Tiger jumps in to looking for the kill on Boom. He does get it, but it costs him his life as Armel's able to come in with the cleanup. As Armel, with that buyback, able to turn the efforts around, pick up some kills in return. Now we'll look to run it down the mid lane. The fortification is up. McKay, of course, also buying back both teams. Buying back here on a core. TNC, they'll still be the ones to claim that mid tower. Roshan, it's going to be up in a minute and a half. So they have to keep their eyes on that. Sumail trying to force in bottom lane, going for the Satanic after this crit, so he has further tankiness. But I mean, he needs that. We saw that in that last engagement, you know, Gabby, the damage that he does do. Once those refractions do fall, it will shred any of these heroes.
Yeah, Paladin Sword. Sumail likes to take that, so maybe he can skip the Satanic. That could be a pretty value neutral item when you factor with the Vlads from Mickey. Cloak of Flames on him, probably going to take the Titan Sliver over that. A lot of good neutral items on the Dire. I think Cloak of Flames pretty value on the Bear. Oh, the Elven Tunic on the Axe. I don't know how Miss works with the spin. If you attack and it procs a spin, but you miss, does it work? Might be detrimental.
Well, I don't know, but Brian, that's the sort of thing you'd know. You know all the
I was about to say, I think I'm supposed to know.
You're saying, is there still a chance? Is there still a chance for you to spin? Yeah, if the hit misses. I want to say, I think it's only if the hit lands on you. I think it's only if it lands on you. I think in the past it used to be when the attack was starting on you, but I think that's changed over the years.
Yeah, you're right. It was on attack trigger rather than the attack land, and now that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay. TNC, 5-man smoke. Gem on the clock. Or Gem on the Phoenix, excuse me.
Liquid, they're going to check out this triangle, but TNC very deep on Liquid's half of the map right now. TNC smoke's about to come to an end. Liquid still got a little longer on theirs, and they do have the high ground around this triangle. See TNC. Smart moves here from TNC. They you know, with the fact they've made that move, they don't catch any Liquid. They'll scan their own triangle and it hits. They know where Liquid's playing. Liquid, they're going to try and sneak into the road.
So
but
fast.
TNC's going to have a pretty darn good idea of this. It doesn't matter indeed, though. The speed it's taken down by this physical damage of Sumail and the crew means that it's an easy Roche here for Liquid. Aegis into the hands of Sumail. He's going to have that shard as well, so silence from the traps also going to be something that will be quite the nuisance for some of these heroes.
It's funny, I'm just reading all the patch notes on TA's abilities, and they're just all so buffed. You're wondering why you're seeing TA so much. It's not some secret. Hero just got buffed 5 times in a matter of a couple patches. But Cheese on Quakefoot. Looking good for Liquid.
Quakefoot caught up a lot. He had a struggle at the start. He was sort of sitting in that bottom half of the net worth, but he's right up there now, top 3 net worth. 8K lead. They've had a lot of tough games here at the Major Liquid, but here so far, in this one, it looks like things are coming together. Did take the bit of a change up of dynamic, you know, having Mickey playing the offlane, Mars and Quakefoot on the carry lone Druid, but they may have found something here that could secure them another victory.
Taiga TPing in after clearing top. Really good just map movements coming out from Liquid to make sure they can safely siege this tower without having to worry about any split push pressure from the Leshrac.
I mean, Boomy and Gabby are looking to try and get him from the back. They're trying with the wrap around, but Liquid's prepared. Mickey, he's able to get the jump, the setup, looking for Gabby instantly with the BKB. Make sure that there's nothing else following up after that jump from Mickey.
Yeah, he certainly had to BKB there, but really smart by Liquid to only use the Lion Impale, because that's the bare minimum that would force him to BKB, and if he doesn't, you get the Impale off, use the Arena Spear combo in a reaction, but nothing else committed. And now maybe Liquid can capitalize on that 75-second cooldown BKB, but I also think they were content to keep all of TNC in their base. As you can see exactly why Sumail went for this Ags, as he's able to go immediately top with the ability to come back bottom, similar to an Ember Remnant in this case. And he goes to his triangle. But this is more looking like a Nature's Prophet.
That's a big efficiency with this Ags. Level 25. He's going to have it ready for the next fight. It's a huge one. +8 refraction instances. You're talking about the buffs. This is one of the biggest ones that TA got.
Absolutely insane. Super value against the Axe if he gets his BKB off, because there's really no other way to break it in terms of the refraction charges.
Let's see what they can go for here. Liquid still time to push on with that Aegis on Sumail. TNC are prepared to defend. See if Liquid can break the base here. It's the tier 3 tower. It's gone. Mickey is going to look for the jump, but the BKB is already out from Bok. Bok started to charge in and use this BKB as aggressively as possible. Sumail, he's got caught in the hook shot. And Sumail, he's down on the once. Taiga getting called, burned down, slammed down by the Culling Blade. Buybacks coming in from Liquid. They need to try and help Sumail, but they can't. The control comes out. Sumail does not get the chance to pop his BKB. As Sumail goes down, Liquid, they've got to bail, have to get out of there. As TNC hitting hard there with that defense. It didn't matter that there were 2 lives on Sumail. Didn't even matter about the level 25 of the 8 refraction instances. They still killed him off twice very easily. And even with the desperate buybacks from Liquid, nothing they could do to stop that and turn it around. A huge hit there from TNC.
Maybe just a little bit of arrogance coming out from Sumail there, as he had a Dragon Lance in his inventory and a BKB in his backpack while he had the Aegis. And the Aegis respawn is slightly shorter than the 6-second backpack cooldown. So when he comes back to life, just gets immediately stunned and blown up.
You're right, yeah, definite risks to be taking. And not one that paid off. Let's look at this charge from TNC. Gabby, he wants to go for some high ground jumps here. We'll see if anyone pokes their face outside of the base. If they do, Gabby's going to be on them immediately. It's TNC.
Yeah, both teams.
So I mean, you know, the lead that Liquid has, it's starting to drop. They can't afford for any more moves like that to be made here. Sumail has to be protected at all costs. They lose this TA fight, even with the farm that Quakefoot has, is going to be very hard to clean up, as we are seeing, you know, as you mentioned, just so many ways for TNC to disrupt the flow of Quakefoot's bear in the fight. It doesn't matter how much farm he does have. If the bear can't hit the heroes, he's not going to have a great time. Bottom lane, a nice little catch here from Insania and Sumail onto Armel. will open them up a 2-minute window where there won't be a Lesh. It could be enough time here to maybe try and force his buyback.
That TA global presence is absolutely insane. Anywhere that has a trap, this might as well be a Techies, but it's a hero. It's going to TP in and 3-shot you.
Look at this setup for TNC. This is some big brain stuff there. They're going to get the jump straight for the trees there with the catch on and Samel. The BKB's out from Bonk into the hook shot. They lock down Samel. He's taken out. A beautiful setup here from TNC in the trees as they move straight over Insania. Samel, he'll buy back. They're looking for the turnaround to be able to blow up Tim's. See if they can chase Spock as well. Samel, he's got to find something out of this buyback. They move over towards the Bristol. They've got the damage. Bok will fall. Samel, he's angry there after that jump they make on him. Straight in with the buyback. Taking down TNC's two big members there as they're ready to go up to high ground. TNC do have buyback. Gabby hiding in the trees. We'll see if they want to come out with a buyback play, because now TNC, sure, there's 3 on the side, but if they get back in, if they kill Samael, they may have just done enough to end the game in their favor. Booming, he's going to get caught. The TP's coming in. Samael's got to be careful. Samael's starting to back off. Quakefer looking to push them back with the fear. It's enough to allow Quakefer the time to TP out and the rest of the crew. Everybody else gets out of there as they force the 2 buybacks from TNC, and nobody else will get lost on the side of Liquid. They managed to retreat in time very cleanly.
Yeah, both teams operating on pins and needles now. It's not only that they don't have buybacks, but you saw how quickly Armel went down on the Lesh rack just by walking over a trap plus a single support stun coming out from Liquid. And then you saw how quickly Sumail died to the burst of TNC. It's just crazy that any time somebody gets caught out here could spell the end. And both teams have immense tower damage, so any kill will be turned into a lot of structural damage.
I see close to some big items here. Armel's going to want to try and get his Bloodstone finished ready, but before the next fight, so he has a bit more sustain with that spell. Alive still in that damage. And on the side of Liquid, Quakefer, he's got the money building up here. 3k gold. See what route he wants to go to. Of course, buybacks are very important at this stage. Gabby has actually smoked it and maybe seeing if he can get the setup up to... Oh! Tries to get the jump on Insania, but Insania's already out with an oblique. They get the jump onto Armel. Samel's in over towards the trap. Commits with the BKB. He's taken down Armel. He's taken down Tim's. Gabby in the trees will kill off Insania, but he's got to run. The kiss is connected. Is Gabby going to be able to get his blink off in time? Samel, he's found him. The call comes out from Gabby. Can Gabby outdo the damage of Samel? It's going to be close. Backups in here for Samel as Mickey jumps over, pins down Gabby. Samel getting the triple. As they are able to do it once again here, Liquid. They keep Samel safe and fighting fit and make sure he's able to come out on top of these fights. Level 27 now on the T8. Samel, they might just be ready to push in and punish what is, of course, going to be 1 minute without that Phoenix guarantee. They know Tim's brought back last time round. See how much damage Liquid can get done here with the Siege.
I don't know if this is a discount Tinker or the better version of Tinker, as Sumail has bought a super late bottle, has placed a trap at his own fountain, and has used it to go back to base and regen faster than you normally be able to by just natural fountain regen. So this is I think it's the upgraded version of Tinker, personally.
Yeah, we've seen some very nice moves from Sumail with this axe this game. To the point where we may very well see more TAs up the items priority in their build. If this works out, as so far, you know, Sumail keeping himself in that top spot and just making so much use of the map.
And it's off.
Yeah, he's even got the Eon disc. That's when you know the situation he's in. As long as I live, we're good. Roche gonna fortunately spawn before Gabby is alive. A refresher shard. Definitely would have preferred the Axe on the side of Liquid. Don't particularly have an amazing refresher shard carrier.
Yeah, they'll just hand it over to Mickey for now. A couple of the arenas good to go. So here we have it. I mean, Liquid, they want to try and use this Aegis immediately. See if they can smoke up again an aggressive jump onto TNC in the base. They'll have to be careful though. Gabby, of course, still very, very strong.
You can just look at Mickey's inventory. He's so utility-based. I'm pretty sure his most expensive item is a Yule's. It's like 2,800 gold, and he's 6-slotted.
And this is gonna give us some potential for some big moves. This Wind Waker that he's pretty much got done. You know, what is he sort of looking at here? Just something to sort of get Samael or Quakefoot out of the combos.
I also think that item looks really cool when you use it on yourself. Something about a moving cyclone is just really adds to the flair. Yeah. But he's probably buying it to save his teammates, but a man can dream.
Now we'll see if Mickey is able to start on them with up in the air. TNC not to be deterred by the fact that Liquid have managed to secure these Roshan benefits. They're still pushing out on the map, constantly using these smokes to try and take advantage of potentially Liquid splitting up, but it's not happening. Liquid, the full 5-man, bringing around this top lane.
Okay, who's gonna get the jump? That's all that matters.
Could be a risk for TNC trying to take a fight outside of their base here. We'll see if they do just let this tier 2 go. As in, yeah, they will. They're going to wait here to go for the final defense up the high ground. Try their best to protect this last set of racks.
And Gabby trying to get that level 25, but I don't think he's going to have it in time. Only about halfway there.
He's got a whole lot of money as well. I imagine we'll see him spend that up.
Is the strength blink the best when you could just go Octarine Core that we talked about way early on in this game?
Yeah, but then well, what are you dropping for the Octarine if you want to go for the meme?
Yeah, probably Vanguard. The damage block pretty underwhelming at this stage in the game. Could always upgrade that to an Abyssal. That's worth
well, yeah, I was going to say that. Well, yeah, well, Abyssal or Overwhelming Blink. Why the Overwhelming Blink?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems pretty underwhelming against heroes like TA that don't take the damage from it.
To the name. Yeah.
Yeah. Pun unintended there.
Liquid. And they've been very careful about how they approach pushing in on this last set. They know that even though they're a decent man ahead, 17k lead here for Liquid, TNC can still pose quite the threat if they can get these jumps. If Gabby, and Gabby's just straight in. He's gonna look for Quakefoot, but the Wind Waker's in action. Mickey's able to throw Quakefoot up in the air, break the combo of Gabby. Gabby's gone. As Gabby's down for 95, he has got buyback. Samael pushing in, easily clears out the creep wave. Box BKB comes to an end. That's Gabby out for 90. He may have to buy back here. If TNC want to have a chance of holding on to their final set of barracks, as Liquid, they're going to want to keep pushing in.
That might be the most impactful Wind Waker I've ever seen.
I mean, these sort of plays that just get the combos broken. As there's the buyback. Finger straight down onto Boomy. Boomy comes back into Armel. He's caught on the front lines. He's trying to charge in, but he's hexed. Gabby comes in with a call, trying to save Armel. Armel, he's rooted though. The bear takes him down as Armel's gone. Boomy hook shotting in straight to the center of them all. The Supernova, they're going to be able to step out of range of it, Liquid. The Supernova catching is no one. Mickey, he's ready to get back in. Pins Boomy back against his own cogs. That's Armel. Boomy down. No buyback. Liquid, they've got the space and time to push in to get the megas and potentially more here against TNC. As TNC, can they do anything with just the 3 of them? No egg. Gabby, he's heading out trying to, I guess, get some final bits of farm here. I mean, he's very close to having his blink upgrade. He's still very set on getting that done. But the base is in shambles here as Liquid. They're tearing through the first tier 4. The second one quick to fall. Ancient explode. As this should be the game here for Liquid. The bear finishing the throne off. Gabby tries to pull it off with a call. He's not going to get the chance to do so. GG is called. And Liquid, they will find themselves a winner. Look at that celebration from inside.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
bit more kind of respect towards the team, and that's kind of what we get, especially at the tail end of group stage and playoffs. The bans are going to be more tailored towards the team itself.
When you see like tier 2, tier 3 teams play, they just kind of ban meta heroes, like, this is strong, we don't want to play against that. When you get to this level, typically bans are targeted for like that next round.
And there it comes.
Say it.
I don't know. You guys are saying that happens in tier 2, tier 3 teams. We've seen all major people banning out Brood and Nyx Assassin.
But this is the thing, right? It's like in a draft, would you rather ban out the hero? This is a weird open.
You wanted to see something different, Kyle?
No,
there you go. Hoodwink Broodmother.
This is kind of cool, though. You know,
maybe it's a themed draft. They're going for like characters found in a Tolkien novel. Like, let's just collect the set.
They can run in the trees and hide from the pain and stuff. Yeah. And they go for a Puck. Nice. Oh, I like that, though. I joke about like running in the trees, pains and suffering, but Puck is a hero that locks you down and prevents you of the movement base. But in regards to the whole essence of the bans and kind of the initial picks, it is the fact that this is not an Hoodwink, maybe not so expected, but the Brood is the expected pick here. This is kind of what Nigma would be doing here. It's like pick AA, strong laner, give away the Brood, then they would have an answer to it.
We've been criticizing EG for doing the same thing when they win. I love this. It's completely different.
I regret everything. I regret what I asked for.
I don't think Team Nigma was expecting this. I don't have a doubt that they can adapt to it. Again, they are really good at adapting. We're saying mid-series, mid-group stage, but it's also mid-draft. I'm sure that there are so many answers to a Broodmother. We'll see which ones EG prioritizes in terms of banning. This is an Ice Brood, right?
Yes, most likely, yeah. The key thing here, it's dealing with Brood is like a 1-2 punch. You need to have the laning phase counter to prevent Brood from getting a quick 6, and then you need the wave clearing frontlining aspect that can move into the lane to then soak up that kind of.
We saw this in the DPC league though, where an AA +1 was able to pretty handily beat a Broodmother.
Yeah, was it Pango?
It was VP did it with a troll. We saw Pango being very effective, I think, throughout the game.
That was in the Team Ball series, right? It had like the highest GPM or like CS on Pango.
Because got a quick ad, and you just fight him at all times. I just think that, I don't know, I have no idea how to game plan with EG's lineup, because they just have Hoodwink Broodmother. So Ice 3 is arguably best Brood world, or at least used to be for some time. And EG, this is different, but this is still their pattern.
Yeah.
They pick Ice's hero first too. They last pick Arteezy's hero as second pick. So we can expect them to follow the same script. It's just that they've tweaked the heroes that they prioritize.
I like the idea of this opening though, just for the fact that Hoodwink's a really strong laner early on, just chipping and poking with the bushwhack and being annoying. And then into like after Brood gets 6 and starts dominating the lane, Hoodwink can also play with the Brood because of the range in which you use your spells. Like you can basically from a massive distance just execute heroes and just fully occupy the jungle. Anyone who walks up, Hoodwink plus Brood will be able to kill that hero 100 to 0 because the amount of damage they'll do through physical and magical. And it opens up then your own jungle to be protected with Arteezy's farming away. So it has its merits. It's just when you see these two heroes together in conjunction in the first, it's like whew, it does look a bit out there.
Yeah, they do still ban out the Nyx Assassin. Smart choice, I'd say. GH is definitely a menace with that if he gets his hand on it, which he didn't yet this major, but it is in his wheelhouse. And EG is actually the only team so far of these two teams that is using any of their bonus time, allowing Nigma to use their bonus time, I guess, as well to discuss this. So they have still got the full time available.
Okay, they go for a line.
And they will play against the line, yeah.
Nice
line good against Puck.
Yeah, it's pretty standard. I like that Nigma still banned out EG's comfort heroes. Like they see the Brood, but they still ban out the Terrorblade. I think that's really important. And just
10 seconds remaining.
The way that EG, I think, really likes to win games at times is just abusing wave clear around the map. And if you fall a little behind and suddenly you have to deal with both spiders and illusions all over the place, things can get tricky. And Nigma, they just go for a GH Willow. Love this. Very good synergy with the coil. You also have a ton of increased spell amp thanks to your AA. Brambles plus Curse Crown, a lot of lockdown. It's really nice to have Curse Crown against Brood just because you can actually follow him through the trees.
The interesting thing will just be what mind control is going to play. So far in the tournament, in the last like 9 or 10 games, it's basically been red heroes: Mars, DK, Doom, Timbersaw.
Yeah.
And let me just do the checklist. Timber's banned, DK's banned, Mars is banned. Yep, this is looking like mind control might be playing a new hero.
I like it. I would like to see him on the Nature's Prophet. I don't know if this is a game for it though. No.
Wish.
Oh,
It needs to be the beefy boy. It needs to be like the Tide or the Centaur or someone who can basically enable Willow in lane and then move to the Brood lane.
Okay.
quite quickly.
Is Slardar available?
Yes.
Excellent here. I think
Slardar,
is acceptable.
Bristle is available.
That could be ILTW's hero,
It could
though.
be.
In fact, I think it's likely his hero because it does lane very well against Brood. We saw this the other day. You get that early point in Q, and then you can actually offensively chase down the Brood. You have a huge base damage advantage, and when she pops Insatiable Hunger to try and trade, well, she's slowed, so you just walk away.
Okay, let's be real. Why does that Goo cost like sub 20 mana? Like 12 mana?
Yeah.
Why? Like, please.
You're asking the
25
wrong
level
person.
1.
Please make it bigger. Please, like, I don't want to be run down the bounty rooms. I'm walking there as like a 5, and this guy just goos me to the end of time. He goes to lane, and he's missing like 24 mana.
I feel your pain. However, in my
out there.
MMR, it's nice because you get a lot of stick charges.
That's true.
That's a really solid hero pick here. I'm just a big fan of Bristle. I think it's underrated. One of the best ags in the game and incredibly good against Broodmother. May cause some lag to those of you with weaker systems. Apologies.
That is true.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
It is really cool to watch. It'll hit everything in an AoE, including all the spiders, and it'll really limit Ice's ability to get things done.
True.
The key thing here for Nigma, because they lack reliable stuns, this amplifies the ability for Ember and Brood just to kind of pop off. And I think Nigma needs to be really efficient with stacking up the Tricamp, getting the Ancients going, because when Bristle gets that early farm, he can then kind of tank up these initial spells and kind of pseudo keep his supports alive.
And we did neglect, though, they're playing into Hoodwink. So they first two banned Viper, one of the few break mechanics in Dota, but they are playing against arguably the easiest one to utilize because Hoodwink just casts ult. Yeah.
And this is kind of how EG is going to play this game, is Brood will get 6+, he'll start occupying the jungle, then you'll have Ember, Hoodwink playing together, where you'll like slight chains into then the break, Brood collapses on, and then you can pretty much kill any hero. A lot of poke from their lineup so far.
During the wild cards, we had a matchup with a position 5 Hoodwink versus a Bristleback, and that position 5 Hoodwink could get a lot done. It was a Secret versus Vici, if I'm correct. And I mean, the Hoodwink versus Bristleback, it worked really well.
And this is kind of where European Dota, we do love puck. And unfortunately, this is kind of the undoing of the hero a little bit, is we first phase it as a region, and then teams will pick like DP, DK, Lion, Shaman, Ember, Void Spirit, 8 or 9 different heroes, but they'll pick 2 of the pool, so then puck doesn't have a great game. And right now, like, we've seen Nigma run a mid Bristleback before, but there's no way you can comfortably flex a puck to a side lane, right? So it is kind of like the puck mid in a game where it's going to be not too great because of Lion Ember. You're just kind of be like a coil bot and farming for your own game pretty much.
This is just kind of what Nigma have been doing.
Yeah.
They are putting Miracle on Invoker or puck. They're first twoing it.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's really just because it allows them to make plays. Like suddenly Miracle hits a time, he's strong, level 8, level 9, and he can be anywhere, do anything, control runes, kill enemies, and it sets up the side laners for success. The MC hero, I'm still leaning towards Slardar. My vision is terrible, so I can't
It's still not banned.
Then I think it's 100% the pick here. Arteezy will get last pick, but I have trouble finding like the hero that's going to beat Willow, Slardar in lane and also provide your team the win condition. Probably a PL, but that's into AA puck Bristle.
PL
Not perfect.
got banned together with Ursa on the side of Team Nigma.
I really need glasses. I'm going to steal.
Yeah, no, I need to. Yeah, I'm squinting. I look really angry when I'm in the draft because I'm like this. Yes,
that's why you get the tablet.
You want to,
the tablet. The Spectre Terrorblade also already got removed.
This is mine.
Give me the other one.
We still have the Bloodseeker in the. We still have the Bloodseeker in the pool as the heroes that Arteezy has played this major.
Mag. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, boy.
Yeah. It's good for the farming efficiency. I don't know how well Mag actually does against the Brood in regards to like defending the tower. But it will kind of help optimize the get Bristle to top net worth quickly enough to play some Dota.
Yeah. And I think it's also going to give them some versatility, right? Because it could still be ILTW on either. But this is, I think Aoi said something about, finding that idea that wins the tournament. And a way to win it is typically to beat that idea. Well, at the moment, Nigma is the team that has set the meta. They are drafting with the same formula, and so far it's working incredibly well. Mid hero, playmaker, side laners, semi-carries. Into Magnus.
There's laughter from T-Gov. Please tell us why.
It's like, you don't get to play TB. So you get to play Naga instead. It's just kind of Arteezy, so I'm just kind of chuckling. It's just...
You know what? They could have gone carry axe.
Whoa, let's not get carried away. We need inbuilt illusions.
They just pushed ILTW to the mag because they're like, okay, well, it's an illusion carry, so let's give our illusion counter more farm.
Yep.
The lane top will be okay, but you're gonna trade. You're not gonna win it.
The key thing here is EG. There's so much like noise within their drafts where Emma's running at you, Brood's occupying your jungle. It is pretty hard for Nigma to actually successfully punish the Naga and take away her jungle because you're going to be reacting a lot on the side of Nigma.
They went Brood, Hoodwink, and they still managed to keep the predictable formula in place.
Yeah.
Isn't that a good thing? They show versatility while going for a style that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, like Nigma. So in regards to EG and the comfort, like this is that it works because Arbet should have a good game.
Yeah.
But I guess the downside here is the fact that Nigma, because you're going to have this Bristleback running at this Naga, I think Bristle's going to have a pretty decent time there. And we've seen how TNC runs the mag before. If you just RP execute, in this game, it will just be the Ember. EG kind of lacks the team fight into the mid game, right? You kill Ember, what do they have? They have like positional
That's the problem. That's the issue that I've had with all the drafts they lose games in, is that Nigma naturally will out-farm earlier because their heroes just have built-in farming abilities. Arteezy needs a ton of time to come online, and meanwhile, it'll be Abed doing all of the heavy lifting to make things happen around the map. If his game suffers, the entire team will as well.
It'll be a bloodbath, though. This game has the makings of like a really long game. I can just feel it.
Bloodbath game. I hear that. I would love that. I'm sure our commentary team would love that as well. Let's see who takes the first game. Nigma, our evil geniuses. Let's head over to Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Yes, thank you, Sheev. I've also had the same thought that I'm expecting some longer games, and every time I say that when I'm watching Team Nigma, the game ends in 13 to 29 minutes somehow. They always set the pace. I see a Naga Siren, see a lot of farm that EG might require. Feeling a little worried for them. How do you feel, Owen?
Yeah, I mean, always very excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. You know, EG and Nigma, you know, a lot of fun is going to be had. But no, I've got to agree. I like the approach that Nigma's coming in with. I mean, this Arteezy on the Naga Siren are going to sort of hit the sort of similar goals from EG as they've had when he's been on his Terrorblade in that attempt to sort of be that big old carry. And it has, of course, worked out for them previously. I just think against Nigma, with some of the performances that they've been pulling out, they just might not get the time and space to get Arteezy to that point.
And they do lack, you have to say, they lack team fight. They have good ways to press on lanes. They have good ways to get force the lanes out and force reactions to get these pickoffs, which does look like what their lineup is relying on with Lion, with Hoodwink, with Brood, just constantly forcing waves, and same thing with Ember. So we'll see if it does work out for them. Also, the break mechanic versus the Bristleback, I think that's why they also relegated it towards that off lane, where it's not going to matter as much because it is just a mind control hero where he tends to be that sacrifice. And you can itemize versus it. People, you know, it's dispellable. You get a Lotus Orb, it removes break. So we'll probably see something like that come out, and let's see how these lanes do kick off.
Absolutely. They're going to start with RTW and Kuroki down on the bottom, have Mind Control and GH starting things up top. And how excited are you to see this? Are you a fan of this, the Magnus in this position? A lot of potential for RTW to carry on this hero?
Yeah, I do think so. We've been seeing, you know, Nothing to Say is probably the one that comes out to me the most when he's playing that carry mag from the mid lane, but it scales very strong, so we'll see how it does work. As he's good versus the Naga Siren, can be good versus the Broodmother also during the game. And I do feel like Nigma, they got the lane.
I think so indeed, yeah. With a sort of starting Mind Control top and an RTW bottom. EG, of course, it's not going to be to the point where they're switching things up in return. They'll stick with the lanes that have been handed to them.
Miracle gets a double wave at the start. No creeps have been denied either. So he's level 2, Abed's level 1. He's just going to push him out of the wave a little bit here, just getting very aggressive, forcing the wave under the tower to make Abed miss some last hits too. Good play there from Miracle at the start. Kuro will get the courage slap with his boots.
And what should we be expecting from, you know, Puck versus Ember between these two? Now, how does this usually go that you seem to witness?
It's a very skill dependent matchup. It's some kind of trade wars. We've seen a lot of these Embers going for the max slight build with an Orb of Corrosion early to pressure the Puck, but it's a Miracle Puck, we have to be honest. He's been crushing every single one of these games when he plays it. Even into constant the control, constant counter picks, he's had excellent games. He's into the Lion, so it could be a bit problematic, and versus that Root later on, but as we said, it's Miracle. He's had some unbelievable performances on this puck.
For sure, yeah. We're seeing why Nigma are not afraid to even just throw this hero out for Miracle as the first pick in the draft.
Yeah, and I'm saying that Nigma, they got the lanes that they wanted, putting this Magnus down bottom, but he's struggling a bit. These illusions, we saw Arteezy doing this also on the Terrorblade when he was playing versus a hero like Phoenix. He was playing Terrorblade that game, but same concept. He's just sending 2 illusions on Kuroki, and then the 2, the Lion plus the actual Naga Siren, they just trade hits with the Magnus, and it does seem to be a bit of a problem for ILTW at the start here.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen EG's laning's been fantastic, and one of the core parts of it has just been that it seems that pretty much every game Arteezy finds farm straight from the beginning. There's never really any slowdown for Arteezy. So they can get it, they can. They're able to take down one. I'm going to get Crit as well, actually, with the Brambles down. Mind Control's got the damage building up. Crit's going to die as well. Double kill for GH up here. As bottom lane, Nigma might not be able to get as easy a farm as they would hope on the Magnus, but the top lane, getting these sort of kills this early on, that's a terrible start here for EG up top.
And Kuroki is stacking. He's got a double stack Ancient, double stack Hard Camp. There is illusions chasing him now that probably will prevent the next one, but he sniped 2 couriers, Owen. So even though they don't have the most last hits, Magnus is catching back up now. The 2 couriers make up for that discrepancy that was there.
Trying to keep RTW away from the wave whilst he has been left on his own. Racer, nice and beefy. And the second one as well. So full beef here on RTW, ready to withstand any harassment that Flying Arteezy throw out his way.
Look at his base damage too. Without even Empower on him, he's at 85. Arteezy, he's at 60. Does have the illusions to work with, of course, on Arteezy, but quite a big difference. Nice body blocks, bottom.
Getting some good damage in onto ILTW. Again, trying to get the maximum efficiency done here. Kuro fully focused on building these stacks up, both of them. Nice and early here. Not missing a stack at all. So a lot of preparation in the jungle ready for Nigma to clean up, because RTW won't have any struggle with that with the Empower.
Him or My Control can take them easily. Well, on the side of EG, they don't farm Ancients almost at all with their lineup. It's going to take much more time for Arteezy to want to get over there. Contesting Ancients, they can do. They can collapse over there with the Ember Spirit, but they can't really steal them.
And I mean, and on this top lane as well, does Crit pretty much have to stay here with Ice? Is there a chance for Crit to let Ice be and try and make moves on this Hoodwink, or he has to play the top lane?
He has to play the top lane. You can't leave Ice alone. It's if you get caught from the double, like a stun into a Bramble with a couple Goose stacks, Ice will die. They went for Lightstone as well as having the Orb of Corrosion. Doesn't stack with that minus armor, but guess they wanted just to go for that medallion early on.
Yeah.
I hate that it doesn't. I hate that it shows the debuff. That's the thing that always triggers me. But
yes, come on, let's have a. I mean, I get the problem is it probably would be. Do you think it would be too OP if it did stack?
Yes, absolutely. Lightstone's too value.
Yeah, minus armor in the other game, very effective. They're gonna get the control on Crit here. I'll try and certainly Ice onto Mind Control, but a lot of stacks building up with these Quill Sprays. Ice has got to be careful. And indeed, you can't push on any further onto the 2 of them. It's always going to be a hard kill for EG to get in the lane this Bristle, as Mind Control will always be able to just kick back pretty much more damage still at this stage than Ice is able to lifesteal up.
Yeah, and they push the lane forward. He's able to get the Ring of Health too. The dream for GH getting that double kill at the start. He's got Tranquil Boots, so he's looking to stop the TP mid. Can't quite get it. They were already doing their rotation. This Nigma collapse. Seems like they're doing it earlier and earlier every game. It was 7 minutes or 8 minutes before. That last when we were watching Vici was at 6 minutes this time. Even before those 6-minute runes do come out, they look to make a rotation. Fly securing bottom rune.
See Mind Control able to head over. This bounty rune sorted, get that bottle refilled. So they've got to be careful playing around this mid lane. Miracle will have set up with the Dream Coil. And likewise, he'll have the jumps ready to play with here from Arbet. Top lane, to Crit. Brambles down, Crit. He's going to try and get out of this. Won't quite be able to get in range with the final Quill Spray, so Crit will live. Meanwhile, down over towards the mid lane. Some action coming in from EG in return as they've lost Fly. Can they quite get Miracle? One more hit will do it. They'll burn him down as Arbed's able to run him in with the Flame Guard.
Arcane Rune as well, too. Kuro might have to be a little careful. The constant slight spam. Very obnoxious.
Big kill for Arbed there.
Oh, and they're going to fill his bottle, too. TPing mid with Fly. He's not needed bottom. Arteezy probably tells him that, too. He's like, I'm fine down here. ILTW is getting pressured up by my illusions, so the supports can make their moves independently now. As mid tower, Catapult's still up. They're going to keep pressing on. Keep spamming Kuro.
Yeah, so Kuro's nearly dying. One more slide. He might get it back to Arbed. He was trying for it.
Out of remnants now.
I mean, Arbed's more than fine. He's going to have the Flame Guard back up again in a few seconds. They can't commit for it. Bottom lane Crit. He's able to swing over and help Arteezy finally get ILTW out of this lane. We've seen ILTW already taking just consistent harassment from Arteezy and his illusions. A little bit of an extra helping hand. Getting this action for Arteezy, and as you're seeing, just uninterrupted farm. 47 CS. As much as they've tried to put pressure on the Tuato, it's just not affected him at all. It's another game where Arteezy gets a completely clean start.
And this is the lanes that Nigma chose to set up there. LTW is falling a bit behind the Broodmother already, but he does have those stacks as we do see. So he's probably going to be the ones to take them. As Fly, and he steps up too far, pulled into the Bramble.
The Kurnish Crown, it's in. Fly. And he has got the turns around with the stun. In fact, he's able to set up for the turnaround here. Arbed jumps in with the Remnant. GH, he'll get run down. They could not quite kill Fly. Arbed, he's even looking for more with this ace rune. He's ready to run down Kuro. He's in up towards the tier 2. See how much he wants to die. This Miracle does have a Dream Coil if he wants to try and hold him back. I mean, Arbed, he really wants to finish Kuro. One more Sleight of Fist would do it. The haste rune comes to an end, and that will be enough. He's just trying the tree line with the slight, see if he can catch him, but Kuro's already back out to safety. Top lane, in mind control. Can he got him by Ice with the spiders? He might just have enough damage here. And he does. Straight in, and the final nuke of the spawn spiders finishes the job. Ice able to take him down alone. Down bottom, Fly set up onto Kuro. Kuro, he'll fall. A kill here for Fly as EG's starting to pick up some action across the map.
Great rotations coming out. Good early aggression as we've been mostly do, but EG with that early preparation. They've got the wards down too. Great moves. The securing of the runes right now have been the biggest ones. That Arcane and Haste rune has really enabled Abed to pressure play. Now top's getting pressured. Arteezy's getting free farm. This is good stuff from EG right now.
Now LTW starting to slip a little behind here. Got to get him his farm sorted. Of course, does still have those stacks to fall back upon in the jungle. So a lot of potential gold for, just say, either him or Mind Control. We'll see how they wish to split that between them, Nigma.
Kuro does find that deep ward. Ice starting to do spider things. Finds himself the chip vest. Miracle finds himself a fairy trinket, and he's the one taking those stacks.
All right. Yeah, I'll take the large camp at least. We'll still leave the ancients here for one of the two of a cause, but that's all they can do.
Crit's just taking his farm, trying to get his 6. Yeah.
Top lane.
Up again.
I mean, they're going for Mind Control. And again, they should have him hit. Ice. He's trying to hunt him down in the trees. Some good jukes from Mind Control. Ice is still going to be able to run him down. They've got the damage. Another blast here from the spawn spiderlings as Ice will be able to take down Mind Control yet again. Miracle's coming with the invis. He has got Dream Coil, but no one to really back him up. Ice is a little low. I don't think Miracle can quite burst him if he goes for this, though. So Miracle will stay hidden for now. See what they can do with the Willow. He's going to jump in, and here we go. Dream Coil, they've got the follow-up fit, but he actually, Ice is able to step out to the side. The fear won't connect, and with that in mind, Ice, is he going to be able to walk away? He is. The stun comes out. Arteezy also with the song, holding GH and Miracle in place to give Ice the chance to reset. See Arteezy, he's going to position himself aggressively. The Hex comes out into the control from Crit. Boom! He's able to shoot him down, stun out to GH. EG, they're able to outplay Nigma there on that top lane. Some excellent moves I mean, and just an unfortunate start to the combo there. We saw some patience here. GH, he comes in, he's in the trees. He does wait that moment to hit the 6, does get it. He goes to make the play, but Ice just a little too speedy. Can't get the angle.
And it's EG bringing the numbers. We've been seeing Nigma usually the ones to bring 4 or 5 heroes to these rotations. EG's bringing more. ILTW just stays bottom, finishes off the tower, so looks like they're recognizing that they're a bit behind, trying to maximize their farm. Mind Control just farming Ancients. Some great moves from EG early on here, which feels like they need to do, since they, as we mentioned, they don't have that big team fight combo like we do see from Team Nigma, so dominating these lanes is exactly what they need to do. As Ice already starts ticking on that tier 2.
He's starting to create quite a comfortable place up here on this top lane. 3 kills, and see if they can do anything with this coil. Brought the blast onto Fly. Fly able to step out of the side. Miracle's getting caught again. Crit just catching them from the side here with the bushwhacks. There's Fly. He will be chased out by Mind Control. Will die to this. No escape for Fly, as he'll try and buy himself a bit of time, but another quill from Mind Control takes him out. And we're definitely starting to see these little sort of pokes from the outskirts of the fight from Crit. You know, they're tripping up some of these core heroes. Miracle's got to be careful of the Hoodwink's presence.
Yeah, especially when it's, as we've seen every single game from Miracle on the Puppy Talk, he doesn't get phase shift. He goes full aggression, getting punished for it. Now Ice is collapsing on mid with the spiders. Another tower. Looks like it's going to drop soon. They're starting to rotate the Magnus over.
Still hard for RTW to really get involved. Not quite having his first item done, the Echo Saber, a point at which then if he does get the RP off, he'll be able to deal quite a fair bit of damage at this stage. Obviously, ideally wanting to play the farm game until he has the Echo and the Blink. And it's giving this opportunity for EG just to continue to make all these moves. They're hunting down Miracle. Fly.
Oh, are they going to get him again here?
He might just have this. Oh, he'll try the stun across the neutrals there. Trying to catch Miracle by surprise, but Miracle, farming at a safe distance, will not get caught by that opening.
Crit pre-clicked the bushwhack to where the orb was landing. Miracle does get the read, won't get caught by it. Continuing to just get outmaneuvered on the map. Ice continue to take the top jungle. Pressure in the tier 2, it's already gone. They've got an outpost being taken to. EG is doing some big moves, making all that space for RTZ. Fly, still waiting bottom.
Miracle.
Just gotta be careful.
Whoop. Yeah, it's got the phase shift now, so RTZ won't get that set up. Kuro just dying to the spiders. Ice just running him down with the babies.
And the tower too. Doesn't quite finish it.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Look at the deny at least, but yeah, 10 to 4, 2k lead. RTZ and Ice's farm looking rather impressive here. The Manta style done already for RTZ, 14 minutes in.
Super early. And look at the line drawn just now. Crit draws a line saying this is only the place that Nigma can farm at the moment. He drew it above top all the way down to mid. They're controlling 80% of the map right now, it feels like, or 70% of the map on EG. Smack is getting way more. As Miracle's constantly hunted, Fly's just waiting for an opportunity down here. Nigma also waiting for their combo. Yeah. Who's going to see who? Fly spots GH. RTZ will back away. And it is so early to have this Manta style done. Ice is denying any farm of the jungle too. He's got a pipe. Tough to bring him down. 1600 HP with this pipe too. Great spot for EG.
I mean, where do Nigma farm? That they've kind of got their triangle and I mean, even this bottom lane, as we're seeing, Miracle's got to be careful when he's pushing it out. They're having to play him farm really cautiously right now, Nigma, as they are losing control of the map.
They're not getting opportunities to use those big ulti combos, any type of plays at all because of the way EG's playing. They're just completely split up. Abed's taking top now. SSA continues to take jungle. RTZ farming the lane with just the illusions. His heroes just farming jungle. Great distribution. Spiders.
Nice. Yeah, nice. Looking for some. Swing across for some action. And he just runs straight through. Then we'll lose a few spiders here off the back of that.
Only way they kill him is to commit an ult. They have to either use an RP or a coil to bring down Ice 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 in any of these moves.
In mind control.
Mind control.
He's been caught at the side. They've got the control with the break in. They're able to take him down. Crit lands the hit, and the setup's there. EG required to be able to get the damage done and take out that Bristle on the front lines.
And he is just going to be going for the build that we've been seeing pretty much every time on the Bristle. Just Hood, Vanguard into Ags means he's going to be susceptible to break every single one of these times, and low armor. EG's making their move into Roche. They've got the Medallion, they've got this humongous Arteezy, they've got extra minus armor. This should work. I don't see any way for Nigma to contest this. They got an AA blast to perhaps scout it, but getting over there is problematic. Their map is so tiny.
This is a quick rush.
Yes, that.
Very, very quick here with the army of Arteezy. So they'll have Aegis on Arbed, and straight away they go for the smoke. They're ready to make a play with this. They know how strong they are right now, EG.
And they took this outpost top so early because of that tier 2. You're already seeing 2k gold lead, but experience is starting to grow and grow as well because of that. Just continue to distribute the map perfectly. And smoking already, looking to make a move bottom, probably expecting one of these two heroes, either the Puck or one of these supports down here. Fly, he's in position. GH. Ooh. We'll be okay on GH.
We'll put Fly off from being able to stick around for the full combo.
He knows there's a ward now too with the way that he moved.
And RTW's now got the money for the blink. Oh, there you go.
The worst feeling as support. He does have the blink. Now they can look to make some more aggressive moves. He does. Yeah. He really,
He's 0-1-0. It's been a slow start for RTW, but this is sort of what you play for and you farm for. You're just AFKing the Echo and the Blink. Now you got to show your power. You got to show Nigma what they've been waiting for here in this game. Let's see what RTW can get done with these crucial 2 opening items.
GH does have the Shadow Realm. It's getting slept up though. They're going to be able to set up for him afterwards. Easily killed.
Yeah. I mean, no hesitance there to use the song, as Arteezy knows he doesn't really need it to save himself in these sort of games.
And Kuro.
The lead that EG have, they get the catch onto the Ancient Apparition. Kuro's out alone. EG just sweeping across the map and just taking over so much control. They're going to be able to push in this bottom lane, start taking the tier 1s, at the same time even pushing up on the mid lane towards the tier 2. It's the whole area that Nigma has to play, and it's just shrinking and shrinking. RTW, he's got to do something big. They have to find some sort of play around their carry Magnus.
Yeah, we see the line drawn again. Crit keeps saying it. I'm pretty sure he's just telling his team, don't cross this line. This is the only place that Nigma is able to play safely at all. We're getting so much more out of the map. Just keep farming it up. We've got great late game carry, and we're playing versus a carry Magnus, so who cares?
No, it's easy. 19 minutes in, Manta Diffuser list done. Desolator on our bed. You know, that combo, if they're getting with the slight fist, Des on everybody, sending the illusions, these illusions are going to tear apart the members of Nigma. It's not going to be an easy fight for some of the squishy heroes. I mean, even the tankier heroes.
They're all squishy.
Yeah, this Crystal, as we're seeing, when Crit lands the sharpshooter, which he's been doing every team fight, it's a very hard team fight for Nigma to play into right now.
And the way they've itemized too, Puck has 9 armor, Magnus has 10 armor, Bristleback has 8 armor. He's not building armor either. They're going to be really low. The Deso effect plus Orbital Corrosion plus Medallion, they're going to get shredded. Sorry, the Solar Crest, now that it's finished on Crit, they're going to get shredded. Nigma's just got to come back with a big team fight. Because right now it's completely looking EG dominant.
Absolutely. And as I say, it really is pressure on the Magnus, which is always one of those entertaining positions for a game to be in. You know, when you have your carry on these voids, these Magnuses, you know, where you've got to see a big ultimate. You know, that's what we love to see watching the games of Dota 2. See if RTW can make those amazing plays, or if it's just going to end up going downhill. As I say, still 0-1-0. They've not been able to pull any sort of action really together as a team. We'll see if it's coming around the corner here for Nigma.
It's not looked like the Team Nigma that we've been used to seeing in this tournament. They're completely on the back foot, not looking to make any aggressive moves. 4 kills, that's the least kills I think I've seen them at 20 minutes in this tournament by far. Usually have like 15, 20 kills. It's very slow because of the way EG's played.
He's going to try for the jumping on the Flutter. Drop the Dream Coil onto Fly. But he's ready for the turnaround. Jumping in with the Remnants. He's in on top of RTW. RTW will skew Arbed in. I think Arbed, he's going to be kind of happy to be here. RTZ buying time for them to set up to move in onto Nigma with the song. Over to Kuro. Kuro will go down. Chasing for more. RTZ runs down GH up towards the base. Mind Control's attempting to run away, but with his defusal, his mana's gone. RTZ blocking him off, and soon his life will go as well. Ice with the final instance of damage to bring down Mind Control. I mean, that was the first involvement here around this carry Magnus, and nothing really coming together at all for Nigma.
EG's prepared for it. They immediately swing over, bringing the 5 heroes, outnumbering just every single one at a time in this game. It's been fantastic movement from EG. And yeah, like you said, he got skewered, and it felt like Abed was very happy with this skewer right on top of everybody.
Nice and deep and surrounded by 3 heroes that he's ready to fight into. Especially with RTZ being able to buy time, ready for some of the cooldowns to come back up on the Ember Spirit using that song. And off the back of that fight, RTZ's farm continues. He's already about halfway on the Skadi. I mean, just the speed that these items are flying out for this Naga Siren, there's nobody able to match that on Nigma's side this game right now. Every core really. Now, who's going to be able to stand up against RTZ in this, as the minutes pass?
It's quickly feeling like nobody. He's also gotten, we didn't point it out, but he got the Dragon Skill, which feels like the best item you can get on these illusion heroes like Naga, because you just spread out your illusions. They spread that as well. They farm at that incredibly fast pace. Yeah, EG in full control. Orchid finished on Ice. Blink, I believe, finished on the Lion. So Miracle's game continuing to get harder and harder.
There we go. Smoke up for Nigma. These smokes, they've got to hit hard. RTW has to find the catch.
How long on her? They have to catch one of the big heroes, though. They have to find one of the cores of this. They can't just find a support.
No.
They don't have much information to go by. They put the 2 wards down bottom, but there's no one here. EG's playing top side. RTZ's cutting waves with illusions, sending 2 down toward bottom to catch this next wave. So map just continues to be so limited for Team Nigma. It's brutal. Can't find anybody. 16-5, 9K gold lead. How's their experience? It continues to grow. 11,000.
Not easy. He's going to look for the song setup. They're ready to start action. ILTW stepped into lane. So already EG, they can look to get on top of the Magnus, maybe force ILTW's reaction. Is able to blink off in time. They're not quite able to time the bushwhack. So ILTW will manage to blink away. And will continue to keep the illusions, of course, on him, which is going to be a rather nuisance, especially with Arbed jumping in as well. He's charging straight in on top of the Magnus. RTW, he'll drop the RP. Ice Blast comes in. They're throwing everything down onto Arbed. Can they kill this Ember? They can. They bring Arbed down, but they've lost both Mind Control and ILTW for it. Kuro is able to TP out in time. See if Miracle could get away as well. RTZ slowing him with the defusal. Miracle, can he dodge this? He's straight into the trees, but Crit, he's prepared. Here. Bushwhack at the ready. He's ready for Miracle to jump over to this area. EG, they're heading over. Miracle is against the 4 of them. Can he really hide? Again, Crit is in position. A phase shift and a blink. Miracle trying to run, but Fly's got the catch upon him. Jumps in, Hex in place. Miracle will also fall. As Nigma, they get Arbed, but it costs them all 3 of their cores.
How do you hide? There's illusions running at you. There's spiderlings surrounding you too. You're songed. You can't get the dream setup at all. Bristleback, Mind Control, he just gets isolated in the front of the fight while they just kill the back lines. Doesn't look like you're tanky Bristleback at all.
I mean, and we're seeing, one of the issues of playing like the Magnus carry, or a carry that revolves around this sort of big ultimate, the same sort of problem that the Void struggles with against the Naga Siren is, you don't catch RTZ, he's going to sing, and suddenly that whole stun duration, if you're not getting on the Naga Siren, getting it on anyone else, RTZ is going to be able to waste that entire time of that ultimate, and then suddenly, as the RP comes to an end and the song finishes, it's EG collapsing on you instead.
Oh, and he's got Scotty already. Level 19. And him just splitting the illusions up. He sends 1 illusion on ILTW, canceling his blink, while the rest of them just go on Mind Control. And he's just gone. Really nice micro from RTZ.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this from every minute of the gameplay from RTZ, straight from the laning as we saw, just able to push back the duo of Nigma and secure himself free farm from minute 1 this game.
Jeez, GH nearly getting 1 shot from Abed. Don't see a good... Yeah, I don't see a good like recovery method coming out for Nigma. I don't see an item that's just going to be like, wow, they're back. It's just EG's getting way too much. It's 12,000 lead at 26 minutes.
And bottom. They've got the catch. And again, can he get out of this? He's out to the side. And they're not going to catch a sight of which way he went this time round. So Miracle will actually manage to make it away from both Crit and Fly.
Whole map though, they're almost killing ILTW top while they're also pressuring mid, while they're also catching Miracle bottom. It's EG just running away with this game. Full control.
I think getting to the point where it's going to have to be some sort of tier 4 tower skewer action here from ILTW. That ideally needs the level 20 for that extra range, and of course are still rather far away.
EG's not giving them opportunities to get their big setups, like a multi-hero coil into a multi-hero fear or multi-hero RP. They're all just split up perfectly.
Arms to the side. Gonna try and start some action, but of course Arteezy, with the song, he's able to allow EG to maybe assess the situation and take the fight in their own accord. They get the lockdown onto GH with a Hex. Dreamcore's going to be dropping again. It's only onto Fly.
Miracle.
Fly's able to turn with the stun and the finger. Miracle.
Ooh.
Can he get himself out of this one? Blink down to the low ground. Quick waiting ripped away, but they're chasing on with the remnants. He's back up to the high ground. The shot from Crit. A beautiful snipe there from the Hoodwink as Crit lands the hit. Miracle's down.
They're pressuring two different tier 3s at the same time. Two illusions on the mid one illusion killing couriers inside the base, snipes two of them, while mind control also getting taken out, and the tower.
And how do you push this Naga Siren off your barracks?
You cannot at this point now. He's dying to the illusions.
I mean, mind control, he's not having fun. He's not having fun there.
He is not having fun.
It's not a fun time. As this top racks slowly but surely taken out here by EG. They've got many things that they can look towards. Roshan's up if they fancy, if they want to back off. Of course, more than welcome to stay and continue to push into these barracks as well. They're up 23-6, 18k lead. AC done on Ice, BKB on Arbed. These huge items just continue to fly out. So done quickly here for EG.
Feels like one last hurrah for Team Nigma. Don't know what they can do. They have to land multi-hero ultimates, but they just can't. EG's continuing to just not give them the opportunities. The scouting, it's really been such good scouting. These mirror images, this Manta illusions from Arteezy have been absolutely perfect. As Roche, 3,300 HP Naga. Now you have to come twice. Good luck with that.
Let's see what they've got. Smoke up Nigma. Can they find some sort of insane level RP?
Can they even kill the heroes if they do now at this point with them being so strong?
I mean, Arteezy is in, and he's ready to start the action. He's in onto RTW. We'll get the fear off onto Arteezy. RTW screwing over towards Arbed. Oh, he's trying to look back at Arbed's able to dodge the RP. He dodges the RP with the sleight of fist. It's 2 dead on Nigma. It's going to be EG cleaning up again. As 4 dead, they'll tap out. It is over, it really is. GG is called. And my goodness, what a start to this series here. I think we all kind of expected a little bit more from Nigma in this game one, but we really didn't get anything at all. This was EG through and through. What a fantastic showing here from Evil Geniuses in this game.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys.
Invoker. They didn't go for it this time around, so maybe the next game will be going back for that, or you don't like that either.
It's the Brood. You know, like when the Brood goes, like you're banning Viper, you're banning Timber. They pick a Brood that instantly removes some of these kind of flashier mid heroes because you can't pick a non-tower defender into such a tower dominating hero that is Brood. Brood just takes the tier 1, can bring webs to mid, and suddenly this Invoker's displaced, your safe lane's displaced. It's very difficult, and I'd maybe even argue if you're respecting Ice with the Timber ban, respect him with the Brood ban as well, and find answers to a Viper. It's easier to find an answer to a Viper than it is to find an answer to kind of what Brood is.
We have game 2 right around the corner. We got EG on the Dire side. We got Team Nigma on the Radiant side. Yeah, but it's not yet on ours.
No, I thought I'd just like tease everyone. Like, ooh, are they going to ban the Brood?
Oh, they did ban the Brood.
Oh, and they did ban the Brood.
Done. They also banned the IO on the side of EG, so they're going to stick with that one. First pick goes the way of EG as well. Some people would want to know that one as well. And we're going to have... I think maybe more standard opening. It's not going to be Mars, though, because Mars also removed Kyle.
That's a great ban. The new and improved Team Nigma, I think a lot of it was built on the back of mind control. He got his own thread earlier even, and he deserved it.
Yep.
The Mars, notably, you mentioned in the pregame previously, T-Gov, DK, another big one, but the Mars is just perfect for the way these guys like to play Dota, because it's team fight, it's the ability to play aggressive, and it's an incredible laner.
So they ban the AA, so which forces EG to have a first pick option, and it kind of gives a highlight to Nigma potentially going like Lion plus Timber, right? The Alliance style of draft, of course, Nigma being from Europe, they've faced that quite a lot.
If I'm EG, I just pick Lion. You just pick Lion right here.
They go for the Enchantress, so now if Nigma in their core, it's like the Inkling is Timber plus 1.
Yeah.
There's the Lion, is Timber to follow?
DK,
Ooh, okay,
I'd be okay with that too. They play it on multiple positions as well.
The Ench makes sense with this concept, because if you read that they're going DK or Timber, Ench is great against both. Yeah, they have a ton of armor, but obviously Enter the Impetus is doing pure damage, so really nice as a preventative measure. In addition, in the laning phase, you're really nice against Lion, because the hero has no method of dealing with the creep you pick up, so you can bully him pretty hard in the lane as well. So I like where this opens, but I'm curious to see if EG have like that direct answer. Also, Ench, Holy Locket hero.
And they go for the Timber Saw. Okay,
I dig it.
Why not? Would get banned, and an Ice staple at that for EG.
But this is kind of the interesting point of the draft, where it's like, you know EG will go Timber, you just first banned it, but then you pick an offlaner that will be very susceptible to Timber Saw, right? It's like, you're giving yourself maybe it's a comfort thing. You'd rather just pick DK for the stun and enable someone else in your draft, but it is interesting how when they had the clear option of DK Timber, they went for the kind of
the DK,
the one that is countered by the other one, you know? That you go for DK countered by the Timber.
Well, so far though, that's been the recipe. It's when MC can actually buy a blink and go get things done. Yeah, he was not able to do so playing a Bristleback, try as he might. So
nice thing here is if you ever want to learn how to beat certain heroes, look at the team that has first pick, the bans that come after. When they pick a big core, be it the Timber in this scenario, the bans following will always be like the biggest counters to this hero. In the previous game, when they picked the Brood, it was Troll, it was Legion, it was like kind of Nyx. So just kind of look at the bans to see the pro team counters to these more meta heroes.
Radiant team ban.
Right, so we're gonna have Team Nigma ban out some of the Arteezy specials. Terrorblade, of course, to start.
Will there be a Naga ban? Ban all the illusion heroes. Ban a PL2.
Is Naga good enough to ban in this phase?
Yeah, Arteezy currently has one on TB, Naga, PL1, Bloodseeker. So yeah.
The Bloodseeker against? Wasn't that
TNC? But it was first game of the day.
Yeah, that was also the weakest TNC's been at this tournament, and also technically a game. I heard some commentary that TNC could have 2-0'd that series, had a couple things gone their way. They made a couple of big mistakes, but either way, yeah, you can see that the repertoire for Arteezy is pretty limited to just illusion carries. And part of that, though, is the way EG likes to play, because it helps activate Ice on his just kind of carry, not carry, but, you know, not really a 4 shaded offlaner, but more shaded to a 2 that pressures the map, that pushes towers, and ultimately just only word I got is gravity. You know, requires more heroes to deal with him.
Yeah,
he sucks the enemies into his orbit, frees up the map for Arteezy.
Yeah, it's how it was played earlier. The way that TNC played it, he's just running across the map. Like, you can't stop this hero from just barreling down lanes and just being in your face. So yeah, it's
also more evidence of the VP influence on the meta, because legitimately for what, 2-3 months they would first pick Lion Timbersaw when available. Like, that was that, and now suddenly we get to the major, we're wrapping up the group stage, and
we're kind of moving towards it.
Everybody's doing it.
For points, by the way, EG, if they win this series as a whole, if they manage to 2-0 Team Nigma, then they will be tied with Team Nigma and Vici Gaming, I believe.
All 7 and 5,
all
correct.
7 and 5, and all 3 in contention for the second place, meaning playoffs. Of course, PSG.LGD will not be able to get removed from their throne.
Well, they're already qualified through.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, correct.
All of these teams still have 1 series tomorrow. EG will face Team Liquid. Vici Gaming will face PSG.LGD, and Team Nigma faces
Beast Coast.
Beast Coast. Okay, there's a little bit of a discrepancy in difficulty of opponents there as well.
Yeah, that's true. But it will be a weakened or sleepy PSG.LGD, considering that they have legitimately nothing on the line.
Yes. Yes.
But this is big, I'd say.
Yes, but no.
I think this is bigger for Nigma because it puts them in the driver's seat, right? Suddenly they have that game advantage, and they know, look, we wake up tomorrow, we play well, we 2-0 Beast Coast, a team likely going to be eliminated, then we'll be in the uppers, and that it's not bad. I don't want to be in a single elim tournament. Looking at the playoff bracket.
No, not at all.
That is a holy locket hero, as we now will call the Phoenix and the Enchantress as well. So they got that percentage heal for the Dragon Knight, meaning you can use him as a frontliner. Be that for the mid or for mind control, for Miracle or for mind control.
The main thing for Nigma here is they ban out the PO as well, so they ban out 3 of the big Arteezy style heroes that can easily be a win condition behind the gravity that Timbersaw provides. Nigma then pick up the Phoenix to deal with what Timber wants to do in the game. If he's ever locked down by 1 stun into a Sunray, he can easily die when he's only kind of got the hood early on.
We forgot about the bug!
Here it is. Bug appears in second phase, and this is going to be a nice pick because the way that EG played game 1, it was Ice with the boys in the jungle. Now it will be the exact same style, and Nyx is picked for the carapace, instantly stopping the Sunray to then make Timbersaw back to his tanky state. If they didn't have any way to stop that Sunray, then this Timbersaw isn't going to have fun. But the Nyx now cushions the Timbersaw. Pretty solid stuff from both teams.
It's really complementary as well because Nyx isn't really the greatest. You don't want to stick in the lane forever. Timbersaw likes to have as much solo XP as possible, but you also provide a ton of lockdown, which Timbersaw obviously has none of. And you love being able to play with heroes that shove lanes and provide vision. So Timber can just walk at towers, which then frees up crit on the Nyx assassin to play off map. And off map, a Nyx is always a threat, especially post level 6. Just vision in general, I think at this major has proven invaluable. I've seen so many games where between both teams you have a minimum of 15 sentries on the map at a time. And Nyx, you know, you can't focus on deep boarding because you have to hold some of them for your
want to point out that Team Nigma has not got any time left. That's 5 seconds bonus time.
Yeah, they've eaten for a lot of their time, and as a result of it, they've picked a Luna. Of course, the last time I think Nigma picked Luna, they actually had great success. It was in the tiebreaker, I believe.
True.
It was like the best of 1 win there.
That's true. That's true. They won versus IG with the Luna. It's also the only time they played Luna the entire major. But it worked. I must say, though, it worked because of 1 fight. It is the hero that if you win 1 fight, you can run down mid and take the throne, and that is exactly what they did.
So far, it is also undefeated in the major. But I...
Arc Warden is a hero not yet picked, by the way. First Arc Warden of the tournament. And
What's your illusion hero replacement?
special.
I can't play TB.
Yep.
I don't want to play Naga. Can't play PO.
It almost worked for the Jedi. I think it's got a good shot of working for EG because ultimately this activates that same style. Another hero that can shove lanes. Global threat as well, which is great when you're playing with a Nyx Assassin.
But I guess the caveat to this is simply Nigma will have a good time because Luna against Timsaw is not the worst of the lanes, and they still easily can move as a team towards objectives. Arc Warden will become the titan of defending high ground if the game can be salvaged or kind of kept even for like 25 minutes plus. But before that, Nigma is kind of the king of just complete domination of just picking the team fights. Because EG stuns right now, it is Ench if it steals a Centaur and an Impale. Plus whatever hero they have left. Like, it isn't that great for like preventing the run at you mentality Nigma will want to install in their lineup.
Spike Carapace still strong as well.
Yes.
I count that as a stun.
No, it is true. It does count. So they have 2 and a smidge of a stun.
2 and
But they didn't need stuns previous game, so not expecting it to be too important this game.
All right, so on the side of Team Nigma, we're looking for a hero for either Mind Control or Miracle. Up in the air still. We have the Nature's Prophet ban. Was finally maybe on the radar, but EG removed it. So they're feeling this Miracle DK.
It's potentially both, but that was a really prescient ban because that would be very on point for Kuro to move Miracle onto the DK and pick something that then adds pressure.
That's what they need, honestly.
The support duo does not deal with the Prophet or really any sort of creep hero, and Arc Warden gets bodied by it in lane, and then, yeah, sure, you're great at defending towers. That's much later into the game, and NP Luna DK, you're looking to end games much like they did against Vici earlier, pre-20 minutes, so really nice job there. EG, you just really need any kind of playmaker for Abed, preferably one that isn't, you can't really go for a Storm or a Puck as comfortably when you're playing against double stun mechanics and of course the Hex that line adds as well.
If we're moving the DK to Mind Control, there's an Invoker still in the pool. They played with the Invoker Luna combo in that best of one.
That's what the draft is missing too. They need a steroid for the Luna. They need something that gets this draft
get the Electi.
Faster timing.
Oh, Nigma does have last pick in the draft, so EG right now, they need that tempo style here. Ember's band, Puck's band, they're going to be going for the Storm Spirit.
Anyway,
which again, into the heroes like Lion DK, it can be a bit weird, but because you have the Timbersaw, he's the one tanking up these spells to then initiate with the Storm Spirit.
Abed Storm almost won the major. First of all, Singapore major. Abed Storm was the driving force of that. And Miracle Invoker has it been defeated this major? Yes, once. TNC was able to beat it, but that's it.
Really cool to see these teams though. Like, you can agree or disagree with it, but Nigma have hard counters to Storm, but for EG's draft archetype and for their comfort, this is the best hero to round out their draft. Same goes for Nigma with the Miracle Invoker. You're playing into Nyx. You're playing against a Storm Spirit. Doesn't matter. This is what our draft needs. This activates LTW's Luna, so we'll just pick what we like, what we're best at. Damn your draft. We don't care about counters. This is what works for us.
Yeah, the key thing for me is how they get Mind Control into the game. He is often instrumental in Nigma's performances recently, but he's playing a DK lane into Arc plus Ench. That isn't going to feel that comfortable. And Nigma has to realize that 25-30 minutes later into this game, Arc Warden Storm is the equivalent of like a Spectre Storm. This is such a big hitting 1-2 punch. You are not going to feel comfortable looking at high ground when EG gets items. So it's all about the pace that they set in the game. Give DK a game, get a blink, go.
The big answer is, what will Miracle's timing be on his Spirit Vessel? Will that be enough to slow down Ice 3?
Yep.
Will Crit get active fast enough? And how do both teams control Ancients? Because if LTW gets ahead, we'll see him go the Mask of Madness, maybe get an early BKB. Like, remember what happened in the wild card. One big fight, that is at least a Rax for Team Nigma. They will eat through buildings with this combination.
So with all that said, is there any particular style you guys favor? Because it's two styles clashing.
I guess it kind of goes down to the Storm Spirit, where we've seen most players nowadays go Sanj and Kaya and be a bit tankier, be able to live through the stuns. But then also I've seen a lot of pub players still going for the Orchid. And this is the type of game where EG needs a little bit more punch in the fight. So maybe even going for an unconventional kind of pub style build with the Orchid, get a couple kills, kind of break down the resources of Nigma, might buy them enough time. But needs to go, go, go. EG needs to survive. Hope game than game 1.
Go, go, go sounds like fun to me, for sure. I'm sure that's fun for our commentary team as well. It's OD Pixel and Fog for game 2.
Go, go, go indeed. EG versus Nigma. This looks like a much more Nigma draft. EG still doing their similar approach here. Maybe relying on the Ice 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 Timbersaw quite a lot in this early game. We'll see if it does end up paying off. Owen, how do you feel about this one?
I think, yeah, the panel's right. We're going to see a much closer fight from Nigma, surely, this time round, compared to what was a tough opening game with them. I love the finish here. I think a lot of the Nigma fans at home will as well. The Miracle Invoker coming into play. I mean, this alone should give them more potential to just do much more than they could do in the first game. Overall, though, I got to say, with the way that RTZ's been games, I think you got to be pretty scared of him on his Arc Warden. You know, we've seen how well this boy's been farming recently on the Arc Warden. You know, you have the potential for your greed to go off the scale. They've got to slow down. Slow him down early. If they don't slow this man down, I think RTZ will be able to just take away this game as an art.
Definitely agree. I think this is the Nigma draft, though. I looked at that last draft and I was like, what's going on here? This looks much different from what we're used to. You know, they don't really have their mind control playmaker, active collapse on the map. They lost the early game so hard in the last game that they couldn't even play the draft the way that they wanted to. This one, it does feel like a bit greedy from EG. They also picked the Nyx Assassin into DK. And then Nigma goes for this Luna, where it's all about that group up and go. So I do feel like Nigma can set the pace a lot easier this time, but that's what they have to do. They cannot let this game start getting to this farm split push, because that's where RTZ is going to thrive.
No, without a doubt. I mean, I think night and day, this is just much better to see RTW on the Luna compared to the Magnus.
Agreed.
I mean, you know, the lad's master tier on this hero. He's going to perform. You know, he obviously had a rough one last game. That's just not going to happen again. That's not going to happen here. I refuse to believe we're going to see anywhere close to sort of that level of struggle from RTW in this game too.
No, I agree. I think EG, they got away with murder last time when they have this Abed making space, getting the double runes. I think this was really important for them. Getting his haste rune, getting his arcane rune to set the tempo, having the Broodmother take over the whole top side of the map. That caused so many problems for Nigma. This is their bread and butter. This is what they've been winning with. This is what they've been kind of setting the meta with in most of these games. And I really do think it's Ice 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 Timbersaw the one to watch in this game for being able to fight versus that big aggression that Nigma's going to be bringing.
Yeah, and sort of overall, how is this game as a Timbersaw game? You know, is this a game where you can see Ice 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 becoming unkillable, or you think they'll have ways to threaten him at multiple points of the game?
They're going to go for the Vessel, right? Miracle is one of the few players that still goes for it really early on Invoker every game. Even if he's not versus some type of a healing hero, he still gets it, and they'd have overwhelming magic damage and percent damage. They have a Phoenix, so Sunray's always going to be a problem. Luna does that mixed damage, so it does feel like they should be able to kill him unless he gets off to too good of a start. He gets that super early hook. We'll see.
So far in the lanes, what we got?
They did decide to put the Nyx as the 5, so putting crit because they have a ranged hero. They're putting him up top and putting Fly bottom to try to secure the lane. Been interesting to see that change up.
Yeah, that's right. I guess what is this just because Fly can more consistently trade harass with GH as a ranged hero?
I guess so, because I don't know if they expected it to be Kuro up top. I think perhaps they expected it to be the Phoenix up top. That's why they went for this lane setup. So I think Nigma maybe saw this coming, and that's why they set the Lion up top and they put the Phoenix down bottom. Interesting. Does punish mind control less if this is Enchantress up top versus the DK, then it would be more punishing. But either way, the Arc Warden is an excellent matchup versus the DK in lane.
Yeah, I mean, we see mind control at the moment struggling the most out of the cores, not having too easy of a time getting the CS in this top lane. That's a crit. I'm gonna have stun up in a second, but we're not quite wanting to go for it. Knows that level 2 is there. Crit doesn't have the carapace though, does have the mana burn. Trying to have that potential to limit the combo.
And Artesia gets Magnetic Field at level 2, something you don't really see too often. We don't see Arc Warden very often at all, but yeah, a bit interesting. CGH still level 1. He's getting ran down.
Well, there we have it. We'll finally be able to do it. I mean, he was having a bit of a tough time trading hits against Fly. Fly coming out on top.
He's prioritizing blocking the camp. I think he knows he's going to end up dying there, but he does get the sentry down, so there's going to be no hard camp accessible for Fly. Mid fairly even.
Matchup. Yeah. Arbed 20 for 2. Whilst Miracle's 19 for 5. We'll see who's going to be the most active out of the two of them. Is there Miracle likely to be in an early position to make aggressive moves, sweeping the map? Arbed. Be careful here, down to his last bottle charge, as Miracle will be able to push him forward around these 4-minute runes. Looks like we're not going to get anyone swinging over towards mid lane yet.
They're probably telling Kuroki to check it. I think he's going to immediately go to check top rune, and Miracle's going to go to check bottom, because they're going to be able to prevent Abed from filling this, and that's going to be problematic for the Storm.
I mean, Abed.
Oh, and Miracle's getting aggro. He might
just be dead. Whoop, very fast popped Abed. 20 HP there. Only just surviving. He's going to have to take the walk back to base. I don't know if Kuro is going to be able to find an angle on this. No, there's no chance, Abed. The brown boots will manage to walk back to base, but yeah, this hurts. This sort of pressure from Miracle pushing Arbed away around that timing, that's going to give Miracle at least a full wave here to himself that's going to be missed out upon by the Storm.
That's huge. Double no, just going for the lane domination here on Miracle. Yeah, that's really nice for Team Nigma to start out with. As bottom, Fly is leaving Ice 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 alone for a moment, so he's got Toon reactive, but Luna is one of the better carries to deal with Timbersaw since you have that high magical damage. Starting to bring Ice 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 low. He's got stick, so should be just fine, but he's not getting as much as he would like. 18 last hits only versus the 27 of the Luna, so really seeing why they went for this pick. High physical damage and magical in combination. Fly looking to slow down Miracle a little bit, but that's a bit of a weird rotation. Guess he's just looking to get some wards up here. But does feel like Fly needs to play more around this bottom lane. Otherwise, Ice Ice Ice, he's not going to get off to the start that he needs to for this team.
Sure, well, you feel that if he's not able to rush towards that first early item, he is going to be held back in a state that Enigma can deal with the Timber at.
Absolutely. He still should get the hood at a decent timing, but there is overwhelming magic damage he has to deal with. Like the Invoker, the EMP, just the combination from the Luna. He does have to be careful. Ice 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 staying very low down bottom. Does have the heal and the salve on Fly.
Where are you going?
Fly. It's going to get aggressive onto RTW here with a help smasher. Chain forward. RTW is going to get burst down. EG.
Nice play.
See a chance to get in on top of the Luna, and they've got the damage to take him down. Maybe GH as well, actually. GH does still have a dive available, but Ice 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 is in. He's able to cut him down straight away. No chance to dive away as EG back with some quick hits on the bottom lane. Mid lane, Nigma will be able to get the catch onto Arbed. I'll take the kill underneath the tower.
Great move from Fly. Love that he makes that rotation back down, just recognizing a small moment where he can get the collapse onto the Luna, who steps near the tree lines. IL2W does have to be cautious playing around those trees near Ice Ice Ice. High burst damage. I believe that should be... What is that? His hood almost done? He actually goes for a Soul Ring, so getting a little bit more mana on Ice 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 to keep applying that pressure down here.
Okay, I mean, I guess he's seeing it with the sort of set from Fly. EG can get the kills down it.
They're bringing Abed.
He wants to go for a move in with his level 6. But he's been spotted out by Miracle's illusion. So they know what's going on here. RTW is going to be fully aware. And with that in mind, yeah, it looks like Arbed, he might be able to catch RTW going to the jungle. So no, not going to be the case. RTW able to pass him. GH still hanging around underneath the tower. Being persistent here, and in fact, Arbed, he's going to be able to scout this out. GH will dive away. Arbed wants to chase no points in the Vortex with this skill build, so doesn't have any control here for the Phoenix. Still though, GH is kind of trapped here behind the trees.
Fire Spirits though.
Got any help coming in? I mean, ILTW is coming over. GH pops the stick charge at Arbed. He's got to be careful. RTW nearly takes him out. GH will try and pop us out, but the final impetus from Fly does take him down. So they will get the kill on GH, but takes quite a bit of an effort there from Arbed and Kuro. He's going to be able to play with Arbed on the way out, and with RTW coming over, Arbed, he's going to be straight up dead. Nigma, they take down Arbed. Ice 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 and Fly. Can they punish this? They can't. RTW and Kuro are able to walk away, so a painful moment there for Arbed with the effort that he was putting in to get that kill. Does, play a part in it, but losing his life for it.
And top, they take the entire tower before Mind Control even hits 6. Just off that first Cardi, they're able to take the tower. Miracle's still hunting for crit. They scanned up here. They know that this Nyx Assassin's still in the area. He's got urn charges too. Crit, he's spotted. He's in trouble.
Crit. Yeah, with the damage from Mind Control, the Miracle, they'll have no struggle taking out the Nyx Assassin. Nigma Making the plays here, starting to get this build up. 1k lead over to mid. Ice, he's pushing in. Mind Control's TP'd over. He's going to have Dragon Tail stun in a second. Ice, we'll see how carefully he plays this. And he's going to be cautious enough. Kuro not quite able to get in range to open up things with the stun.
Bit of an interesting skill build coming out from ILTW, maxing the aura. That just tells me even more so about grouping up. That's been the entire Nigma style. He's not looking to really farm, maxing Moonglaves or anything like that. He's looking to be a playmaker, playing around with this 5-man, just pressure towers as My Control's poking mid, and they're probably going to swing around in this area. Gonna move toward top right now. Kuro not quite level 6, but Miracle is in the area. Abed has to be careful.
With this extra damage boost that he's given to the team, he knows that Abed will die in the stuns.
He sure will.
They'll catch crit off to the side, and you're seeing, you know what, a couple of disables, and with that buff up, Nigma have no struggle for damage at this stage of the game. They'll be able to kill pretty much most of these heroes very easily with a 2-3 hero rotation.
Yeah, super high right clicks on everybody. Kuro now level 6 too, so he's got Finger at the ready early. Pre-10 minutes, level 6 on the Lion. Ice looking to hold that mid tower as long as possible. He wants to find himself a nice courier. Yeah, he's got to be careful how hard he dives.
Ice. They're ready to turn things around him. He tries to dive in aggressively for GH. Can he get his way out of there? They've got the stun control. Fingers out. Into the tornado. Ice.
Still alive.
Managed to get away. Now backups come in. Ice still alive here. They got anything else to catch him with? They haven't. Ice makes it out there underneath the noses of 4 members of Nigma.
And that's the Finger usage too. Somehow able to tank through it with the hood.
Yeah, it's enough.
That looks scary too. He was so far up, but they couldn't punish him. If they had an ILTW rotation, they would kill him, but he was prioritizing farming a stack. They still have DK form to hit this tower with a 10-minute catapult coming in. Now Fly.
They're looking for Fly. Getting left behind deep here on enemy lines. As, I mean, he himself wasn't
okay as well.
Okay, they just can't get the kills here at the moment, Nigma. They can't kill Ice. They can't kill Fly. Even with being able to outnumber EG, it doesn't matter at this stage. They're not getting these kills at all.
And space for Arteezy. Maelstrom's done. He's not getting pressured because they're making these deep moves. Yep, he's going for full greed. He has to this game. They're going for later scaling. Yeah.
Now he gets this Maelstrom Midas online. He's going to be hitting gold values that just you're not going to be keeping up with. I mean, ILTW at the moment at that top spot, but once Maelstrom and Midas is done, if Arteezy continues to get space, he's going to quickly close the gap on that Luna.
Has to get some type of way to increase his farm a bit faster, because ILTW, he's maxed the aura, but now going back for that max Moonglaive, not going for any points in ult. He's starting to prioritize his greed and farm.
Waterfall 1k lead here for Nigma already, as hoped for a much closer game than what we saw in game 1. Bottom
being chased
to hunt him down here. Has he got any backup coming in? Miracle and GH, they're smoked up on the way over. Can they quite get here in time with that Maelstrom? They've got an extra bit of magical damage to go for, but they're getting with the egg. See if they're able to get it off in time. They can't take the egg. Oh, they can. The 5 will manage to get the last hit, and they bring down the Supernova, but it's Nigma cleaning up big time, as this time ILTW is ready to get involved. With the Luna turning up, it absolutely is that extra bit of power that Nigma need to come out on top of these fights.
And they barely even kill that egg. They have to use the magnetic field to give them that extra attack speed to bring it down, but it's a bait egg. The rest of them just come up and they get cleaned up quickly. My Control survives during all of it. ILTW comes for the cleanup. Level 10, near level 11. And that's Arteezy's first death. He's only level 8. He is going to be really far behind of this Luna.
Stupendous.
Vessel now done for Miracle. Now they have the opportunities to kill this Timbersaw.
Yeah, much more of the pace that we expect to see from Nigma this game too. This is what's
I don't know how I feel about Arc Warden either. Does feel like a bit of a hard hero to make work. Yeah, I think he's really hard to make work in a lot of these games when they do have reach and when they do have ways to take down these towers, and just getting on top of you is one of the biggest things too that we've seen that Nigma's been so good at doing with My Control on this DK and with this Phoenix. They just commit onto these heroes. So Arteezy definitely has to have some protection. He has to have, that's what I was mentioning, like Ice has to have a good game because he has to be that body unit for Arteezy. He's queued up a BKB on Ice, so that's really saying a whole lot how he feels about this game, how it's going to start going, because there's so much overwhelming magic damage that is coming out from Nigma. Miracle, looking for fly.
Miracle. Got the catch, and with the vessel down on it, they've certainly got the damage. No chance for Fly to heal up this time. Nigma maybe seeing if they could chase down for more. Microcontrol is able to get the stun off onto Crit. They're chasing up to the high ground. They've caught him, slowed him down here in the ice wall. It's number one here for Nigma. As with those kills, they'll have the space to push on mid. And of course, with this Luna and Dragon, they have a lot of pushing potential this time around, Nigma, to take these quick towers.
They're starting to take advantage of the map, taking control completely. Look at this ILTW net worth 8,200 on the Luna. This is ridiculous.
So far ahead.
He's level 12 as well. Look at the next highest level in the game. It's level 10s.
We'll see if Arteezy does catch up with when he has the Major Stun on top of the Maelstrom, but honestly, if RTW is going to farm this fast, maybe you don't catch up to this Luna.
No, and Abed spotted. Miracle is stalking him with the Ghost Walk right now, pinging him out. Abed. He's got to be careful. Kuroki's starting to rotate over. Ice, looking to go on ILTW, but Abed is getting caught. Can he zip out?
The stun?
Can.
And look who picks it up as well. ILTW turning up for the last touch there to get the kill. More money into the bank of the Luna. As ILTW is, this is insane. 9K net worth.
It is. And that was smooth by Miracle. He just ghost walked, chilling on the side, waiting for an opportunity to see when Abed just takes one step too far, when Kuroki can close the gap. Starting to get quite a bit of control on the map here.
Gotcha.
Those limited moves that EG can make, since Abed is he's just so shut down in the game from the hero matchups. He's versus a Lion, he's versus a DK, he's versus the Invoker. There's so much control for him. Crit, he's trying to do the same thing. He's stalking ILTW. This could be a big grab if they can get on him. But Nigma's prepared. They're already rotating over. The ward does spot them. Crit starting to back away. They have that obs and that sentry inside of the lane.
EG can't fight this. Abed and Arteezy are just not in fighting shape right now.
No, they're going to look to swing toward mid, where Ice is getting some good tower pressure with the siege creep. GH, let's start slowing it down. And they will bring my control. Blink Dagger is done on the DK.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Abed wants to maybe see if he can get something over it, but it's so hard to make a move into Nigma right now. I don't know how you make this sort of play as EG.
It's difficult too, because as we mentioned, they don't have a team fight draft whatsoever. They're all about split push, all about trying to catch heroes that are isolated. Nigma is not about that playstyle. This is their bread and butter draft of grouping up. They have a blink on the line already too. Kuroki getting one super early in this game, 16 minutes. Man, this map feels like it's going to be really hard to play for EG for the next 10 plus minutes. Oh, Abed. Fancy footwork. His TP's on cooldown.
He's gonna get cold
He's hot.
He's dead.
He's gone.
Another quick catch here from Miracle. Sharing the tips out between themselves and Nigma. I mean, Nigma's feeling the flow this time. As I say, this is what's been allowing Nigma to run over games when they play at this pace and with this level of execution. 11-5, 4K lead. I mean, it's just completely different to game one. I think they're got to be looking at game one and be saying, right, we're never doing that again, because it's just totally different.
No, they're probably looking and just being like, let's just keep picking our, let's just pick our stable heroes. Let's not make My Control play some Bristleback. Let's make My Control play his stunners, his Timbersaw last picks that he can just absolutely decimate and dominate the map. Tipping each other again, really feeling themselves as they should be. This game it's just feeling so hard for EG to do much of anything. They're just constantly getting caught. Look at this, Abed, 5 deaths. He's just getting caught over and over and over again. Kuroki and Miracle, not letting him play the game.
They're destroying the lad. They really are.
This is Swift. Again, immediate TP's bottom. Miracle ghost walked on the hunt. There is a sentry in lane, so they will see him this time. Can EG prepare?
See Miracle.
Great.
Crit knows Miracle's around. Even with the information, EG, what do they do with this? They can't. It's very hard for them to really punch into Nigma. Nigma's happily going to take a fight if EG try and start something. Sly. They're just going to go for him here. Easy opening as he tries to go for a bit of water control.
It's getting out of control. It's only a 4K lead, but it's starting to feel much bigger than that already at this point. Because EG, they have no way to fight back. They don't have the easiest way to split push either, like they did last time with Brood, you know, Spiderlings pushing out the side lanes, Illusions being super pesky. They have to try to body with their heroes. And Nigma's just saying, okay, sure, good luck. We're just going to kill you every time you show on a lane.
Yeah,
Midas not done for Miracle too. Yeah, they're just swinging 3 heroes constantly across the map with this early blink on Kuro, early blink on Mind Control. There's really no breathing room for EG at all.
I mean, EG, you know, RTZ still playing for the scaling up. We're seeing next up after the Maelstrom Midas, he is going to work on completing the Mjolnir before we see any sort of defensive item, any BKB come into his build. So continuing to stretch out the amount of time where RTZ, he's not going to really be interested at all in getting involved in these fights. So at least if he does, he could be in huge danger.
He'll just die almost immediately if he does look to join in. Philosopher's Stone also picked up for the side of Nigma, so even more casual gold coming the way. There's that Midas finished, and look at these deep wards that they've placed. The one near the Ancients is soon going to be dying, but the one up top, it's fresh. It's going to spot any type of moves that EG does look to do to clear out their jungle. See the circle drawn. ILTW has a perfect read of where EG is right now. Circling it, they even see that ward get placed down, so now they're 100% aware of where EG's playing, so they can just hit the bottom tower. This is really good planning. This is Nigma in a nutshell from what we've seen in this tournament.
Attack. Dire's structures are fortified. They are Radiant's structures are fortified.
And they're smoking. ILTW continues to show bottom, but they're smoking across the map to look for pickoffs with these Blink heroes, with Miracle.
So they're going to be able to get the catch on. There's top lane at the moment, RTZ and Crit. The Artur would be the big one here.
They see Miracle.
Head into the trees, he's out with the TP. Good attempt there from Miracle, just comes a moment too late. Over to the side, they will find Crit. The rest of Nigma. Catch the Nyx Assassin. And with that, the top lane pushing in, ILTW in position to just take over the entire jungle of EG. Heavily limit the space that RTZ has to farm it. RTZ Mjolnir complete. So the next time we'll see what he goes for. I would imagine it is going to be something to give him some sort of sustainability in the action. So the moment with the Midas and the Mjolnir, he doesn't stand a chance in the fights.
If he doesn't go BKB, I don't know how they're ever going to fight. They're going to lose their base. I think Nigma's just going to start forcing the issue here.
I mean, at least with these two, he will be able to farm the BKB pretty quick. That is if he has space to send the double down lanes. But
they're losing it's full map control. ILTW has a butterfly, Owen.
I mean, he's so he is huge. I mean, I really thought that this Midas Maelstrom, Mjolnir Arc Warden would be able to keep up, but he has not at all. ILTW is just so far ahead.
It's the way that Nigma's just swinging across the map. It's like 3 heroes hunting. EG just has to literally play the avoid game. They have BKB on Ice, so perhaps he can look to body and play in a deeper position, but anyone else who gets found is just dead. Abed, he's going for the Bloodstone build, but that's not going to save him, it feels like. He does have an Arcane Rune to play around, but he's still just going to get caught from these disables. There's so many that Nigma has.
I mean, it was RTZ, still commitment to the build. Going for the bots recipe next. And that, of course, at least playing from the base then will allow him to get that double out in the side lanes, make sure that all lanes aren't getting pressured in on him. But does, of course, mean he's still very vulnerable in these moves if Nigma's able to get the jump on him. He's got to play very safe. And so far, so good. He has only died the once this game. RTZ has been able to keep it pretty safe himself.
But he's almost 6,000 gold behind him. It's not getting better. It's not changing by any means. Nigma has full control of map. It looks like the opposite from the last game.
Oh, it really does. It really, really does. Last game was just a completely different Nigma, it felt like. This time round, things as expected. The difference in performance, as I said at the start, that I think you could have expected to see between this RTW Luna compared to what he was able to do on the back. It's massive. Gonna try and make the jump on Mind Control, but Mind Control's got backup coming in. BKB pop from Ice. He'll look to stay on top of mind control. He's got the damage. They will bring down the DK. They're on top of Arto over the back. Arteezy's dead and gone. They're over to Crit as well. 2 taken out. RTW just ready to clean them all up here with the Eclipse. Ice, he's out to the side, but they'll find him with their last bit of damage. Abed is in onto RTW.
Gets him.
We'll actually be able to bring him down. GH is looking to get out with the TP. He's out in time. All things said and done there. Abed will manage to get some sort of a cleanup here for EG.
Not bad. Not bad, all things considered. How far behind it really feels like they are. Yeah, they get the setup. They split the fight up nicely. When they know they're at this big disadvantage of that fight, they do get the good split. Force a lot of ultimates onto Arteezy while they go onto Miracle in the backlines with Crit and with Abed. They get the perfect grab on him with those two. And now the Bloodstone, he's up to 17 charges, so some small signs of life for EG.
Absolutely. Well, they need a bit more of that, but big fight to be had there, especially when you're taking down this RTW Luna. Some money here for Abed. Arcane Rune as well, ready to go for the next bit of action they get involved in.
All right, all right. Nigma says, who cares? Smoke again, look for the fight. LTW still dead for 5.
EG's smoking up as well.
They're all alive. ILTW still not alive. He is TPing toward top, close to BKB on him. He's changed it up. He's going for Satanic, going for more greed. Mind control.
Mind control.
Jumps in.
Here's the initiation on size, but not the clearest one to sort of follow up.
ILTW wants nothing to do with this. He's like, let me finish my item, guys. Give me a moment, and then I'll come join with you. I'm very close to the Satanic. Right after he finishes up these 2 camps, he will have it done. Still 6,000 ahead of his counterpart.
Another smoke.
EG back-to-back smoke, yeah.
Yeah, keeping their foot on the pedal here.
Arcane Rune on Abed, like you said. So feeling like they do have a bit of momentum going their way. Kuroki, he's going to walk right into them.
Found Kuro. Time to get the X off. They're zipping straight over towards him. Abed's able to get the grab up with the Vortex. Kuro, but the stick charges will still fall. They cut him down here as they fly across with the Timber Chain. EG get the kill on Kuro and the back off. They'll lose Crit, support for support, maybe Fly as well as the Tornado does clip him. Now we'll set up for Nigma to find a couple this time.
Can't believe that hits him. Absolute max range Tornado just catches Fly. They almost were able to get the retreat.
You know, RTZ, he's getting there. BKB, of course, is indeed coming up next. He's making his way towards it. With the BKB in these fights, he might stand a bit of a better chance. Obviously, still has to be very cautious of RTW cutting through him if he gets on top of him with the high amount of physical that he's dishing out right now. But at least we'll have the ability to stand and you know, not have to worry about these heroes trying to jump him as he sits on the back lines.
He is spotted for a second here, though. There is a ward, and it's going to be important that they get those BKBs off pre-jump, because there is these 2 almost instant disables that are coming out from the DK and the Lion. Yeah, definitely getting themselves into a better position here. Storm Spirit, 18 Bloodstone charges, almost level 18 on him, too.
And the thing is, yeah, as the gold is sort of going with the split, it could turn into this sort of late game scenario where if they can kill the Luna, if they get rid of the Luna, get rid of RTW in these fights, you know, the power of RTZ on the Arc and Abed on the Storm as the game scales on could be a little too overwhelming for the rest of Nigma in the team fight.
No, absolutely. And they do have the matchup of a Nyx versus an Invoker. So the Nyx just starts to get stronger and stronger as he gets those mana burn levels. 2 mana burns in the fight, and the Invoker is likely dead if he doesn't go for a BKB of his own. Definite signs of life to slowing it down, but this Luna still tremendous. And the Luna does have a steroid function with that Invoker behind him, too. So that's the one thing that Arteezy is kind of lacking in this game. Doesn't have a hero to buff him up. Besides himself, of course, with the magnetic field. And there's an Aghanims now on the Invoker. Miracle does have Cataclysm at the ready. If they get a multi-hero stun, even if they get a single hero stun, whoever does get hit by it is likely just instantly dead in the fight. LTW, now BKB of his own. After a full Satanic, these items are just getting pumped out so quickly.
Killing him is not going to be easy whatsoever.
No, and the Roche fight, that's going to be the test for EG. Fighting around that area where Nigma's just going to be able to hit the Roche and force EG into a weird position with an egg. BKB done on Arteezy. Stun on 2. Nice.
And neither team really the ability to walk into Roche. Got to take a fight beforehand.
Smoke by EG. LTW breaks it instantly. Another regen rune on the Storm. He's just running into them.
I mean, he knows how strong he is. RTW here. Crit over to the side. Will be able to set up with a 2-man stun, and they get the jump straight away onto Miracle. Miracle's getting burst down. Miracle. He's able to step on the side. The Cataclysm goes crashing down. It's a cleanup here from LTW and Miracle, as it's a triple kill on the Luna. They get the combos off. They could not quite burst Miracle, as Nigma now head over towards Ice. They've got the vessel down upon him. 4 kills for Nigma. They only lose GH, who was immediately buying back to return to the rest of the team to go to this Roshan. As there we have it. I mean, they were so close to getting that fight under control. If they kill Miracle there, it's probably a whole different story, but they couldn't quite take him all the way down.
They have to switch the attention for a second to kill the egg, because otherwise the egg pops, but Miracle gets a moment there because of, honestly, the godly reactions from Kuro. Instant blink stun when the stun comes out from the Nyx Assassin allows Miracle to get his Essence Ring off, which saves his life. That little bit of jolt of heal with combination of the Sunray, it saves him. Cataclysm connects on like 3-4 heroes with an Eclipse on top. Hit. He didn't
with the fights until RTZ does have that Scardian MKB, because otherwise you can't confidently say we can lock down and kill this Luna.
Jeez, I don't know. You can't wait that long, though. It's way too much gold. That's like waiting for 10,000 gold, it feels like. So they have to try to fight back here, but it is not easy. They do it, thankfully. I've been watching Fly in a couple of these fights. He's trying to do this. It's difficult as an Enchantress when there's so much chaos and you're just getting one-shotted. He's taking over the Luna illusion, so they at least have that to give them the Lunar Blessing aura inside the fights too, which does help the damage, but it's not quite enough. There's just too much damage that Nigma is dishing out. And there's too many things that EG has to deal with. There's an egg with the Sunray flying over, there's an Eclipse, there's a Cataclysm. It really is just so difficult for EG to win a team fight when all of Nigma is there. As the MKB's done, Bubble is on the tower. Can't quite hit that.
No, RTW, he's not going to be too scared of standing his ground here. Up by the tower with BK. Ice actually trying to hit it, but no one else is able to do so. They can't take down the Supernova. They've got to back off. RTZ pops the BKB, has to back away. Arbed doing his best to try and cut the creeps, make sure that the backdoor protection kicks back in. That will slow down the potential of Nigma a little bit. Give EG a bit of breathing room.
If they can't fight, there's just no way they can win the team fights. As we said, a single hero gets stunned and they're deleted, and they have to fight man down. Crit, he's burrowed in the base, but gets forced out of burrow and just gets slaughtered by the Glaives. Nigma looking to close this one up very soon.
Yeah.
Aegis is getting reclaimed in a moment, but my God, look, LTW just has another item. He already has a Lincoln's finished too. He's 30,000 net worth. Like this is one of the more farmed heroes I've seen at this tournament. He's approaching the 1,000 GPM.
No, you're absolutely right about that. I think we're currently 927 GPM.
That's unbelievable.
On RTW. Yeah, this is why you give the lad Luna. Absolutely.
Yeah. Fits so well with their draft. When they see this Nyx Assassin, you know, they have their DK. They're like, let's just raise the element of group up with this Luna, and he is so comfortable. As you mentioned, master tier on it, having a perfect game. He's 6 slotted at 34 minutes.
Time to go for the high ground. Oh, jumping straight away. Maestro getting aggressive, but Arbed's going to be able to counterplay. They're able to blow out Maestro. The Cataclysm comes down. Crit just gets burnt in position. Turn it over towards Fly as well.
Oh my goodness.
Easy kills for RTW as they take down the two of them. Arbed trying to disrupt the push here from Nigma, but RTW, he's got no reason to back off. The tower's gone. Nigma, they'll look to claim the Megas. RTZ just dying to the Glaives here at the side. He's trying to push back RTW. He can't do anything at all. RTZ's got to run. He's got no fight to be had here. Arbed's taken out. Nigma, they're ready to close this one up. Over to the tier 4s. There really seems to be nothing whatsoever that EG can do here. So Arteezy will try some cute plays with a bubble, but they'll tap out indeed. GG, it's called as Nigma. This game too, this was the Nigma that we expected to see. This is the stuff that's been winning them game after game here. Some fantastic performances, and this is absolutely another one to add to the repertoire here from Nigma.